Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Cassidy. The air in the villa is ripe with the scent of 1,000 white lilies, their fragrance so heavy it feels like a weight on my skin, a sweet, cloying perfume of obligation. Outside the vast arched window, the late morning sun shatters across the surface of the lake, a million brilliant, blinding diamonds. Everything is perfect, so relentlessly, suffocatingly perfect. My reflection in the glass agrees. A stranger, in an avalanche of white, Vera Wang silk, her dark skin glowing against the pristine fabric, her expression a placid, media-trained mask, a perfect bride for a perfect deal. This is the culmination of my life's training. To be poised, to be graceful, to be the unshakable heiress of the St. James beauty empire. Today I am less a woman getting married and more a high-value asset being merged. My thumb finds the familiar worn shape of my grandmother's locket at my throat. It's a nervous habit, one my mother despises. A crack in the facade. I press into the engraved gold, grounding myself. The door bursts open, and a whirlwind of fuchsia Tom Ford and frantic energy that is Jaden storms in, his Louboutins clicking a frantic rhythm against the marble. Cassandra St. James, you are serving bridal perfection on a level that is frankly criminal, he declares, striking a pose by the chaise lounge. I've seen 3 grown men weep already, and the ceremony hasn't even started. They're flooding the hydrangeas. I allow a genuine smile, the first one today. It feels like stretching a muscle I haven't used in weeks. They were probably weeping for my freedom, Jaden. He sniffs, waving a dismissive hand as he snatches a champagne flute from a passing server. Freedom is a state of mind, darling, and yours is currently in a gilded cage with excellent catering. Here. He presses the cool glass into my hand, his dark eyes glinting with a familiar, delicious conspiracy. A little something to take the edge off perfection. I know I shouldn't. Mother has a strict no alcohol before the vows policy. It dulls the senses, she says, makes one unpredictable. But as I look at my reflection again, the poised heiress, the dutiful daughter, the woman who has trained herself to be content with a life chosen for her, a hot spark of rebellion ignites in my chest. I pointedly meet Jaden's gaze in the mirror and take a deliberate, defiant sip. The champagne is crisp and cold, a tiny, sharp shock to my system. A choice, however small, that is entirely my own in a day that belongs to everyone but me. Jaden, must you encourage her? The temperature in the room plummets 20 degrees. My mother, Naomi St. James, stands in the doorway, a vision of steel gray couture and even colder disapproval. Her eyes slide over Jaden, dismissing him as one might an overeager caterer who has forgotten his place. And for God's sake, put that glass down, Cassidy. You are not some common reality star pawning her wedding photos. Jaden gasps, placing a hand over his heart in a gesture of magnificent offense. My theatrics, Naomi, he says, his voice rising in pitch and volume, are the only thing keeping this entire affair from feeling like a corporate merger. Which, let's be honest, is exactly what it is. Do you want her walking down that aisle or executing a hostile takeover? I want her composed, my mother snaps, her attention already on a microscopic speck of lint on my train, which she flicks away with a sharp, irritated motion. Something you know nothing about. Oh, I know everything about composure, Jaden shrieks, now fully launched into his tirade, his voice echoing in the cavernous room. I am the king of composure. I once smiled my way through a 2-hour dinner next to a man who wore Crocs to the Met Gala. Do not speak to me of composure. I step between them, placing a hand on Jaden's arm, the silk of my dress whispering a complaint. My one moment of defiance has dissolved back into my primary role, chief diplomat in my own life. Jaden, breathe. Mother, please. Not today. My mother's lips thin into a bloodless line, but before she can deliver a final cutting blow, a shriek cuts through the air from outside. It's sharp and terrified, followed by a loud, undignified splash. The three of us turn to the window. On the perfectly manicured lawn below, a scene of chaos is unfolding. Guests in pastel silks and bespoke suits are scrambling back from the water's edge. A woman, Clarissa Whitehall, I realize with a jolt, whose family owns half of the Hamptons, is being hauled out of the lake by 2 waiters, her mint green Chanel suit now a sodden, clinging mess. My God, my mother breathes, her horror absolute, not for Clarissa's safety, but for the breach in protocol, for the unscripted moment of glorious, unhinged mess that will be on page 6 by sundown. The carefully orchestrated calm of the day shatters. I can hear the wedding planner, Colette, speaking into her headset in frantic, clipped tones. Jaden is still fuming, muttering about the sheer audacity of some people's mothers. My mother is already on the phone with her assistant, her voice a low, furious hiss. Get her a blanket, and get her out of sight, now. The single rebellious sip of champagne is a distant, forgotten memory. I fight to anchor myself in the poise I have spent a lifetime perfecting, forcing my shoulders back, my chin up. This is just another crisis to be managed. A guest in the lake, my fiancé, Owen, is still nowhere to be seen, and it's 5 minutes past the start of the ceremony. Another small, manageable crisis. My thumb rubs the locket, back and forth, back and forth. A smooth, golden lie. I watch Colette, the planner, as she tries to project calm, her smile stretched into a painful rictus. Her eyes dart around the room, searching for something, for someone, for my groom. The whispers from the staff, once discreet, are growing louder, more frantic. The air itself feels thin, stretched to its breaking point. A junior planner rushes up to Colette, whispering urgently. Colette's smile falters. It's now 10 minutes past. I'm standing alone in the room, an island of white silk in a rising tide of chaos, when I see Colette press her finger to her earpiece, her back to me, her shoulders tense. Even from across the room, I can see the color drain from her face. Her next words, a panicked, broken whisper into the microphone on her lapel, cut through the noise with the finality of a gunshot. He's not just late, he's gone. Chapter 2. Cassidy. The planner's words don't just hang in the air, they detonate. He's gone. The sound in the room vanishes, replaced by a high-pitched ringing in my ears that drowns out everything else. Jaden's dramatic squawking. The frantic whispers of the staff, the distant commotion from the lakeside, it all dissolves into a dull, distant roar, like listening to the world through a seashell. My vision tunnels until the only thing I see is Colette's ashen face in the reflection of the grand mirror, her eyes wide with a terror that has absolutely nothing to do with a guest taking an unscheduled swim. Gone. The word is a void. A black hole that starts to pull everything in. The cloying scent of the lilies. The phantom taste of champagne on my tongue. The suffocating 15-pound weight of the silk encasing my body. My future, meticulously planned and reluctantly accepted, has just evaporated. Get her out of here. My mother's voice slices through the fog, sharp and cold as a shard of glass. She isn't speaking to me. She's speaking to her assistant, her gaze fixed on Colette with lethal intent. There is no maternal softness in her tone, no flicker of concern for the daughter whose world has just imploded. This is not a family crisis. It is a hostile takeover of our reputation, and Naomi St. James is already waging a war from a boardroom in her mind. No one speaks to the press. No one, she commands, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous command that makes the hairs on my arms stand up. Confiscate all staff cell phones. Our official statement is a sudden medical emergency, a family matter. Understood? People scatter, moving with the frantic energy of a kicked anthill. Jaden rushes to my side, his own drama forgotten, face a mask of genuine concern. Cassie, honey, what? Not now, Jaden, my mother snaps, her voice like the crack of a whip. And for once, the most dramatic person I know is rendered completely silent. For a single surreal moment, I am left alone in the middle of the room. The chaos swirls around me, a vortex of murmurs and panicked glances, but I am the still, silent eye of the storm. My fingers, numb and clumsy, find my grandmother's locket. My thumb rubs the worn gold back and forth, an anchor in an ocean of public humiliation. The weight of 1,000 eyes, guests staff the world, presses down on me. The perfect bride, left at her perfect altar. A cautionary tale in a couture gown. The breath lodges in my throat, a knot of shame so tight it burns. I need to move. I need to get out of this dress, out of this room, out of this life. My training kicks in, the years of media prep, of learning to control the narrative. What is the angle? What is the spin? The questions bubble up automatically, a sickening testament to the life I've led. Even now, my first instinct is public relations. I turn, intending to flee to the bridal suite, to lock the door and begin the damage control, both for my family and for my own fractured sanity. But when I look up, the path is blocked. He stands in the doorway, a figure carved from stillness and shadow amidst the frantic motion. Devlin Shaw, Owen's enigmatic, reclusive uncle. He's not meant to be here. He sent his regrets weeks ago, citing an urgent business matter in Singapore. Yet here he is. He is tall, his presence so absolute it seems to shrink the cavernous room. The suit is charcoal gray, so dark it is nearly black, tailored, with a precision that speaks not just of wealth, but of disciplined power. It stretches taut across a set of shoulders that belong in a boardroom, as much as they do in a brawl. His face is all hard lines and sharp angles, a study in severity. Short-cropped dark blonde hair is threaded with silver at the temples, sharp and severe above a widow's peak. A straight, uncompromising nose, a strong jawline that looks like it has never known indecision, and a faint, pale scar bisecting his chin, the only flaw in the mask of brutal perfection. But it is his eyes that seize the breath in my throat. They are the color of a winter storm over the ocean, an icy gray blue lashed by dark brows. They don't just see the ruined bride in the $1,000 dress. They assess, they dissect, they understand in a way that is more terrifying than any pity. His gaze finds mine across the room, and for a heartbeat, the world stops spinning. He moves, not with haste, but with a deliberate, predatory economy of motion. People part for him without a word, a silent, instinctual deference to a power far greater than my mother's sharp-tongued commands. The scent of expensive wool, clean air, and something cold and uniquely his own precedes him. He doesn't look at my mother or the panicked staff. His gaze is locked on me, intense and unreadable. He stops before my mother, who looks, for the very first time in her life, completely off balance. "Devlin," she says, her voice tight, laced with an old familiar animosity. "This is not the time." "On the contrary, Naomi," His voice is a low, gravelly timbre, calm and devoid of emotion. It rumbles in the air, a sharp contrast to the high-pitched panic surrounding us. This is precisely the time. He finally turns his gaze from me to the room at large. He doesn't raise his voice, yet his next words cut through the ambient panic like a guillotine. Everyone, out. It is not a request. It is a dismissal of their entire existence. Jaden hesitates, his hand protectively on my arm, but withers under a brief arctic glance from Devlin. Even my mother, the indomitable Naomi St. James, falls silent, watching him with a mixture of hatred and wary respect. Within 30 seconds, the room is empty. It is just the three of us, standing in the wreckage of my wedding day. The silence he creates is more deafening than the chaos he erased. Devlin's eyes return to me. They hold no pity, only a chilling, unnerving assessment. It feels as if he is seeing straight through the silk and the shame to the fractured core of me, to the terrified woman playing the part of an heiress. He sees the cracks in the facade, and he does not look away. He takes a step closer, and my heart gives a painful lurch. He looks directly at me, his gaze cutting through my shock, and says, "The wedding is canceled. Come with me."
Chapter 3. Devlin. My words hang in the silent, ruined space. Come with me. It is not a request. It is the new reality. I turn, expecting them to follow, my stride measured and unbroken. Chaos is a variable, and I have always been the one to solve the equation. Naomi, after a moment of bristling indignation that is as predictable as it is pointless, complies. Her survival instinct, at least, is still intact. But Cassidy does not move. I stop at the threshold of a side door and look back at her. And at last, I allow myself to truly see her, not as a distant objective on a screen or a figure across a crowded room, but here, now, in the wreckage I anticipated. She is a paradox of strength and fragility. The white silk of her gown is an avalanche, a masterpiece of couture that should overwhelm her, but it does not. On her, it is armor. Her skin, the rich, warm color of dark honey, is luminous against the stark white, a stunning contrast that I've replayed in my mind more times than I will ever admit. Her shoulders are set in a line of defiance, a dancer's poise that has been ingrained in her since childhood. Her hair is a crown of intricate braids, a regal, elegant style that draws the eye to the long, graceful column of her throat, where a simple gold locket rests. I've seen that locket in countless photographs. I know it is her grandmother's. I know it is her tell. Her thumb is not touching it now, a conscious, impressive act of control. Her eyes, the color of dark, bitter espresso, are fixed on me. They hold no tears, only a furious, intelligent light. She is humiliated. She is cornered. But she is not broken. She is magnificent. My nephew was a fool, a boy playing with a treasure he could never comprehend. The confirmation of this fact settles in my chest, cold and hard and deeply satisfying. Where are we going? Her voice is steady, a low, smooth melody of control that cuts through my assessment. Somewhere we will not be disturbed, I reply, my tone leaving no room for negotiation. I start walking again, through the door and into a manicured corridor of high hedges. The air is cooler here, the scent of lilies replaced by damp earth and boxwood. This time she follows. My right-hand man, Martin Hale, is waiting, his presence as solid and unobtrusive as the ancient oak surrounding us. He gives a slight, almost imperceptible nod as we approach. "The perimeter is secure," Martin says. "We have swept the immediate grounds. No press on the property. Almost," a third voice says. One of my men, a former SAS operative named Cale, rounds the corner, his hand firmly gripped on the arm of a man clutching a camera with a long-range lens. The man is pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of terror and avarice. A jackal caught in a lion's den. "He was in the boathouse," Cale reports, his tone flat. I look at the man. I see the greed in his eyes, the rapid calculation of what a single photo of the abandoned bride would be worth. He represents everything I detest: parasitic weakness feeding on the troubles of others, an infection that requires excision. Before Cassidy or Naomi can react, I close the distance in 3 long strides. The photographer flinches as I take the camera from his hands. His resistance is non-existent. "This is private property," I state, my voice dangerously quiet. I turn the expensive piece of equipment over in my hands. It is a tool for violation. I look at the man, directly into his eyes. I want him to see the certainty of what comes next. "You're not welcome here." With a sudden, violent twist, I wrench the lens from the camera's body. There's a sickening crack of plastic and glass. I drop the pieces to the flagstone path and bring my heel down on the main body of the camera, crushing it into a useless brick of electronics. The sound is sharp and final in the quiet garden. The photographer makes a choked, strangled sound. "Too much," Cassidy whispers from behind me. The sound of her voice, laced with shock, is a dissonant note in the symphony of my control. I turn to face her, ignoring the trembling jackal and his ruined toy. "Too much?" I take a step closer to her, my voice low so only she can hear. The scent of her perfume a subtle, maddening distraction. "Humiliation is a commodity, Cassidy. He was here to harvest yours and sell it to the highest bidder. Today you learn that when you are attacked, you do not issue a warning. You do not negotiate. You annihilate the threat so thoroughly it cannot return." I hold her gaze, watching her pupils dilate. That is not too much. It is necessary. A lesson my nephew never learned, and the reason we are standing here now. Her expression flickers, a complex dance of shock, anger, and a startling, reluctant understanding. The muscles in my jaw tighten. This is the real her, intelligent, perceptive. I turn back to my men. "Take his wallet," I order Cale. "Get his identification. Then show him the gate. Let him know that if a single word of this day's events is ever traced back to him, my legal team will dismantle his life so thoroughly he will not have enough left to file for bankruptcy." I look at Martin. "And Martin, have the staff collected. All of them. No one leaves this venue until every phone has been wiped clean. Am I clear?" "Crystal," Martin says. He and Cale efficiently remove the photographer, who stumbles away, looking back with pure terror in his eyes. I give a final dismissive glance at the broken camera on the path. The lesson is complete. I turn back to Cassidy and her mother. Naomi is watching me, her expression a cold mask of calculation, her mind already recalibrating her position in this new power dynamic. But Cassidy is watching the spot where the photographer disappeared, a thoughtful, disturbed look on her face. She is processing, learning. "This way," I say, my voice now devoid of its previous intensity. The execution is over. It is time for strategy. I lead them through a service exit into a quiet, climate-controlled hallway that connects to the villa's underground parking. My car is waiting, a black armored Audi, its engine a low, whisper-quiet hum. The world of chaos, of lake-soaked guests and broken cameras, vanishes behind us. There is only the clean scent of leather and the oppressive, weighted silence of what comes next. As Cassidy walks ahead of him toward the car, Devlin thinks to himself, "He never deserved you. Now, you are mine to protect and to have."
Chapter 4. Cassidy. The Audi glides through the city with the silence of a predator. The scent of expensive leather and Devlin's subtle, clean cologne is suffocating, a sterile fragrance for a sterile situation. I sit ramrod straight, the ridiculous, beautiful prison of my wedding dress bunching uncomfortably around my legs. My mother is on my other side, already tapping away on her phone, her face a mask of stoic calculation. She has already moved on from the emotional fallout to the financial. We do not speak. The silence is a heavy, oppressive blanket, thick with unspoken accusations and the quiet buzz of the engine. I stare out the tinted window at the blur of the world, a world that has no idea. Mine has just been publicly and spectacularly detonated. Devlin's lesson in the garden rings in my ears. Annihilate the threat. He wasn't just talking about the photographer. He was talking about my life. We pull into the private underground entrance of a sleek, imposing hotel that I know Devlin owns. He leads us not to a suite, but to a high-floor executive wing through a door that opens into a sterile, high-tech boardroom. A massive mahogany table gleams under recessed lighting, surrounded by a dozen leather chairs. One wall is a sheet of glass overlooking the city, a God's-eye view that feels less like a vista and more like a statement of ownership. I need clothes, I say, the words feeling foreign and brittle in my mouth. My voice is the only sound in the room. I cannot strategize, cannot think, cannot breathe in this monument to my failure. My mother looks up from her phone, her eyes flicking over my gown with a distaste, as if it is a mess I have made. I'll have my assistant. No, I cut her off, my voice sharper this time. I want Jaden. Naomi's lips thin, but Devlin gives a curt, almost imperceptible nod. He speaks into his watch, his voice low. Get me Jaden Wells. He's at the St. James wedding venue. Bring him here, now. 20 minutes later, Jaden bursts into the boardroom, a garment bag slung over one arm, and a look of righteous fury on his face. They tried to take my phone, he announces to the room at large, like I'm some common peasant with an android. I told that handsome gorilla at the gate that if he wanted my phone, he'd have to pry it from my cold, dead, perfectly manicured hands. He stops, his eyes landing on Devlin, who is watching him with an unnerving stillness. Jaden's entire demeanor shifts. His indignation melts away, replaced by a slow, appreciative once-over. Well, hello, Jaden breathes, his voice dropping an octave. He turns to me, his back to Devlin, and hisses in a stage whisper. Cassie, that is a daddy, a full-course 5-star, Michelin-grade daddy. Embarrassment coursed through me. Jaden, stop. I will not stop, he whispers back fiercely, his eyes darting between me and Devlin. And did you see the way he was looking at you back there? Like he wants to eat you? He wants to contain a scandal, I retort, my voice a low, tight hiss. This is a PR nightmare of epic proportions. He's a crisis manager. Jaden makes a scoffing sound. Honey, that is not the manage your crisis kind of eating. That is the strip you down, lick you up, and suck your soul out through your toes kind of eating, like he wants to own every single part of you. A sickening lurch in my stomach tells me he is not entirely wrong. I have felt that gaze on me, the weight of it, the possessive assessment. He's Owen's uncle, I say, the words tasting like ash. It's horrifying. It's irrelevant, Jaden counters. A man is a man and that man is a man. Good Lord. If he's not into you, I will happily let him gobble me up. I'll be an appetizer, a sacrificial lamb. That will be all, Mr. Wells. Devlin's voice cuts through our conversation, as sharp and cold as his gaze. Jaden jumps, spinning around with a practiced charming smile. Devlin is unmoved. I take the garment bag and retreat to an adjoining washroom, the heavy silk of the dress whispering behind me. I strip it off, leaving it in a heap on the floor like a shed skin. The simple black dress Jaden brought feels like a suit of armor. When I emerge, my mother is seated at the table, a tablet in her hands. Jaden is gone. Devlin stands by the window, a dark silhouette against a backdrop of the glittering city. Let us begin, Devlin says, turning to face us. He places his palms flat on the mahogany desk, leaning forward, a gesture that claims the entire room. What you are about to see is not for public consumption. It is the reality of your situation. He taps a control panel, and a screen descends from the ceiling. For the next 10 minutes, he lays out our ruin in brutal, excruciating detail. Charts, projections, legal documents. He speaks of breach of contract clauses in the merger agreement, of investor confidence, of market shares. He explains that Owen's disappearance is not just an embarrassment, but a catastrophic legal trigger. The St. James beauty empire, my mother's entire life's work, will be crippled. We will face lawsuits that will bankrupt us. Ice rushes throughout my body down to every corner. It's a frigid tide that steals all warmth. I look at my mother, expecting to see devastation. Instead, I see a cold, logical focus. She is not a mother watching her family's legacy crumble. She is a CEO analyzing a hostile market. "What is the solution?" Naomi asks, her voice devoid of emotion. Devlin looks at me. His gaze is heavy, pinning me to my seat. "The contract requires a union between our families to be finalized by the end of this fiscal quarter. It is the linchpin of the entire deal." He pauses, letting the weight of his words settle in the oppressive silence. "I will take my nephew's place." The air rushes out of my lungs in a sharp hiss. It is one thing to have Jaden joke about it. It is another to hear it presented as a viable business strategy. "Absolutely not," I say, the words flying from my mouth before I can stop them. "That is the most insane, archaic thing I have ever heard." "It is the only thing that will prevent your company's immediate collapse," he replies, his voice calm, reasonable. It is the reasonableness that is so infuriating. "I will not be traded like property." I'm on my feet now, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. "There has to be another way." "There is not," my mother says, her eyes still on the screen. "He is right, Cassidy. From a business perspective, it is the only logical move." Her cold-blooded pragmatism is a physical blow. I stare at her, at this woman who raised me, who taught me about legacy and duty, but apparently nothing of love or loyalty. I feel utterly, completely alone. I turn back to Devlin, my last desperate resort. "Why? Why would you do this? What do you get out of it?" He watches me, his gray-blue eyes giving nothing away. "I protect my family's interests, the same as you." "This is not about family," I challenge, my voice shaking with a rage I cannot contain. "This is about power. This is about you swooping in and taking control." "Control is necessary in a crisis," he says, his voice never rising. He answers every question, counters every argument with the same infuriating, unshakable calm. He is a mountain, and I am just a wave breaking against him. "No," I say, my voice lowering to a whisper. "I refuse." He stares at me for a long moment. The muscle in his cheek clenches, the only sign of any emotion beneath the surface. He reaches down and picks up a single thin manila file from the table. He ignores my refusal, ignores my mother, ignores everything but me. He slides the file across the gleaming mahogany. It stops directly in front of me with a quiet, damning thud. "Before you decide," he says, voice a low, gravelly promise of devastation, "you should know why he really ran."
Chapter 5. Devlin. I watch her. The file sits between us on the gleaming mahogany, a silent, paper-thin bomb. Her refusal still hangs in the air, a ghost of defiance that is about to be exercised. Her hands are clenched at her sides, her knuckles white. Naomi is watching me, her expression calculating. But I am not interested in Naomi. I am interested in the woman who believes she still has a choice. Her gaze drops to the file. Her chin is high, her posture radiating an aristocratic contempt that has been bred into her for generations. It is a beautiful, useless defense. "I'm not afraid of your little threats, Devlin," she says, voice a low, smooth melody of control. "It is not a threat. I state. It is a fact. Facts do not care if you are afraid of them. A flicker of something, annoyance, perhaps a sliver of fear, crosses her features. A muscle in my jaw clenches. Even now, cornered and betrayed, she is magnificent. Her spirit does not break. It sharpens. Her fingers, long and elegant, reach out, hesitating for a second before opening the file. I observe the sequence of her reactions as if watching a complex chemical reaction. First, confusion, as her eyes scan the bank statements and wire transfer confirmations. Then a sharp, almost imperceptible intake of breath as she recognizes the account names, the corporate letterheads, St. James Beauty, her company, her legacy. And finally, the stiffening of her spine as the highlighted numbers, the sheer scale of the theft, sinks in. Ice floods her expression, chasing away the fire, leaving behind a chilling, brittle calm. She does not look at her mother. She looks at me. "You knew," she says. It's not a question. It is an accusation, delivered with the quiet finality of a judge's sentence. "I make it my business to know about liabilities," I reply, my tone even. I do not move from my position by the window, a dark silhouette against the cityscape. "My nephew has always been a liability." "A liability?" Her laugh is a sharp, bitter sound, devoid of humor. "He was my fiancé." "He was your family, and you speak of him like a bad stock investment." "His value has depreciated," I say, significantly. My callousness lands as intended. A flash of pure, unadulterated fury ignites in her dark espresso eyes. There it is, I think, the steel beneath the silk. I've been waiting to see it up close. "And you just happen to have this file ready?" she challenges, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "What a remarkable coincidence!" "I do not believe in coincidence," I say. "I believe in preparation." A good strategist prepares for all contingencies. Owen's self-destruction was not a contingency, it was an inevitability. I simply prepared for the fallout. The fallout which you are now using to blackmail me into a sham marriage. "Cassidy, enough!" Naomi cuts in, her voice sharp. "This is not blackmail. This is a lifeline, a very generous one." Cassidy flinches as if her mother has physically struck her. She looks at Naomi, and the hurt in her eyes is so profound, so raw. It is a physical presence in the room. "A lifeline?" "He is trying to buy me." "He is trying to save you," Naomi corrects, her voice devoid of any maternal warmth. "And this company. Do you have any idea what this means?" She gestures at the file. "When the markets open tomorrow and word of this embezzlement gets out, and it will get out, our stock will be worthless. We will be facing SEC investigations, shareholder lawsuits. I could go to prison, Cassidy, for negligence, for allowing your fiancé to siphon millions from under our noses." Every word her mother speaks is a nail in the coffin of Cassidy's defiance. I watch as the fight begins to drain from her, replaced by a horrifying, trapped understanding. The fire in her eyes dims, banked by the cold reality of her mother's potential incarceration. She turns back to me, her face pale, her last line of defense crumbling. "There must be something else we can do," she says, her voice now quiet, almost pleading. It is a sound I find I do not like. I prefer the fire. "There's not," I state, pushing away from the window. I walk to the table, my footsteps the only sound in the room. The damage is already done. The money is gone. The only variable left to control is the narrative. A jilted bride and a corporate scandal is a story of failure. A sudden groom swap, a united front between two powerful families. That is a story of strength, of intrigue. The market can understand that. It can be spun. Your humiliation can be repurposed into power, but only if you act now. I let the silence stretch, allowing the weight of my logic to press down on her. I can see the war raging within her. The pride, the fury, the love for her mother, the hatred for me. I retrieve a thick, leather-bound document from my briefcase and place it on the table. It lands with a soft, final thud, This is a pre-negotiated marriage contract, I say. It protects your remaining personal assets and outlines the terms of our arrangement. I look from her to her mother. It is, as your mother said, very generous. I check my watch, a Patek Philippe with a face as black and severe as my suit. You have 1 hour to read it, consult your mother and sign. My lawyers are waiting downstairs. I turn and walk back to the window, presenting them with my back. It is the ultimate power move, a demonstration of my absolute certainty. I'm not here to negotiate. I'm here to close a deal. I listen to the rustle of papers, the low, urgent whispers of Naomi explaining legal clauses, the sharp, broken sound of Cassidy's breathing. I stare out at the city, at the endless grid of lights and power, a world I've mastered. And in this room, I am mastering it again. The hour passes in near silence. I finally hear the scrape of a chair. I turn around. Naomi looks relieved. But Cassidy, the look in her eyes is one I will not soon forget. It is not defeat. It is a deep, abiding hatred, cold and pure and honed to a razor's edge. She has made a choice, not out of logic, but to save her mother. She has sacrificed herself on the altar of family duty, and she will never forgive me for it. She looks up from the papers, her eyes locking with mine, and she gives me a one-word answer. Yes.
Chapter 6. Cassidy. The wedding, my second of the day, is a bloodless affair. It takes place in the same sterile boardroom, under the same cold, recessed lighting. There are no flowers, no music, only the low hum of the air conditioning and the rustle of expensive paper. The only guests are lawyers, their faces impassive, their movements precise. My mother stands by the window, a statue of steely satisfaction, her victory complete. And then there is Devlin. He stands beside me, not as a groom, but as a conqueror taking possession of new territory. The air around him is charged with a quiet, absolute power that sucks all of the oxygen from the room. A lawyer with a face like a clenched fist reads the legal declarations that pass for vows. They are not words of love or promise, but of clauses and subsections, of assets and liabilities. When he finishes, there is a heavy, expectant silence. Devlin turns to me. His gray-blue eyes are unreadable, his expression a mask of cool neutrality. He takes my left hand. His touch is firm, warm, and utterly proprietary. My first instinct is to snatch my hand away, but I am frozen, a performer in a play I never auditioned for. From a velvet box, he produces a ring. It is not a diamond. It is a simple, severe band of platinum, wide and heavy. A symbol not of love, but of ownership. He slides it onto my finger. The metal is cold, a shocking, solid weight that feels foreign and wrong. It is a manacle, a brand. The finality of it crashes over me, a wave of nausea and pure, unadulterated panic. My fingers tremble, and I instinctively reach for my locket, my thumb pressing hard into the worn gold, an anchor in a storm that has already capsized my ship. It is done, the lawyer says. I am now Cassidy St. James. Shaw. The name feels like a lie in my mouth. There is no kiss. There is only the sharp, definitive click of a briefcase latching shut. In the elevator, the silence is like a noose around my neck. My mother, for her part, looks triumphant. I will handle the press release, she says, her eyes on her phone. A whirlwind romance after Owen's cowardly flight. It's dramatic. The public will love it. She doesn't look at me once. The elevator doors open on the parking garage level, and she steps out without a backward glance. My sacrifice has been accepted. My purpose served. I am left alone with him. The ride to his penthouse is conducted in the same oppressive silence. We sit in the back of his armored Audi, separated by a foot of expensive leather that feels like a mile-wide chasm. The city lights smear past the tinted windows, a blur of a life I no longer belong to. I feel unmoored, adrift on a dark, violent sea, with this man as my only terrifying port. I cannot stand the silence. The silence means he has won, that I am a docile, defeated captive. My only weapons are words, so I unsheathe them. You must be very pleased with yourself, I say, my voice cool, practiced. I stare straight ahead at the smooth dark wood of the partition. Securing a multi-billion-dollar merger is a satisfactory outcome, he replies, his voice a low, even rumble beside me. Is that what I am to you? A merger? He turns his head, and I can feel the weight of his gaze on my profile. You are the linchpin of the merger, he clarifies, as if explaining a simple fact to a child. A necessary component for its successful execution. How romantic, I bite out, the sarcasm a thin, brittle shield. I'll have them embroider that on the pillows. A beat of silence. I risk a glance at him. He is watching me, his expression unreadable in the dim light of the car. The tight muscle in his jaw is clenched. My nephew was a fool, he says, his voice quiet, almost conversational. He saw you as a prize, a beautiful accessory to his lifestyle. And you? I challenge, turning to face him fully. What do you see me as, Devlin? An asset? A line item on a balance sheet? I see you as a queen with a compromised kingdom, he says, his voice dropping lower. The gravelly timber sending a strange, unwelcome shiver down my spine. And I have just eliminated the traitor who left the gates open. The car glides into a private underground garage and stops. The engine cuts out, plunging us into an even deeper silence. His words hang between us, a stunning, arrogant declaration. He has not saved me. He has conquered me. His penthouse is accessed by a private elevator that opens directly into the living space. The doors slide open and the breath lodges in my throat. It is a stunning, brutalist masterpiece of glass, steel, and stone. 2-story walls of glass reveal a panoramic, godlike view of the city glittering below. The furniture is sparse, expensive, and relentlessly monochrome. It is not a home. It is a fortress. A museum curated by a man who values power over comfort. Your things will be delivered in the morning, he says, his voice echoing slightly in the vast empty space. He walks toward a hallway, his footsteps silent on the dark stone floors. I follow, the ridiculousness of my black cocktail dress in this cold, silent palace making my skin crawl. He stops at a door and pushes it open. This will be your room. It is a beautiful room. A wall of glass showcases the same breathtaking view. The bed is massive, the linens a crisp, sterile white, but it is, unmistakably, a guest room. Luxurious, but impersonal. A 5-star holding cell. I trust it will be satisfactory, he says. He turns to me and I notice how the severe lines of his suit do nothing to hide the coiled strength in his shoulders, the sheer, intimidating breadth of him. He is a cage of muscle and will, and I have just locked myself inside it. Our arrangement is simple, he says, voice flat, transactional. In public, we are a united front. We will attend the necessary functions, play our parts. In private, we will lead separate lives. My business is my own. Yours is your own. There will be no emotional entanglement. He pauses, his icy eyes meeting mine. This is a contract, Cassidy, not a marriage. Do you understand? Do you understand? The question is quiet, but it lands like a judgment. I hate that my first instinct is to nod like a good little heiress. I lift my chin instead, my fingers finding the cool gold of my locket. Perfectly, I say, my voice becoming a flawless imitation of calm. He pierces my gaze for a moment longer. A flicker of something, assessment, maybe even a sliver of that grudging respect in their depths. Then he gives a single curt nod and turns, walking away down the hall, his silhouette disappearing into the shadows of his cold, empty kingdom. The door clicks shut behind him. The sound is so soft, so final. And in the deafening silence that follows, I break. A strangled sob tears from my throat, a raw, ugly sound I do not recognize. My knees buckle, and I slide down the wall, my carefully constructed composure shattering into a million pieces. The rage, the humiliation, the terror, the grief for a life I did not even want but at least understood. It all comes crashing down, a tsunami of emotion that leaves me gasping for air. I press my forehead to my knees, my body shaking with the force of my silent, racking sobs. Hours later, I do not know how many, I push myself up. My face is stiff, my eyes raw. I walk to the vast wall of glass, to the endless, indifferent city below. The woman who started this day in a white gown at a lakeside villa is gone. In her place is someone else, someone harder, colder. I catch my reflection in the dark, gleaming glass, a ghostly image superimposed over the city lights, a bride in a business suit.
Chapter 7. Devlin. I leave her in the room and walk away down the long, silent hall. The only sound is the soft, almost imperceptible click of her door, closing behind me. The sound is a lock turning, a final, definitive seal on the day's transaction. I do not look back. In my office, the city is a silent, glittering tapestry of power spread out below. This is my domain, a fortress of glass and steel, where I have orchestrated deals that have toppled companies and reshaped markets. But the usual sense of command, of absolute control, is absent tonight. It has been replaced by an unnerving awareness of the woman in the room at the end of the hall. A new, volatile variable has been introduced into my perfectly controlled environment. I sit behind my obsidian desk, the cool, smooth surface a familiar anchor. For a moment, I do nothing, simply listening to the quiet buzz of the penthouse's climate control. I do not need security monitors to know what is happening in that room. I can feel the aftershocks of her breakdown radiating through the silence of this place. Her pain is a tangible presence, a ghost that has taken up residence in my home. And I am the one who summoned it. The muscles in my jaw clenches, a familiar tightening against an unfamiliar surge of something. I dismiss the feeling. It is a useless emotion. Work is the antidote. I activate the intercom to my household manager's private line. "Mrs. Albright," I say, my voice flat, devoid of the turmoil churning in my gut. "Mr. Shaw," her voice replies, crisp and efficient. "My wife." The word feels foreign, a piece of a costume I'm now required to wear. My wife is in residence. I have some standing orders for her preferences. "Of course, sir. She drinks Silver Needle white tea from a specific importer in London. I have already had a supply rerouted here. It will arrive tomorrow. Ensure it is always available to her." I pause, picturing the file my researchers compiled months ago. She prefers Voss water still, no other brand. And when her belongings arrive from her apartment, they are to be unpacked by you personally. No one else is to handle them. Is that understood? "Perfectly, sir," Mrs. Albright replies, her voice betraying not a hint of surprise at the specificity of my commands. "Good. Discretion is why I pay her an obscene salary." That will be all. I cut the connection. The orders are a necessary component of maintaining the illusion of a seamless transition. They are strategic, not personal, a lie I almost believe. Next, I spent hours studying the real threat. On my monitor, I pull up the encrypted files on Owen's activities. The picture is far uglier than the sanitized version I presented to Cassidy. My nephew, in his infinite stupidity, did not just embezzle. He used the St. James shipping infrastructure as a laundering mechanism for the Reynosa cartel. The sums are staggering, the connections insidious. He thought he was a player, a clever boy skimming off the top. Instead, he was a useful idiot, And when he lost their money on a series of bad investments, he became a liability to them and to me. His flight was not just about avoiding jail time for embezzlement. It was about avoiding a shallow grave. And now, the cartel believes the St. James's family, and by extension, his new wife, might know where their money is. They are not sophisticated investors who can be placated with a press release. They are butchers. I have put her in the path of a freight train, and it is my responsibility to derail it. The cold, familiar logic of crisis management is a comfort. It is a problem with variables, threats, and solutions. It is a world I understand. The woman at the end of the hall is a world I do not. I need to see her. I need to assess her readiness for the next phase of our public campaign. It is a tactical necessity. I push back from my desk and walk down the hall, my footsteps silent on the dark stone floors. I stop before her door and knock once. A sharp, definitive rap. After a moment, she opens it. She has changed out of the black dress and into a simple set of gray silk pajamas. Her face is scrubbed clean of makeup, and her eyes are raw, but there are no tear tracks. Her composure is a work of art. She's rebuilt her walls with astonishing speed. She stands there, framed in the doorway, her arms crossed over her chest, a silent, defiant guard at the gate of her own gilded cage. "We have an engagement this coming Sunday," I state, my voice as neutral as I can make it. "The Children's Foundation Gala. It is the most high-profile event of the season. Our first public appearance as a married couple is non-negotiable." She does not flinch. Her expression remains perfectly, infuriatingly blank. But I see it. A tiny, repetitive movement. Her thumb is tapping, almost imperceptibly, against the side of her index finger. Tap, tap. Tap, a frantic, silent rhythm of contained anxiety. It is a new tell. A crack in the flawless marble. She is a storm contained in a teacup, and I am the only one who can see the tremor. "Of course," she says, voice a cool, detached whisper. "The United Front." I know the part I am expected to play. "Good," I say, though her easy compliance is more unsettling than any argument would have been. "The car will be ready at 7. I'm about to turn and leave, to retreat to the safety of my own calculations. But she speaks again, her voice stopping me cold. "Devlin." I turn back. She's not moved, but her gaze is sharp, direct. The tapping of her thumb has stopped. "Where is he?" she asks, her voice quiet but laced with steel. "Where is Owen?" I look at this magnificent, wounded woman demanding a truth I cannot give her, and for the first time since this calculated operation began, I find myself hesitating before giving the calculated lie. "He's somewhere he cannot be found." He made enemies, the kind that do not accept apologies or repayment plans, I reply, then turn on my heels, leaving her there. "You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?"
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla. Chapter 8. Cassidy. The dress is a sin rendered in midnight blue silk. It clings to every curve, pooling at my feet, with a neckline so scandalously low it would give my mother a coronary. The final touch is a spray of diamonds on loan from a jeweler, a cold, glittering constellation around my throat. I'm not a woman. I am a weapon, polished and aimed. Tonight is my debut as Cassidy St. James, Shaw, and the battlefield is the Children's Foundation Gala. Devlin is waiting for me in the main living area, a dark, imposing silhouette against the glittering city. He is in a custom tuxedo that makes him look less like a guest and more like the lord of some dark, dangerous kingdom. His eyes sweep over me, a slow, deliberate assessment from head to toe. The look is so intense, so possessive, it feels like a physical touch, a brand of heat against my skin. "The dress is effective," he says, voice a gravelly timbre that does strange, unwelcome things to my pulse. "It's armor," I reply, my voice cool. I refuse to let him see how his gaze unravels me. Standard issue for this kind of engagement. "An engagement is a business meeting," he corrects, stepping closer. The subtle, clean scent of his cologne reaches me, wrapping around my senses. "Tonight is not a meeting. It is a declaration of victory. You will not act like a soldier. You will act like a queen." He holds out his hand. His fingers are long, his knuckles scarred, a hand that has fought for and taken everything it has ever wanted. I place my hand in his. His grip is firm, inescapable. "Shall we go to war then?" I murmur. A flicker of something, a ghost of a smile, touches his lips. "The war is already over, Cassidy. Tonight is the coronation." The ballroom of the St. Regis is a glittering sea of old money and new power. Chandeliers drip diamonds of light from the ceiling. The air hums with the murmur of 1,000 conversations, the clink of crystal, and the scent of perfume and ambition. The moment we step through the grand archway, a ripple of silence spreads through the room. Every head turns. Every eye is on us. The whispers follow, a wave of speculation and gossip. Devlin's hand settles on my back, a gesture of proprietary ownership. His touch is a live wire, burning through the thin silk of my dress. He leans down, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. "Smile," he commands, his voice a low thrum of sound only I can hear. "You are a woman deeply in love with her new, powerful husband." I do as he says, tipping my head back to look at him, crafting a smile that is both dazzling and adoring. It is the performance of a lifetime. The first test comes in the form of Beatrice Vanderbilt, a woman whose diamonds are as sharp as her tongue, with her bulldog of a husband Arthur in tow. "Cassidy, darling," Beatrice coos, her voice dripping with a sympathy so false it could curdle cream. "We were all simply devastated to hear about the dreadful business with Owen. You have been so brave." The unspoken words hang in the air. "You were so brave to show your face after being so publicly humiliated." My training kicks into overdrive. Frame him as tragic, not as a villain. Frame me as compassionate, not as a fool. I place a hand on Devlin's tuxedo-clad arm, a gesture of wifely solidarity. "Thank you, Beatrice. It has been a difficult time. Owen is unwell. We're all hoping he gets the help he needs." Devlin, who has been a silent, imposing statue beside me, moves with startling fluidity. He leans down and presses a soft, lingering kiss to my temple. The gesture is so unexpected, so tender, that a genuine tremor runs through me. To the room, it is a gesture of profound, protective love. To me, it is a calculated move on a chessboard, a silent command. Play your part. "My wife is a testament to grace under pressure," Devlin says in a low, possessive rumble. His hand remains on my lower back, a constant, searing point of heat. Beatrice's eyes glitter, unsatisfied. "Still, it all happened so fast," she presses, her smile tightening. "One must admire the efficiency of it all, almost like a business deal. The warmth of Devlin's hand on my back turns to steel. The pressure increases, a silent warning. Before I can formulate a response, he turns his head, his gaze bypassing Beatrice entirely to land on her husband. "Arthur," Devlin says, his voice deceptively calm. "I was reviewing the quarterly reports for the Henderson acquisition this morning. There were some irregularities in the transportation logistics contracts. Your company's contracts, I believe." Arthur Vanderbilt, a man who regularly bellows on trading floors, visibly pales. The shift in power is instantaneous, a brutal, silent execution. "I'm sure it's just an oversight," Devlin continues, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper that only our small group can hear. "But you understand. In my position, I cannot afford to be associated with any ventures that lack integrity. And I would hate for anyone to question my wife's—" He looks back at Beatrice, a final dismissive glance. "It was a pleasure seeing you both." Then comes the live auction. It is the centerpiece of the evening, a chance for the city's elite to outdo one another in extravagant displays of philanthropy. The final item is announced, the Étoile de Minuit, a legendary sapphire and diamond necklace once owned by a Russian Grand Duchess. It is a breathtaking piece of history and art, a starburst of deep blue fire and white light. The bidding starts at $250,000. It climbs quickly. A tech billionaire, a shipping magnate. The numbers become astronomical. $500,000. $750,000. The room is buzzing. $1 million! The shipping magnate calls out, a smug, triumphant look on his face. The auctioneer raises his gavel. $1 million going once. $2 million. Devlin's voice cuts through the room like a shard of ice. It is not loud, but it commands absolute silence. Every head swivels to our table. The shipping magnate's face flushes a deep, angry red. $2 million from Mr. Shaw, the auctioneer stammers. He looks at the magnate, who hesitates, then shakes his head, defeated. Going once, going twice. Sold to Mr. Devlin Shaw. A polite ripple of applause fills the room. My face is burning. This is not philanthropy. This is a public claiming a multi-million-dollar declaration of ownership. He has just bought the most expensive, talked-about item of the night, and by extension, he has just bought me all over again in front of the entire world. A representative brings the necklace to our table in a velvet box. Devlin opens it. The sapphire glitters, a cold, dark heart. He stands, walks behind my chair, and without a word, removes the diamond necklace I am wearing. His fingers brush the nape of my neck, sending a jolt of pure electric shock through me. He fastens the Étoile de Minuit around my throat. It is heavy, cold, and magnificent. A collar fit for the queen he spoke of. "It suits you," he says in a low murmur against my hair. Later, while Devlin is signing the paperwork for the donation, I feel a presence slide up beside me, the cloying scent of designer cologne and opportunistic greed. "Cassidy St. James, Shaw," a slimy voice purrs. It has a nice ring to it, though I preferred the original arrangement. I turn. Felix Moreau, the tabloid journalist, is a snake in designer shoes, his eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "Felix," I say, my voice icy, "I'm surprised to see you at an event that requires a soul for entry." He chuckles. "Souls are so overrated. I'm more interested in stories. And yours is the story of the decade, the runaway groom, the mysterious uncle swooping in. Tell me, Cassidy, was it love at first sight? Or was the merger simply too big to fail?" The cold knot of dread I have been suppressing all night tightens in my stomach. "My private life is not for sale," I say, turning away. "Everything is for sale," he hisses, his voice dropping. "I have photos, you know. Owen looking quite panicked at a private airfield, and your new husband's right-hand man looking very much in control. It's a fascinating narrative. The air leaves my body in a sharp hiss. He knows. Before I can formulate a reply, a shadow falls over us. I believe my wife is finished with this conversation. Devlin is there. He did not seem to move, yet he is simply there. He does not look at Felix. He looks at me, icy gaze searching my face. He sees the fear, the panic I am trying so desperately to hide. He turns his head slowly, deliberately to face the journalist. "Mr. Moreau," Devlin says, his voice deceptively calm. "I'm a great believer in privacy, and I have a very, very long memory for those who do not respect it. If you ever approach my wife again, if you ever print her name in your pathetic little publication again, I will not sue you. I will simply buy the company that owns you and turn your office into a storage closet." He leans in, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. "And then I will come for you personally. Am I understood?" Felix Moreau, the man who has eviscerated celebrities and politicians without a flicker of remorse, turns a color I have never seen on a human being. He gives a jerky, terrified nod and practically flees, melting back into the crowd. Devlin turns back to me. His hand finds mine, his fingers wrapping around my wrist. It is time to go. The car ride home is a vortex of charged silence. The adrenaline from the confrontation with Felix, the humiliation and thrill of the auction, the weight of the new necklace on my skin, it all swirls inside me. A chaotic, confusing storm. Devlin says nothing, his profile a hard, unforgiving line in the darkness. He has protected me. He has also branded me. He has shown me his power, his ruthlessness, his unnerving perception. He has shown me the cage, and he has shown me how he will destroy anyone who comes near it. As the car glides into the silent garage, he finally speaks, his voice quiet in the enclosed space. "You did well." The simple praise, devoid of any artifice or strategy, lands with more intimacy than a kiss. It is an acknowledgement of my strength, my performance. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated connection in the cold, calculated contract of our lives. And it is, by far, the most dangerous thing that has happened all night.
Chapter 9. Devlin. A strange domestic detente settles over the penthouse. The sharp, defined edges of the first few days have blurred, bleeding into a rhythm of quiet, armed neutrality. We do not speak much. We are two celestial bodies orbiting a shared silent center, our paths crossing in the vast, sterile expanse of the main living area. In the morning, before we retreat to our separate empires, and again in the evening, sometimes sharing a meal in a silence so thick it is practically a third presence at the table. It should be enough. The objective has been achieved. The merger is secure. The St. James brand is stabilized. The press has devoured the narrative of the whirlwind romance, their hunger sated for now. Cassidy is here, in my home. I see her every morning, her hair wrapped in a silk scarf, her face free of the makeup she wears as armor for the outside world. I see her every evening, curled in a chair in the library, a book in her hands, a fortress of solitude around her. It is enough to see her, to know she is within these walls. This is what I tell myself. It is a lie. Watching her is like starving to death while looking at a banquet through a plate glass window. I see the intelligence in her eyes as she dissects a business proposal, the flicker of wry humor when she speaks to Jaden on the phone, the quiet grace of her movements. She's more formidable, more captivating than my 2 years of surveillance ever suggested. My obsession, once a cold, calculated thing, is taking on a heat that is beginning to compromise the structural integrity of my control. Tonight, the familiar restlessness drives me to my office. The city glitters below, a kingdom of light and shadow that has always been my domain. On my central monitor, a web of encrypted communications and security feeds paints a picture of my world. It is a world of order, of threats identified and neutralized before they can ever form. An alert flashes in the corner of my screen. Incoming call, penthouse landline. It is an archaic piece of technology I maintain for one reason. No one has this number. No one except a handful of assets and a ghost. My hand freezes over the mouse. My security protocols are absolute. This call should not be possible. I activate the audio feed, my system already beginning a trace. There is a moment of static, then a voice distorted by a modulator, a low synthetic rasp that grates against the silence. Is the pretty bride there? Ice, colder and sharper than any I have ever known, floods my veins. The muscles in my jaw clamp down so hard my teeth ache. I have a message for her. From an old business partner of her first fiancé. The voice chuckles, a wet, ugly sound. He owes us a debt, a very large one. We think maybe she can help us find him, or perhaps she can help us collect. The line goes dead. I stare at the monitor, at the trace failed. Multiple ghost routers message flashing in red. A professional. They have breached my walls, spoken into the heart of my fortress, and vanished. They have threatened her. Her. The cold logic of the crisis manager wars with a surge of white-hot fury. The threat has tested my defenses sooner than I anticipated. They are not waiting. They are hunting. And they see her as the bait. I slam my finger on the intercom. Martin, my office. Now. He's there in less than a minute. His face an impassive mask, but his eyes are sharp, already sensing the shift in the atmosphere. I do not waste time on pleasantries. The landline was compromised, I state, my voice a low, controlled snarl. The Reynosa cartel just sent a message. Martin's expression does not change, but a new stillness comes over him. What was the message? They asked for Cassidy. They mentioned Owen's debt. They are making a direct play, Martin says, his tone grim. They are testing our response. My response, I say, my voice dropping lower, colder, will be to burn their entire operation to the ground. I rise from my chair, the restless energy in my gut too potent to remain still. I pace the length of the office. The city lights a blur of motion. They found a vulnerability. The trace failed. I want to know how they got this number. I want to know who is talking. I want our assets in Mexico City to find the man who gave this order, and I want him taken off the board, permanently. Consider it done, Martin says, already tapping commands into his encrypted tablet. But it is not enough. The threat is not an abstract on a screen anymore. It is here, in this building. It has spoken her name. A primal, protective instinct overrides every calculated strategy in my mind. I need to see her. I need to know she is safe. That is all, I say, dismissing him. He nods and slips out of the office as silently as he entered. I walk down the hall, my footsteps soundless on the cold stone. Her door is closed. I raise my hand to knock, to warn her, to begin the process of locking her down in a way that will feel like a prison. But I hesitate. Warning her now will only cause fear, and fear is a variable I cannot control. I need to see, to assess. I enter the security override code on the keypad beside her door, a system she does not know exists. The lock disengages with a nearly silent click. I push the door open a few inches. The room is dark, save for the ambient glow of the city lights filtering through the glass wall. She is asleep, curled on her side in the center of the massive bed, her face turned toward the door. The moonlight, or what passes for it in this city, traces the elegant curve of her cheek, the soft line of her lips. Her breathing is a soft, even rhythm in the stillness. She looks peaceful, untouched. She looks like a woman who believes she is safe. And I am the man who has brought the wolves to her door. All my plans, all my preparations, all the cold, hard logic that led me to this point, it all evaporates in the face of this one undeniable truth. I set this in motion, believing I could control every outcome, protect every flank. but I have failed to account for the most critical vulnerability. In my quest to possess the Queen, I've made her the primary target on the board. Watching her sleep, so utterly unaware of the violence that is circling her, I realize my calculated plan has put the one person I want to protect directly in the line of fire.
Chapter 10. Cassidy. I wake with a gasp, the dream dissolving into shadows. It's the same one I've had every night this week. I'm standing in my wedding gown by the lake, and the water is rising, cold and dark, swirling around my ankles. I try to run, but the silk of the dress is impossibly heavy, dragging me down. The feeling of being watched prickles across my skin, a primal sense of unease that has very little to do with the dream. My eyes snap open. The room is dark, but not empty. A shape, a shadow darker than the others, stands just outside my open door. The breath stops in my throat. I sit up, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. Who's there? The shadow moves, stepping into a sliver of moonlight from the window. Devlin. He is fully dressed in a dark suit, as if he just walked in from a late-night meeting, but his tie is gone, and the top button of his shirt is undone. It's the most disheveled I have ever seen him. "I did not mean to wake you," he says in a low, gravelly sound that is somehow rougher than usual. "What are you doing?" I demand, my voice sharper than I intend, a shield against the unnerving sight of him standing watch over me while I slept. I pull the sheet up to my chin, a useless barrier. He does not answer immediately. He just looks at me, his icy eyes intense, almost raw. The calculated mask he wears is gone, and in its place is something I have never seen before, something that looks unsettlingly like a man on the edge. The muscles in his jaw are a hard, tight knot. "Something's wrong," I say. The air in the room is thick with it, a palpable tension that suffocates. I can feel it. I push myself up, swinging my legs over the side of the bed. "Don't you dare tell me this is about Owen's enemies again, Devlin. I'm not a child. I know that part of the story. Something happened tonight to bring you to my door." His expression flickers, a slight widening of his eyes that tells me my words have hit their mark. He is not used to being challenged so directly, especially not by me. "The journalist, Felix Moreau." I press on, my mind racing, connecting the dots from the gala. He knew something. He knew about an airfield, and he knew about Martin being there. This is more than just some vague debt, isn't it? "It does not concern you," he says flatly, the mask of control snapping back into place. "Everything in this penthouse concerns me," I retort, my voice rising. I am standing now, marching toward him. The fear from my dream is transmuting into a hot, cleansing anger. "My entire life concerns you, remember? You made it your business. So don't you dare stand there and feed me condescending lies when the danger you imported is now standing outside my bedroom door." I stop a few feet from him. He is a wall of muscle and shadow, but I do not back down. I lift my chin, meeting his gaze head on. "What happened tonight?" He watches me, his expression unreadable, but I see the war in his eyes, the instinct to protect versus the habit of control. "They made contact," he says finally, the admission quiet, reluctant, and utterly terrifying. "Here, tonight." The words land like a physical blow. The abstract threat I've been imagining has just become a concrete, immediate reality. The wolves are not circling the fortress. They have found a way inside. "Here? How?" "That is a security matter I am handling." "A security matter?" A bitter laugh escapes my lips. "This isn't a server breach, Devlin. This is my life. Are they listening to us right now? Watching us?" "I am keeping you safe," he growls, his control finally snapping. He closes the distance between us in a single predatory stride. His hands come up to grip my upper arms. his touch firm, almost bruising. The heat of him, the sheer size of him, is overwhelming. I am keeping you safe from a mess my nephew created. A mess you knew about all along. I shoot back, my heart drumming against my ribs. I am too close to him, close enough to see the silver threads at his temples, the pale scar on his chin. This isn't some noble act, Devlin. You used his crisis to get what you wanted, right? You put me in this cage, and now you are surprised the wolves are at the door? What do you really want from me? And don't say it's just for family, Devlin. His grip tightens, his eyes blazing with an emotion so fierce, so raw, it steals the breath from my lungs. You have no idea what I have done to protect you, he says, snarling intensely. You have no idea the world you were about to step into. His omissions are as telling as his words. He is admitting everything and nothing. He is confirming my deepest suspicion. I am not a partner in this arrangement. I am a pawn, a valuable piece in a game whose rules I do not know. That's why I'm asking you. I need to know what's going on, Devlin. You need to tell me this is how marriage is supposed to work. He doesn't answer. His eyes shows nothing. He's an expressionless machine. The fight drains out of me, replaced by a cold, hollow certainty. I stop struggling against his grip, my body going still. I look from his furious, possessive eyes to the heavy platinum band on my finger, a cold, foreign weight. It is not just a ring, it is a target. I look back up at him, my voice a quiet, desolate whisper. What exactly did I marry into, Devlin? Chapter 11. Cassidy. The aftermath of our confrontation is not a storm, but a quiet, unnerving shift in the atmospheric pressure of the penthouse. The unspoken truce is broken, and he still hasn't given me the answer to my question. The polite distance we maintained has collapsed, replaced by a hyper-awareness, a tense, silent watchfulness. He has shown me the bars of my cage, and now I am studying the zookeeper. My days take on a new rhythm. I am no longer just coexisting. I am an anthropologist conducting a study of one. I observe him like a hawk, my eyes tracking his every move, hungry for the secrets he keeps locked behind that cold, impassive facade. Jaden visits on a Tuesday, sweeping into the penthouse like a hurricane of color and commentary. My God, it's even more soulless than I imagined, he declares, spinning in the midst of the living area. It's like a villain's lair from a Bond movie. Where does he keep the sharks with laser beams? In the pool, obviously, I say, a dry smile touching my lips. Obviously. He plops onto the severe white sofa, his gaze sharp and probing. So, how is married life with the Prince of Darkness? Has he chained you to the bedpost yet? And if so, were they velvet cuffs? Jaden, I warn, but there is no heat in it. I'm just asking, he says, holding up his hands. You're living with the man who is single-handedly responsible for 50% of the city's female population needing to change their underwear. You can't blame a boy for being curious. He leans forward, his voice dropping. Seriously, though, how are you? I hesitate, tracing the rim of my teacup. Silver needle white tea, my absolute favorite, which appeared in the kitchen the day after I moved in without a word from him. I'm fine. Fine, Jaden scoffs. Cassie, fine is what you say when your souffle collapses. It is not what you say when you have been blackmailed into a marriage with a ruthless, emotionally constipated billionaire who looks at you like you are the last glass of water in a desert. His words are a little too accurate for comfort. I deny it, of course. I tell him he's being absurd, that this is a business arrangement, nothing more. Jaden just smiles a knowing, infuriating smile. We spend the next hour talking about everything and nothing at the same time. All right, darling, you keep telling yourself that, he says, rising to leave. He smooths down his already perfect jacket. Just don't come crying to me when you find yourself pressed against one of these cold marble walls, begging him to tell you what a bad girl you've been. He winks, blowing me a kiss as he heads for the elevator. Ciao. His parting words leave my cheeks burning. I retreat to the library, a 2-story sanctuary of books and blessed silence, hoping to escape my own traitorous thoughts. I find a business journal I need to read, but the one I'm looking for is on the highest shelf, a good 12 feet up. I retrieve the rolling ladder, the old-fashioned wood a warm contrast to the room's modern steel accents. I climb, the wheels groaning in protest, but the book is still just out of reach. I stretch, my fingers brushing the spine, when a low voice from below startles me. Allow me. I look down. Devlin stands at the bottom of the ladder, his presence so silent I hadn't even heard him enter. He is watching me, his hands in the pockets of his trousers, his expression unreadable. I have it, I say tightly. You do not, he states, a simple, infuriating fact. He moves to the ladder, placing one hand on the rail beside my leg. His proximity is overwhelming. The clean masculine scent of him wrapping around me. Come down. It is a command, not a request. My pride bristles, but I descend, acutely aware of his gaze on me the entire time. I step off the last rung and he is there, a wall of muscle and will. He moves past me and ascends the ladder with an easy, athletic grace. I find myself watching the way the fine fabric of his shirt stretches taut across his broad back, the coiled strength in his shoulders and arms, as he reaches up and plucks the heavy volume from the shelf as if it weighs nothing. He descends and turns to me, the book in his hand. Here, he says. Thank you, I manage, my voice barely a whisper. Our fingers brush as I take it from him. It is a fleeting, accidental touch, but a jolt of pure, unadulterated electricity arcs between us. It is sharp and hot and shocking. I snatch my hand back as if I have been burned. His eyes meet mine, and for a heart-stopping moment, the mask is gone. I see a flicker of the same surprise, the same raw awareness. In their icy depths, the air crackles, thick with the unspoken, undeniable truth of what just passed between us. It is a fascinating text on hostile acquisitions, he says, his voice gravelly, breaking the spell. Though I find the author's views on leveraged buyouts to be somewhat naive. I am momentarily stunned by his knowledge. You've read it? I have read everything in this room, he says. Knowledge is the only weapon that cannot be taken from you. He holds my gaze for a moment longer, then gives a curt nod and turns to leave. The professional distance has been reestablished, but the energy in the room has been irrevocably altered. That night, sleep is a distant country I cannot reach. The brief charged encounter in the library replays in my mind, a relentless loop of sensation and surprise. Restless, I pad out of my room for a glass of water. As I pass his office, I see a sliver of light from under the door. It is nearly 2 a.m. I pause, listening. There is no sound, no murmur of a late-night call. Drawn by a curiosity I cannot name, I move closer. The heavy door is not quite shut, leaving a dark, vertical gap. I peek through. He is not working. He is standing by the window, staring down at the city. But his focus is on a small old black and white photograph in his hands. I cannot see the image, but I can see the look on his face. In the dim light, the hard lines of his expression have softened. The ruthless strategist is gone, replaced by a man lost in a memory, a profound sadness in his eyes that is so naked, so vulnerable. It feels like I'm intruding on something sacred. He is not a black hole. He is a man with a ghost. What makes him vulnerable? What brings the look in his eyes? I step away in a hurry, as if his secrets are chasing after me. The next afternoon, I am back in the library. trying to lose myself in a novel, but my thoughts are a tangled mess. The powerful man on the ladder, the intellectual who has read every book, the grieving man with the photograph, they are all the same person. My notebook is open on the cushion beside me, filled with my frantic, unspoken questions about him. It is the only place I can be honest. The silence is broken by his voice. I believe this is yours. My head snaps up. Devlin stands before me, holding out my notebook. My stomach plummets, a sickening lurch that leaves me hollow. I must have left it in the kitchen this morning. He found it. He read it. Ice floods my veins. I reach for it, my hand trembling. Did you? I did not read it, he says, his voice quiet, almost gentle. A person's private thoughts are their own. His words are so unexpected, so contrary to the controlling man I thought he was, that I am left speechless. His respect for my privacy is a vivid contrast to the vulnerability I secretly witnessed last night. He holds it out, and as I take it, our fingers brush again. This time, the contact is deliberate, a whisper of skin against skin, and the jolt is even more potent. It is not just electricity, it is a current of shared secret knowledge. Then just as quickly, the shutters slam down. The emotion is gone, replaced by the familiar cool neutrality. Without another word, he turns and walks away, leaving me with my heart thrumming against my ribs, the ghost of his touch still sizzling on my skin.
Chapter 12. Devlin. The morning after the charged encounter in the library, the ghost of her touch, that brief, shocking brush of skin, is a brand on my hand. I spent the remainder of the night staring at a photograph I have not looked at in a decade, the past and present colliding in a way that disrupts the equilibrium I have spent my life perfecting. I am in my office. Not the one in the penthouse, which has become compromised territory, but my true seat of power 60 floors above the city. Here there is only the quiet hum of servers, the scent of steel and glass, and the cold, hard data of the Reynosa cartel's operations spread across my monitors. This is a world of facts and figures, of threats that can be quantified and eliminated. It is a world I understand. I'm attempting to re-establish the cold logic that her presence in my home has begun to systematically dismantle. My focus splinters. The data on the screen blurs. Instead of cartel supply routes, I see her face, the fury in her eyes, the intelligence, the vulnerability. I open the bottom drawer of my desk, the one that is not connected to any security system, the one only I can access. From beneath a stack of old, irrelevant schematics, I retrieve a small, worn leather wallet. Inside, behind a yellowed plastic film, is the photograph. It is black and white, the corners soft with time. A young man with my eyes, but a smile I have never possessed, leans against a vintage convertible. My brother, Daniel. He's all easy charm and reckless joy, the golden sun to my cold, distant moon. His arm is slung around the shoulders of a woman, and he is looking at her with an expression of such pure, unguarded love that it is still a physical pain to witness. The woman is Eleonora, and she could be Cassidy's twin. It is not just the physical resemblance, though that is uncanny. The same dark, expressive eyes, the same elegant curve of her jaw, the same graceful poise. It is the light in her. The quiet, intelligent fire. The strength that is not a challenge, but a fact. In the photo, Eleonora is laughing, her head thrown back, a picture of life and joy. A joy my brother's weakness extinguished. I failed to control him, and in doing so, I failed to protect her. The guilt is a familiar poison, a cold tide that rises in my chest. This is my failure, the wound around which my entire life has been rebuilt. My executive assistant's voice, filtered through the intercom, is a jarring intrusion. "Mr. Shaw, your wife is here to see you. It seems to be urgent." The words hang in the air. Your wife. A ghost from the past and her living echo, converging on me in my own fortress. I slide the photograph back into its hiding place and shut the drawer with a definitive click. Just as the frosted glass doors to my office slide open, Cassidy storms in. There's no other word for it. She moves with the controlled fury of a storm front, her face a mask of sharp, cold anger. She is dressed in a cream-colored sheath dress that is both professional and utterly feminine. Her hair pulled back in a severe, elegant knot. She is magnificent and terrifying. "Did you have me followed?" she demands, her voice low and tight. She does not wait for an answer. She places her hands on the edge of my desk, leaning forward, claiming my space as her own. "I went for a walk this morning, to clear my head." A few blocks from the penthouse, an old woman with a bucket of flowers approached me. She was harmless, Devlin. She probably weighed 90 pounds. Before she could even ask if I wanted to buy a rose, two men, your men, I presume, materialized out of nowhere. They grabbed her. They neutralized her, I believe was the term one of them used. They terrified a harmless old woman selling flowers on a street corner. Is this my life now? I look at the fire in her espresso eyes, at the righteous fury radiating from her. My first instinct is a surge of pure rage, not at her, but at the situation. She left the secure perimeter without authorization. She exposed herself. The flower vendor could have been an assassin with a poison needle. The fact that she was not is irrelevant. I do not apologize. I use her transgression as the justification it is. Your unsanctioned excursion this morning has demonstrated that the current security protocols are insufficient, I state, my voice clinical, devoid of emotion. I lean back in my chair, creating a deliberate distance between us. Therefore, the following new measures are effective immediately. I tick them off, my tone as cold and hard as the steel girders of this building. 1. You will no longer use a commercial car service, the one you've been using whenever you don't want to drive. A driver from my personal team will transport you. 2. Your personal mobile phone is a security risk. It will be replaced with this. I slide a slim, black, encrypted device across the desk. It will be monitored. 3. Your movements outside the penthouse will be restricted to pre-approved business engagements only. Any personal trips must be cleared through Martin Hale 24 hours in advance. I hold her gaze. I expect your full compliance. She stares at me, her expression shifting from fury to a kind of stunned disbelief. She pushes back from the desk, a bitter, humorless laugh escaping her lips. Compliance? You think I'm a child to be managed? An employee to be given directives? I think you are a target who's behaving recklessly. I am a woman who is trying to breathe, she shoots back, her voice rising. She begins to pace in front of my desk, a caged panther in my sterile domain. I refuse to be a prisoner. She stops and turns to face me, her eyes narrowing with a sharp, strategic light. The fury is now focused, honed to a razor's edge. This isn't just about Owen's dead, is it? I know that's the catalyst, but this level of response, this complete lockdown, it is disproportionate. A simple debt doesn't warrant this. What else is there? Is this not just about money anymore? I remain silent, watching her. Internally, I am torn. A surge of profound, almost painful admiration for her strategic mind, the very reason for my obsession, collides with a spike of pure primal fury that she's defying my authority, refusing to be a protected asset. She is not supposed to question the parameters of her safety. She is supposed to accept them. But she is not finished. She takes a step closer, her voice dropping, her words a series of precise, intuitive strikes. The phone call the other time. This over-the-top bodyguards. This isn't about some loan shark Owen crossed, is it? She holds my gaze, and her next words land like a grenade in the quiet, controlled space of my office. This feels organized. Coordinated, like cartel business. The word hangs suspended in the air between us. A direct hit. For a moment, my control falters. I see the suspicion in her eyes. She saw through the lies, through the omissions, and straight to the heart of the threat. I recover, my mask of cold authority slamming back into place. I stand up, a deliberate, dismissive motion. I am the one in command here. Your only concern, I say, my voice like a blade of pure, cold steel, is to follow my instructions. That is all. I turn away from her, toward the window overlooking my city, a clear, final dismissal. I hear the sharp hiss of her indrawn breath. For a moment she does not move. Then I hear the click of her heels as she turns and walks out of my office, the glass doors sliding shut behind her, leaving a crackling, defiant energy in her wake. The silence that follows is heavy, charged. She did not win the argument, but I did not win either. A moment later, the door slides open again. It is Martin Hale. He walks in, holding a tablet. "Sir," he says, his face grim. He gives his report on the Reynosa cartel's movements, on the assets we have in play, on the escalating chatter. He finishes, but he does not leave. He gazes at me, his expression uncharacteristically grave. "Sir," he says, his voice quiet, "the intel from Mexico City is confirmed. They are not just looking for the money anymore. Your personal involvement, the public nature of your new marriage, is escalating their interest in her. You are no longer containing the threat." He pauses, letting the devastating weight of his next words land. "You are becoming the reason for it."
Chapter 13. Cassidy. The rage is a living thing inside me, a hot, restless coil in my gut. It has been simmering all day, ever since I walked out of his corporate fortress, his new suffocating rules ringing in my ears. He did not just dismiss my intelligence. He punished me for it. He saw my defiance and responded by tightening the bars of my gilded cage. I eat dinner alone at the vast, empty dining table. The sea bass prepared by his private chef is exquisite, a masterpiece of culinary art that tastes like ash in my mouth. I am a prisoner, being served her last meal in a palace. The silence of the penthouse is an accomplice to my isolation, amplifying the sound of my own furious thoughts. He has not come home, or if he has remained in his own wing, a ghost in the opposite side of this sprawling mausoleum. The thought is both a relief and an insult. He dictates the terms of my imprisonment and does not even have the decency to show his face. Sleep is impossible. The anger has curdled into a frantic, restless energy that will not let me settle. I pace my room, the silk of my pajamas whispering against my skin. I need to move, to burn off this impotent fury before it consumes me whole. A dull, rhythmic thudding sound echoes from the far end of the penthouse. It is a heavy, brutal sound, one I have not heard before. Thump, thump, thwack, thump, thump, thwack. Drawn by a curiosity that overrides my anger, I follow the sound down the silent, darkened hallway, past his office, to a door I have never opened, the gym. I push the door open a crack. The room is vast, filled with sleek black machines that look more like instruments of torture than tools for fitness. And in the center, he is there. He is stripped to a pair of black workout shorts, his torso bare. Sweat gleams on his skin, carving paths through the dark blonde hair on his chest, slicking his skin under the harsh, focused light. He is attacking a heavy punching bag with a brutal, relentless intensity. His shoulders, which I have only ever seen constrained by tailored suits, are a revelation of bunched, powerful muscle. Every line of his body is coiled with a violent, controlled grace. This is not a workout. It is an exorcism. He is channeling a rage that mirrors my own, pouring it into the worn leather of the bag. Thump, thump, thwack. I watch, unseen, mesmerized by the raw, unguarded display of power. He is not the cold, calculating businessman now. He is something more primal, more dangerous. And as he turns, resetting his stance, my eyes catch on something I have only glimpsed before. A faint, puckered scar that runs along the inside of his left wrist, a pale, jagged line against his tanned skin. It is a mark of a past pain, a vulnerability he cannot hide, a crack in the impenetrable armor. My anger, so hot and sharp just moments ago, begins to cool, complicated by a new, unwelcome emotion. Curiosity. It's the same thing that has been hounding me for days. He is not just a monster of control. He is a wounded man. I can't help but question. What happened to him? My feet move before my mind can object. I walk to the small refrigerated unit in the corner of the gym and retrieve a bottle of water. The plastic is cool and solid in my hand. I am not offering comfort. I am making a move. I am initiating contact on my terms. I walk toward him, my bare feet silent on the rubberized floor. He does not notice me until I am just a few feet away. "You're going to dehydrate," I say, voice quiet, but edged with the day's lingering anger. He stops, his gloved fist buried halfway into the punching bag. He turns his head, his chest heaving, sweat dripping from his jaw. His icy gray-blue eyes, usually so controlled, are wild, stormy with exertion, and something deeper. He is genuinely surprised to see me. The surprise is a vulnerability in itself. The air is rich with the scent of leather, sweat, and him. The only sounds are the squeak of his gloves as he slowly withdraws his fist from the bag and the ragged sound of our breathing. I hold out the bottle of water. I'd offer you a towel, but I'm not sure if that's been pre-approved by your security team. The barb lands. The surprise in his eyes hardens, the storm turning to ice. The protocols are for your safety. Are they? I challenge, not backing down. Or are they for your peace of mind, a way to manage the asset you acquired? He pulls off his gloves, his movements slow, deliberate, a display of contained violence. He takes the bottle from me, his fingers brushing against mine. The contact is a spark in the dark, a jolt of heat that has absolutely nothing to do with the temperature of the room. He does not drink. He just holds it, his knuckles white. "You believe you are being punished," he says, voice a rough growl. "You are not. You are being protected from a world you do not understand." "Then make me understand," I retort. "Stop treating me like a liability to be managed. Stop hiding behind your walls and your rules. You talk about annihilating threats, but you won't even face me." He takes a step closer, and my breath catches. The sheer size of him, stripped of the civilizing armor of his suit, is overwhelming. You mistake a lack of information for a lack of respect. It is the opposite. I'm respecting your safety by keeping you ignorant of the specifics. "That's not respect, Devlin," I say, my voice dropping. "That's control." He stares at me for a long, charged moment, the air crackling between us. He finally twists the cap on the water bottle and drinks, his throat working. The sound raw and real in the stillness. He drains half the bottle before lowering it, his eyes never leaving mine. "Thank you," he says. The words are rough, a gravelly sound and torn from a throat raw with exertion. It is not an apology. It is a dismissal. The conversation is over. He is so close I can feel the heat rolling off his skin in waves, a furnace of raw physical power. My eyes drop to his wrist, to the pale, jagged line of the scar, and I have to physically clench my fists at my sides to fight the overwhelming, insane urge to reach out, to trace the mark with my fingertips, to ask the question I know I have no right to ask.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promised to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla. Chapter 14. Cassidy. My mother arrives precisely at 2 o'clock in the afternoon as I read some files, working from home. Her presence is an immediate disruption to the quiet, charged atmosphere of the penthouse. She sweeps into the main living area, her sharp Louboutin heels clicking against the stone floor like a countdown. She is dressed in a navy blue suit so severely tailored it looks like a weapon, her Chanel bag held in her hand like a shield. Her eyes, the same dark shade as mine but colder, do a swift, critical sweep of the room, cataloging everything and approving of nothing. "Cassidy," she says, her voice sounding as crisp as a freshly printed stock report. She pecks the air near my cheek, the scent of her expensive, unforgiving perfume enveloping me for a moment. But her first words are not of concern. They are a complaint. "I had to make an appointment to see my own daughter," she states, her voice tight with indignation. She gestures vaguely toward the elevator. "That gorilla your husband has posted in the lobby demanded to see my identification. And my calls to your personal cell now go directly to some security consultant named Martin. What in God's name is going on, Cassidy? Has he locked you in an ivory tower?" I pour her a glass of water. Voss, still, just as Devlin commanded, my hand steady despite the tremor of annoyance inside me. "The security protocols have been updated." Naomi makes a small, impatient sound, a little puff of air that dismisses my words as naive and irrelevant. "Do not be a child, Cassidy. This is not a security protocol. It is a leash. He is isolating you. Tell me, has he made any moves to install his own people at St. James? What has he said to you about the board?" The questions are a barrage of strategic concerns. Not once does she ask how I am. Not once does she ask if I am afraid. She asks about her board seats. The familiar cold reality of our relationship settles over me. "We don't discuss business," I say, my voice carefully neutral. "That's part of our arrangement." "And you accepted that?" She scoffs. "He is a shark who has smelled blood in the water for years, and our family was bleeding. Do you truly think he did this out of the goodness of his heart? Do you think he's genuinely interested in you? That he's doing whatever he's doing for you?" A hot, ugly spike of resentment flares in my chest, and to my absolute shock, it is not directed at Devlin. It is directed at her. The thought rises, unbidden and ferocious. She doesn't get to say that. Only I do. The notion is so irrational, so fiercely possessive, it startles me. This strange, dangerous, transactional life is mine. She is an outsider, and she does not have the right to critique the man at the center of it. "He saved this family, Mother," I say, my voice quiet but firm. "He acquired this family," she corrects, her tone cutting. "He saw an opportunity and he took it. He is a ruthless, manipulative man, Cassidy. He will use you to get what he wants, and then discard you when the ink is dry on the merger. You have let him back you into a corner. You are his asset now." Her words are meant to sound like a warning, like a mother's concern. But they land like an insult, She is not just questioning his motives. She is questioning my intelligence, my agency. She is implying I am a fool, a pawn being moved by a master, the same way she has moved me my entire life. And what would you have me do? I ask, my voice taking on an icy edge that mirrors her own. Be your spy in his home? You agreed to this marriage, Mother. I would have you be smart, she snaps, her composure finally cracking. He has you trapped here under the guise of protecting you? The rage that has been simmering since my confrontation with Devlin in his office boils over. Was I ever anything but an asset to you? The question drops into the sterile silence of the room like a stone. My mother freezes, her mouth slightly open. She stares at me as if she has never seen me before. What did you just say? She whispers, her voice dangerously quiet. I was an asset to be merged. A queen to be married off to secure the St. James legacy. I continue, the words pouring out of me, a torrent of long-suppressed truth. The only difference between you and him, Mother, is that he is honest about the fact that this is a transaction. He has never once pretended it was for my own good. That is a monstrous thing to say, she breathes, her face pale. Is it? I'm standing now, pacing in front of the vast window, the city a blur of indifferent lights. He may be a shark, but at least he swims in the open. When a photographer tried to exploit my humiliation, he didn't issue a press release. He destroyed the threat. When he saw a weakness, he didn't manipulate it behind my back. He laid the file on the table and told me the price of my choice. It was brutal, yes, but it was honest. When was the last time you were truly honest with me about anything other than a balance sheet? Naomi rises from the sofa, her posture rigid, her face a mask of hurt, wounded pride. She has no answer. I have rendered my mother speechless. She picks up her bag, her movements stiff and jerky. I see he has already gotten to you, she says in a low, venomous hiss. I had hoped you were stronger than that. She walks to the elevator, not looking back. The doors slide open and she steps inside. For a moment, she just stands there, watching me, her expression unreadable. Then the doors slide shut, and she is gone. I stand alone in the vast, silent room, my heart hammering against my ribs, my breath coming in short, sharp gasps. The adrenaline of the confrontation drains away, leaving me hollow and trembling. I wrap my arms around myself, a poor substitute for the comfort I have never known. The echo of my own words, my own passionate, unexpected defense of the man who owns me, rings in my ears. Why? Why did I defend him so fiercely?
Chapter 15. Devlin. I arrive back at the penthouse as the city is beginning to bleed into dusk. The day was a brutal exercise in damage control and strategic aggression, a series of moves and counter-moves against the Reynosa cartel that have left a metallic taste of battle in my mouth. I expect to find the penthouse in its usual state of quiet, armed neutrality. I do not. I hear their voices before I even round the corner into the main living area. Naomi's, sharp and cutting, and Cassidy's, a low, firm counterpoint. I stop in the shadows of the hallway, a practice in surveillance that is as natural to me as breathing. I catch the end of their argument. I hear Naomi's accusations, that I am a manipulator, a shark, that I have trapped her daughter. And then I hear Cassidy. She does not agree with her mother. She does not capitulate. She pushes back, her voice a blade of pure, cold steel. I listen, my body rigid as she defends me. Not my actions, but my nature. She calls me a shark who swims in the open, brutal but honest. She sees the ruthlessness not as a flaw, but as a form of integrity. She understands the language of power. She understands me in a way no one ever has. The quiet whir of the ventilation system fades to nothing. The world narrows to the sound of her voice. It's a fundamental shift the deep groaning sound of a glacier calving, a piece of my frozen, controlled world breaking away and crashing into a sea of something warm and unfamiliar. The elevator doors hiss shut, signaling Naomi's departure. I do not retreat. I wait. A moment later, I hear Naomi's sharp, impatient heels clicking down the private hall toward the guest elevator. I step out of the shadows, blocking her path. She stops, a flicker of surprise, and then annoyance, crossing her features. Devlin. Naomi, I say, my voice dangerously quiet. A word. I gesture toward the elevator. Outside. We ride the elevator down to the lobby in a thick, charged silence. I lead her past my security team to a secluded alcove near the entrance. I will say this only once, I begin, my voice a low, flat command. Stay away from my wife. Naomi gives a sharp, incredulous laugh. Your wife? She is my daughter. I was merely expressing a mother's concern. Let us not pretend you have a maternal bone in your body, I counter, stepping closer, forcing her to look up at me. I have read your files, Naomi. I know you. You were prepared to sell your daughter to my nephew to secure a merger. When that failed, you were prepared to sell her to me or to anyone who would offer you the right price. You are a cold, calculating woman who sees her own child as collateral. So do not insult my intelligence by feigning concern. Her face hardens, the false maternal warmth evaporating to reveal the cold, hard opportunist beneath. She is unhappy. This arrangement is taking its toll. She's under my protection, I state. And my protection extends to all threats, including you. Naomi's eyes glitter with a sudden new calculation. The mask is off completely. She is a St. James, and as the head of that family, her well-being is tied to the well-being of the company. Perhaps a larger share in the newly merged entity would ease my concerns. There it is, the real motive, not love, not concern. A shakedown. The muscle in my cheek clenches. You want more steak, I say, my voice cold as ice. After I saved your company from ruin. A gesture of goodwill, she says, her voice smooth as poison, to ensure a harmonious family partnership. Here is my counteroffer, I say, leaning in, my voice becoming a whisper she cannot mistake for anything but a threat. I will transfer an additional 2% of the voting shares to your name. In return, you will stay away from Cassidy. You will not call her. You will not visit. You will not strategize with her, unless there is a true life or death emergency. I will not have you upsetting my wife with your toxic manipulations. I hold her gaze. And if you think for 1 second that you can use this situation to blackmail me or her for more, you are sorely mistaken. I can make you disappear from the board, Naomi. And then from everywhere else. The fear in her eyes is real. She knows it is not an idle threat. She gives a single nod. Understood. Good. I turn and walk away, leaving her in the cold marble lobby. Back in the penthouse, the echo of Cassidy's fierce, unexpected defense collides with the ugliness of her mother's transaction. An unfamiliar surge of something potent and fierce washes through me. It is more than protectiveness. It is a possessive, primal claim, a feeling so overwhelming it threatens to breach the walls of my control. I retreat to my office. The plans and data on my monitors seem irrelevant. I walk to the hidden safe behind the painting. Inside is the small box wrapped in black paper. I had it acquired days ago, a first edition of an obscure book of poetry I knew she loved. I have been debating whether to give it to her, a strategic gesture to be deployed at an opportune moment. Her words were not strategic. They were real. My response must be the same. I take the box from the safe. I walk down the silent hall to her door. I can hear the soft murmur of a television from within. She is awake. I do not knock. To face her now with this unfamiliar warmth churning in my gut would be a tactical error. I place the small, unlabeled box on the floor directly in front of her door. A silent, anonymous offering. I hesitate for only a second. Then I turn and walk away, the sound of my footsteps swallowed by the oppressive silence of the penthouse. I've just made a move in a game I do not fully understand, for stakes that are no longer purely strategic, and I'm clueless as to what will happen next.
Chapter 16. Cassidy. The book sits on the kitchen island like a beautiful, exquisitely crafted bomb. I found the small black-wrapped box outside my door late last night. Inside, the worn, leather-bound spine and the faded gold lettering of the title were a shock so profound it felt like a physical blow. A first-edition copy of Gwendolyn Bennett's The Vain Goose, my favorite collection of poetry. An obscure volume I once mentioned in a single interview 3 years ago. It is not a gift. It is a message. I know you. I wait for him. When he enters the kitchen for his morning coffee, a dark, imposing figure in a perfectly tailored suit, I am ready. The book is placed squarely in the heart, the marble island, a silent accusation. He stops, his gaze moving from the book to my face. His expression is unreadable, a mask of cool neutrality. He walks to the coffee machine, his movements fluid and unhurried, and retrieves his tarnished silver mug. "Good morning," he says in a low rumble that ignores the landmine I have placed between us. "Where did you get it?" I ask, my voice tight. He turns, leaning back against the counter, and takes a slow sip of his coffee. He is deliberately trying to project an air of casual indifference. "I have resources." "I'm sure you do," I say, my voice dripping with an icy sarcasm I learned from my mother. "Your research on me has been remarkably thorough. My favorite tea, my preferred brand of water, and now, my favorite book. What's next, Evelyn? Will my favorite childhood blanket appear on my bed?" He does not flinch, but I see it. The almost imperceptible tightening of the muscles in his jaw. A direct hit. "It was a simple gesture," he says flatly. "There is nothing simple about you," I shoot back, pushing away from the island and beginning to pace. The restless, angry energy from the gym last night is back, coiling in my gut. "This isn't a gift. It is a move on your chessboard, a strategic deployment of intimacy. What is your angle? What do you gain by pretending to know me?" "Perhaps I thought a simple gesture might be appreciated," he says, his voice taking on a dangerously cold edge. "My mistake. I forgot you only operate in a world of contracts and acquisitions." "I operate in the world you built for me?" I spin to face him, my hands clenched into fists at my sides. "A world of transactions and arrangements where my life was the price of a merger. You don't get to trap me in a cage and then criticize me for rattling the bars." "Is that what you think this is?" he asks, pushing off the counter and taking a step toward me. "A cage? What else would you call it?" I challenge, holding my ground as he advances. "I am a prisoner in this penthouse, in my office, with my calls monitored and my movements restricted. And now you show up with this trophy from your surveillance files, expecting me to be grateful? Do you think you can buy my compliance with a book, the same way you bought it with that necklace?" "I bought you nothing," he growls, his voice a low, threatening snarl. He is closer now, his size and heat dominating the space between us. "I offered you a solution. You accepted the terms. I had no choice. There is always a choice," he counters, his voice rising. The cold control finally snapping. "You could have let your mother's empire crumble. You could have faced the public humiliation. You chose this. You chose me. I chose to save my family, and now you are resentful of the man who provided the means?" He stalks closer, backing me up until my hips hit the edge of the cold marble island. "You cannot have it both ways, Cassidy. You cannot accept the protection of my world and then rage against the walls that provide it. He places his hands on the marble on either side of me, trapping me. His body is a furnace of heat. His presence an overwhelming force. I can see the flecks of silver in his icy eyes, the faint scar on his chin. The air between us is thick, crackling with a furious, undeniable energy that has very little to do with anger. It is the same raw electric current from the library, magnified 1,000 times. You speak of cages, he says, his voice dropping to a low, intense whisper that vibrates through my entire body. But the only prison here is the one you have built around yourself. You are so terrified of being manipulated that you cannot see the truth when it is staring you in the face. And what is the truth, Devlin? I whisper back, my breath catching in my throat. My fingers find my locket, a desperate, instinctual search for an anchor in this swirling vortex. He leans in, his face just inches from mine. His gaze drops to my lips, and my entire body goes rigid with a terrifying, exhilarating anticipation. The truth, he murmurs, his breath warm against my skin, is that you are standing in front of me, and you are not thinking about contracts or cages or my nephew. He cups my face, his thumb stroking a line of fire along my jaw. His voice is a low, rough growl, a challenge, and a promise. So tell me, Cassidy, do you want to keep pretending this is not real? Or do you want a kiss to prove that it is? Chapter 17. Cassidy. His question hovers in the air between us, a live wire crackling with a dare. Do you want to keep pretending this is not real? Or do you want a kiss to prove that it is? The world narrows to the space of a single ragged breath. My mind, the strategic, poised part of me that has guided my entire life, is screaming 1,000 warnings. This is a trap. This is a tactic. He is a shark, and you are bleeding in the water. But my body is not listening. It is humming with a single undeniable truth. Yes, I do not say the word. I do not have to. My answer is in the way my gaze drops to his lips, in the way my own lips part on a breath I did not realize I was holding. It is a surrender, a concession, a silent, desperate plea. And then his mouth is on mine. It is not a kiss. It is a collision. Angry, desperate, and utterly possessive. There is no tenderness, no seduction, only the raw, unfiltered claiming of a man who's been denied for too long. His lips are hard, unforgiving, his mouth hot and wet as he plunders mine. The taste of him is dark coffee, expensive whiskey, and pure male dominance. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. He pulls out of me slowly, the sensation leaving me feeling achingly empty. He does not look at me. He adjusts his clothing, his movements stiff, mechanical. The ruthless, controlled businessman is already reassembling himself from the wreckage of the passionate, primal animal he just was. I'm left on the marble island, exposed, vulnerable, my body still trembling with the aftershocks as my legs slowly closed. The cold of the stone begins to seep into my skin. He turns, his face a mask of cool, unreadable neutrality, There is no tenderness in his eyes, no affection. There is only a flicker of something that looks terrifyingly like regret. Without a word, he turns and walks out of the room, leaving me alone in the silent, sterile kitchen, trembling and utterly undone.
Chapter 18. Devlin. I walk out of the kitchen, but I do not retreat. I flee. Each silent, measured step down the long, dark hall is an act of will, a retreat from the blast radius of my own catastrophic loss of control. The scent of her is on my skin. The taste of her is on my tongue. The feel of her body, tight and hot and convulsing around mine, is a brand on my memory. Disgust, sharp and acidic, rises in my throat. It is not for her. It is for myself. For the weakness, the sheer, undisciplined failure to adhere to the mission parameters. I, who have built an empire on cold logic and the ruthless exploitation of emotion, have just been compromised by the most basic, primal impulse. She is not a woman. She is a variable, an asset, and I have just shattered every protocol designed to manage her. In my office, I do not turn on the lights. I stand in the darkness, staring at the glittering, indifferent city below. The low hum of the penthouse is a mockery, the silence thick with what I have just done. My body is a traitor, still humming with the aftershocks of a pleasure so profound it feels like a wound. The muscle in my cheek is a knot of self-loathing. Work is the only absolution. Control is the only penance. I pick up the secure phone on my desk, the one that connects to a closed network. "Martin," I say, my voice becoming a low, rough thing I do not recognize. "Status on the Reynosa package?" "Contained, sir," Martin's voice replies, calm and steady as always, ready for debriefing. "I am on my way. Sir, it is late. The threat does not adhere to a schedule." I bite out and cut the connection. The drive to the warehouse is a necessary purgatory. The cool, sterile leather of the Audi, the whisper-quiet engine, the blur of city lights. It all serves to rebuild the walls she just obliterated. By the time I arrive at the unmarked building in a desolate industrial park, the animal who lost control in the kitchen is gone. The strategist, cold and precise, is back in command. Martin meets me at the reinforced steel door. The air inside is cold, smelling of damp concrete, ozone, and fear. We walk down a narrow, brightly lit corridor to an observation room. A one-way mirror looks into a stark white cube. Inside, a man is strapped to a steel chair. He's one of the cartel's local lieutenants, a man named Vargas, intercepted 2 days ago. His face is bruised, but his eyes are still defiant. Kale, my former SAS operative, stands in the corner, a silent, patient predator. "He's given us nothing of value," Martin reports, his voice a low murmur beside me. "He's loyal or stupid." "There is no difference between the two," I say. I watch as Kale circles Vargas, his movements economical, his presence a constant, low-grade pressure. What about the breach at the penthouse? "We are still tracing the ghost routers. It was a sophisticated intrusion, not their usual methods. They are escalating." Martin pauses. "They are becoming bolder." My gaze is fixed on Vargas. He is the physical manifestation of the threat, the voice on the phone who dared to speak my wife's name. He knows who gave the order. "He will not say." "He will," I state, my voice devoid of all emotion. I press the intercom button on the console. "Kale." The operative's head turns slightly. "Sir." "My wife's name was mentioned on a call tonight," I say, my voice flat, conversational. "The man in the chair is connected to the people who made that call. I need the name of the man who gave the order. I need the location of their primary distribution hub in this city, and I need to know how they compromised my landline." I look at the defiant man in the chair. "You have 1 hour to get it from him. Use whatever methods you deem necessary." Kale gives a single, sharp nod. "Understood." I release the button. We stand in the darkness, watching as Kale approaches the chair. I do not stay for the debriefing. I've seen it before. It is an ugly, necessary part of this world. It is the part of my life Cassidy can never know. My presence here has served its purpose. It has reminded me of the stakes. It has reminded me of who I am. A man who deals in violence and control, not a man who loses himself inside a woman. The drive back to the penthouse is a return to the battlefield. I have reasserted my control over my world, but she is a foreign territory, an insurgency I have foolishly allowed within my own borders. The encounter in the kitchen was a strategic failure of catastrophic proportions. It has given her a power over me I cannot allow. It has created an emotional entanglement, the very thing our contract forbids. I must distance myself. I must re-establish the professional boundaries, the cold, hard lines. Back in the silence of the penthouse, I pull up the live security feed on my office monitor. It is a necessary precaution, a tool of my trade. I find her. She's not in her room. She's in the library, curled in a large armchair. She's dressed in a fresh set of silk pajamas, her hair a cloud of ebony curls around her shoulders. From this distance, she looks poised, serene, untouched, as if the raw, wild thing that happened on the kitchen island was a fever dream. She is not broken. She is reading, processing, strategizing, and in that moment I feel a surge of something colder and more potent than desire. Fear. I'm afraid of her strength, of her resilience. I'm afraid of the power she now wields, the knowledge that she can shatter my control with a single, defiant glance. The memory of her scream as she came apart around me, the sound of my own name torn from her throat. It is a weapon she now holds. I watch her turn a page, her focus absolute. This cannot happen again.
Chapter 19. Cassidy. I wake up the next morning feeling like a battlefield. My body is a landscape of aches and phantom sensations, a map of the war that was waged on the kitchen island. Every muscle protests, a visceral reminder of a pleasure so intense it bordered on pain. I am raw, tender, and utterly, devastatingly alone. He is gone. There is no note, no sign that he was ever in the penthouse this morning. His tarnished silver mug is not by the coffee machine. The oppressive weight of his presence is absent. The silence he has left in his wake is a judgment, a clear, cold rejection that screams louder than any argument ever could. He has retreated behind the walls of his control, leaving me in the wreckage. I feel used, a momentary lapse, a variable that has been contained and dismissed. The thought is a shard of ice in my gut, sharp and painful. But beneath the hurt, something else is solidifying. A cold, hard resolve. He thinks he can shatter my world, take my body, and then retreat into silence. He thinks I will sit here, a dutiful, broken little bird in his cage. He is about to learn how wrong he is. The hurt fuels my suspicion. The fortress of control he has built is not just about protecting me. It is about hiding something. His story about Owen has always felt thin, redacted, full of gaping holes that he papers over with threats and condescension. What I did with him last night was a mistake, a catastrophic surrender. But it gave me one thing, a glimpse of the man behind the mask, a man capable of losing control. And a man who loses control makes mistakes. I retreat to the library, my mind a whirl of strategy. I am a specialist. My entire career has been built on finding the truth buried beneath the spin, of tracing digital breadcrumbs, of understanding the narratives people construct to hide their vulnerabilities. It is time to use my skills for myself. I sit at the library's large oak desk and open my laptop. My personal, unmonitored laptop that Jaden smuggled in for me weeks ago. Thank God for the cybersecurity courses I took in business school, a private obsession I developed which has remained useful to date. I take a deep breath and create a new, heavily encrypted file, burying it deep within a folder of old marketing proposals for St. James Beauty, my own little Project C. Where to begin? Owen. Everything starts with Owen. I start with what I know, his financials. I still have access to some of the joint accounts we shared, the ones Devlin's lawyers have not yet frozen. I trace the last few months of his spending. It is a portrait of a man in a full-blown panic. Lavish dinners, expensive watches, a lease on a new Ferrari, all classic signs of a man trying to project an image of success while drowning in debt. But then I find something else. A series of smaller, regular payments, always in cash withdrawals, just under the $10,000 reporting limit, from ATMs in industrial parks and strange out-of-the-way neighborhoods. It is not the spending pattern of a playboy. It is the pattern of someone paying off a debt they do not want on the books, a loan shark, or something worse. My mind flashes back to my confrontation with Devlin in his office. Like cartel business. I said the words as a guess, a strategic jab to throw him off balance. But now, looking at this pattern of payments, the words feel less like a guess and more like a prophecy. I need more. I need to know how he left. I call Jaden. I need a favor, I say, my voice low. A big one. For you, my darling, I would wrestle a bear in a tutu. He replies, his voice a welcome shot of warmth. What's the mission? Owen's travel records, I say. For the day of the wedding and the week before, I need to know if he booked a flight, a train, a car, anything. Consider it done, Jaden says. My cousin's new boyfriend works for a private aviation charter. He owes me for that unfortunate incident with the sequined boa at his company Christmas party. I'll call you back. While I wait, I dig deeper. I use my knowledge of shell corporations, a nasty side effect of navigating my family's business dealings for years. Owen was not smart, but he was slippery. I search for newly registered LLCs with names that are variations of his mother's maiden name. His childhood pet, his favorite sports team. It is a tedious, frustrating process. Hours pass. The sun begins to dip below the city skyline, painting the sterile penthouse in hues of orange and pink. My secure phone, the one Devlin gave me, buzzes. It is a curt, impersonal text from him. I will not be home for dinner. Do not wait up. Good. My phone rings. It is Jaden. Okay, I have tea and it is scalding, he says in a conspiratorial whisper. No commercial flights under his name, no trains, no rental cars. He is a ghost. But, he says, drawing the word out, my cousin's boyfriend found something interesting. A private jet was chartered out of a small airfield in New Jersey that morning. Destination? Grand Cayman. The flight plan was filed under a corporate name. What name? I ask, my pen hovering over a notepad. Something called Eleonora Holdings LLC, Jaden says. Mean anything to you? The name is a blank, but the location is not. Grand Cayman, a notorious haven for hiding money. Thank you, Jaden, I say, my mind already racing. You are a lifesaver. I know, he says. Now tell me everything. Did he rock your world? Are you pregnant yet? Goodbye, Jaden. I hang up, a small smile touching my lips. Eleonora Holdings. It is not one of Owen's usual clumsy attempts at a pseudonym. It is too elegant, too obscure. It sounds like someone else, someone smarter. I run the name through a series of international business registries, my fingers flying across the keyboard. It is a dead end. The company is a ghost, a shell within a shell, registered through a law firm in Panama that specializes in making things disappear. But they made one mistake. On one of the incorporation documents, a single stray email address was used for a confirmation receipt and then hastily deleted. But nothing is ever truly deleted. I use a deep search algorithm, a trick a former IT security consultant for my company taught me. It takes 20 minutes, the progress bar on my screen crawling at a glacial pace, And then I have it. A single recovered deleted email. The breath leaves my lungs in a sharp, painful hiss. It is a confirmation for the charter jet. The recipient is not Owen Shaw. It is Martin Hale, Devlin's right-hand man, and the Shell Corporation, Eleonora Holdings, was paid for via a wire transfer from a subsidiary account belonging to Shaw Industries. My vision darkens. The edges tunneling until the glowing screen is the only thing I'm able to see. Devlin did not just manage the crisis. He did not just help Owen run. He orchestrated it. He paid for it. He created the vacancy, and then he filled it. The hurt, the humiliation, the raw physical memory of his body on mine, it all curdles into a cold, hard certainty. This was never a rescue. It was an acquisition, and I was the asset being acquired.
Chapter 20. Devlin. I am in a meeting in Tokyo, a sterile video conference with a consortium of Japanese investors, but I am not entirely present. A part of my consciousness, a significant and increasingly undisciplined part, remains in the penthouse in New York, a silent digital sentinel. After what transpired between us on the kitchen island, I have retreated. I've immersed myself in work, crossing continents and time zones, a deliberate strategy to re-establish the distance and control that she so thoroughly obliterated. I've communicated with her only through curt, formal texts delivered by my staff. It is a necessary cruelty, a severing of the volatile intimacy that erupted between us. It is for her protection. It is for my own. A discreet red alert flashes in the bottom corner of my laptop screen, a signal visible only to me. It is from a program I wrote myself, a silent, intelligent spider that monitors all data traffic within the penthouse's secure network. I have told myself it is a necessary security measure to protect against external threats. It is a lie I have maintained for weeks. I excuse myself from the meeting, my voice a calm, steady mask over the sudden, cold dread coiling in my gut. In the privacy of the adjoining anteroom, I open the alert. The program flags an unusual high-level data search originating from a guest device on the network, her laptop, a series of complex queries routed through multiple anonymizing proxies, all aimed at one target. Owen. Flight manifests, financial transactions, newly registered shell corporations. The air leaves my lungs in a sharp, almost silent hiss. Damn, she's hunting. She's looking for the secrets I've been trying to bury. A jolt of cold, visceral dread courses through me. She's looking into Owen's disappearance. She is walking, blind and brilliant, into a minefield she cannot possibly comprehend. My instinct is to shut it down, to sever her connection, to fly back and confront her. But a second, more complex emotion follows close on the heels of the first, a surge of profound, almost painful admiration. The sophistication of her search, the intelligence of her queries. She is not just a beautiful woman I have trapped in my home. She is a formidable opponent. She is using the very skills that made her a genius to dismantle the fortress of lies I have built around her. The sheer audacious defiance of it is breathtaking. I feel a mix of pure, unadulterated fury at her disobedience and a grudging, unwilling respect for her resourcefulness. It is a dangerous, intoxicating cocktail. I cannot confront her directly. To do so would be to admit my own surveillance, to reveal the full extent of my control. It would be a declaration of war, and in her current state she is unpredictable. Volatile. Cannot risk her running, leaving the protection of my walls. Number. The response must be subtle. A counter-move in the silent, strategic battle of wills she's just initiated. I place a call to Martin Hale. She is digging, I say, voice a low, tight command. Owen's departure. She is on the network now. There is a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Understood, Martin says, his voice grim. What are your orders? I want you to shadow her digital movements, I instruct. Mirror her searches. Get ahead of her. The shell corporation I used for the charter jet. Eleonora Holdings. I want you to plant a false trail. Create a new set of incorporation documents. Link them to one of Owen's known offshore accounts. Make it look like he had the foresight to cover his own tracks. It needs to be convincing. It will be, Martin assures me. And Martin, I add, I want you to create new firewalls around any data related to Shaw Industries' subsidiary accounts. If she gets close, I want her to hit a brick wall, a dead end. But make it look like a system glitch, not a deliberate block. Is that clear? Crystal, sir. I cut the connection. I am not just protecting her from the cartel anymore. I am protecting her from the truth. I'm actively manipulating her investigation, feeding her a curated, plausible narrative to lead her away from the one name she cannot find. My own. I pull up the live security feed of the penthouse library, a necessary evil. A tool I tell myself I use only for her protection. She is there, bathed in the soft glow of her laptop screen, her expression becoming a mask of intense, focused concentration. Her fingers fly across the keyboard, her mind a beautiful, dangerous engine of inquiry. As I watch, my program sends another alert. She's attempting to access a key financial server, one that links the subsidiary accounts to the main Shaw Industries network. She's closer than I thought. My fingers move with practiced, ruthless efficiency. I remotely access the penthouse's network controls. I find the primary fiber optic line that feeds her wing of the residence, and with a single, definitive click, I sever the connection. I watch on the security feed as her screen goes dark, her expression shifting from concentration to pure, unadulterated frustration. I pick up my secure phone and send a text to her device, the encrypted one I provided. Apologies. There appears to be a network outage in your sector. Technicians have been dispatched. Estimated time to repair is 24 hours. I lean back in my chair, the cold leather a familiar comfort. The game has changed. She's made her move. I've made my counter-move. And she has no idea that the man who is protecting her is also her most dangerous adversary.
Chapter 21. Cassidy. The technical glitch is not a glitch. It is a wall. A smooth, seamless, professionally constructed barrier that slammed down the exact moment I got too close to a server, linking Shaw Industries to its subsidiaries. A coincidence? I stopped believing in coincidences the day Devlin Shaw walked into my ruined wedding. For 24 hours, I play the part of the patient, frustrated wife. I complain to the staff about the internet outage. I read a book in the library. I project an air of bored compliance, but inside, a cold, hard fury is solidifying into a plan. He is not just tracking me. He is actively manipulating my reality, building a digital cage around me to complement the physical one. He thinks he can control the narrative. He has forgotten that controlling the narrative is my job. The next morning, I inform Mrs. Albright that I require a trip to Bergdorf's. The Children's Foundation is holding a luncheon next week, I say, my voice becoming a perfect imitation of bored high society. I have nothing suitable to wear. It is the perfect pretext. An activity so aligned with the persona of a billionaire's wife that it is beyond suspicion. As expected, a new driver, a grim, silent man built like a refrigerator, is waiting for me in the garage, along with 2 other men in dark suits who follow in a separate SUV. The leash is now a full security detail. We arrive at the department store. I tell my new head of security, a man named Harris who has the cold, dead eyes of a shark, that I require at least an hour. And some privacy, I add with a dismissive wave. I can't possibly be expected to choose between Valentino and Dior with you breathing down my neck. He hesitates, his jaw tight. Mr. Shaw's orders are to ensure my safety, not to critique my fashion choices. I cut him off, my voice pure ice. You and your men will remain on this floor. I will be in the dressing rooms. You have eyes on every entrance and exit. I am perfectly safe. He finally relents with a curt, unhappy nod. The moment I am out of their line of sight, I do not go to the dressing rooms. I walk at a brisk, controlled pace through the shoe department, past the cosmetics counters, and out a secondary service exit I know is used for deliveries. I am on the street, heart hammering, a ghost in the midday rush of Fifth Avenue. I have maybe 10 minutes before they realize I am gone. I slip into the back of a waiting taxi, my hands trembling slightly as I pull a small disposable burner phone from my clutch. I had Jaden leave it for me in a locker at his gym. I dial a number I know by heart. It rings twice. Yes, a quiet, unassuming voice says. Mr. Jones, I say, my voice low. It's Cassidy St. James. I have a time-sensitive research project for you. I'm listening. A shell corporation, Eleonora Holdings, LLC. I need to know who funded it, and I need everything you can find on Owen Shaw's movements on the day of the wedding. There is a pause. That is a high-profile, sensitive inquiry. Which is why I'm calling you, I reply. Standard rates plus a 50% rush fee. I need answers ASAP. I will require a retainer and a secure email for delivery, he says. The funds have already been transferred to your account from a blind trust, I say, anticipating his question. And the email is attached to this phone. Send me what you find. And Mr. Jones, be discreet. The man I'm married to doesn't just have resources. He owns the board. Understood, he says, and the line goes dead. I direct the taxi to a coffee shop 6 blocks away, pay in cash, and ditch the phone in a trash can. I slip back into Bergdorf's through a different entrance, my hands full of shopping bags from a boutique I passed on the way, my expression one of bored satisfaction. I find Harris exactly where I left him, his face a twisted mask of cold fury. There was a problem with your communication device, I say, holding up the secure phone Devlin gave me. It is, of course, turned off. The battery seems to have died. His eyes narrow, but he says nothing. The silent war continues. For 3 days, I wait. The new internet connection is flawless. Too flawless. I know every move I make online is being watched, cataloged, analyzed. So I perform. I research charities. I browse luxury real estate in the south of France. I project the image of a woman settling into her gilded cage. On the 3rd night, the burner phone, a new one delivered by a messenger from Jaden, vibrates. It is a message from a secure, encrypted app. Mr. Jones. They are good. Very good. Every digital trail for Eleonora Holdings has been expertly rerouted to look like it originated from one of Owen Shaw's offshore accounts. It is a clean, professional deception. Ice floods my veins. A clean, professional deception. Devlin is not just blocking me. He is planting a false narrative. Another message comes through a minute later. Mr. Jones. But professionals get arrogant. They forgot about airport manifests. And airport security footage is a different beast entirely. It belongs to the feds. It cannot be erased so easily. My heart begins to hammer against my ribs, a frantic, hopeful rhythm. Mr. Jones, I found the funding source for the Shell Corporation. It was not Owen. It was a wire transfer from a numbered subsidiary account. I am still tracing the ownership, but it is buried deep, very deep. And then the final message. Mr. Jones, but I have something for you now. Something concrete. You need to see this. Secure file attached. My fingers tremble as I download the file. It is small, a single compressed image. I tap it open. The image is grainy, clearly taken from a distance with a long-range lens, but the figures are unmistakable. Owen, his face pale and slick with sweat. His usual charm replaced by a raw animal terror. He is standing on the tarmac of a private airfield, beside a sleek Gulfstream jet, and he is shaking hands with a calm, imposing man in a dark suit. Martin Hale. My breath leaves my lungs in a sharp, painful hiss. Devlin's right-hand man, his most loyal soldier, the man who shadows my every move. What the hell?
Chapter 22. Devlin. I'm in a silent, high-altitude prison of my own making, 30,000 feet above the Atlantic. The cabin of my Gulfstream is a controlled environment of recycled air and muted grays, a sterile tube hurtling through the darkness. I've been in Zurich for 2 days, restructuring an asset portfolio, a task that normally requires the full, undivided attention of my intellect, but my focus is fractured. A significant part of my consciousness remains tethered to the penthouse in New York, to the woman I left there. My encrypted satellite phone buzzes, a discreet, urgent vibration on the polished wood of the table. It is Martin. "We have a problem," he says in a low rumble. There is no preamble. Martin does not deal in pleasantries. A private investigator has been making inquiries. A man named Jones. He is asking about Eleonora Holdings. The name is a punch to the gut. Cold dread, sharp and absolute, coils in my stomach. Eleonora. The name of the shell corporation. "He is good," Martin continues. "He bypassed the digital misdirection we planted. He went straight for Federal Aviation records. He has the flight manifest from the airfield, the carefully managed plan. The intricate web of lies and half-truths I have constructed is unraveling. The walls are crumbling, and she is the one holding the hammer. She hired him," I state. "It's not a question." "Yes," Martin confirms. "We traced the retainer back to a blind trust she established weeks ago. She is using burner phones. She is smarter than we anticipated." A surge of pure, white-hot fury washes through me, followed immediately by a cold wave of something that feels terrifyingly like panic. It is not just the defiance. It is the risk. She's moving in the shadows, exposing herself, making herself a target for forces she cannot possibly comprehend. The cartel will have assets monitoring Owen's known associates. A private investigator asking questions about his disappearance is a flare in the darkness. "His name is Jones," I repeat, my voice a low, dangerous command. "I want to know everything about him, his family, his finances, his weaknesses. I want him neutralized, not physically. I want his access cut off. I want his reputation shredded. I want him so buried in legal and financial trouble that he will not have the time to remember his own name, let alone Cassidy's. Is that clear?" "Perfectly," Martin says. "What is her status now?" "She is at the penthouse. She has not left since her shopping trip." "Lock it down," I command, my voice pure ice. No more unsanctioned excursions. All of her credit cards, her personal accounts, freeze them. The driver is to be her shadow. Her phone communications are to be restricted to pre-approved contacts only. I want her in a cage so perfect she will not even see the bars. "Sir," Martin says, a rare note of hesitation in his voice. This level of control, it will not go unnoticed by her. "That is the point," I bite out. "The time for subtlety is over. She needs to understand that her investigation is at an end." I arrive back at the penthouse late that night. The air is still and silent, but it feels different, charged. The quiet detente is over. The war has resumed. I find her in the library. She's not reading. She's standing by the window, staring out at the city, a single defiant silhouette against the glittering darkness. She turns as I enter, her movements fluid and controlled. Her face is a mask of cool, unreadable calm, but her eyes are blazing with a cold, hard fire. She knows I'm behind the roadblocks. She knows I have been watching her. "Enjoy your trip?" she asks, her voice dripping with an icy sarcasm that is as sharp as a shard of glass. "It was productive," I reply, my tone equally flat. I walk to the bar cart and pour myself a whiskey, the amber liquid a stark slash of color in the monochrome room. I do not offer her one. I'm sure it was, she says. It must be so much easier to pull the strings when you are on the other side of the world. I turn to face her, the heavy crystal glass cold in my hand. I know you hired a private investigator, Cassidy. Her expression does not flicker, but a muscle in her jaw tightens. I have no idea what you're talking about. Do not lie to me, I snarl, my control finally snapping. I slam the glass down on the cart, the sound a gunshot in the silent room. I know about Jones. I know about the inquiries into the Shell Corporation. I know you have been digging into things that do not concern you. My fiancé's disappearance does not concern me, she shoots back, her voice rising to match my own. The lies you have been feeding me do not concern me? Ex-fiancé, and I have been protecting you, I roar, taking a step toward her. From a world you are not equipped to handle. So you will handle it for me, she challenges, her eyes blazing. By locking me away, freezing my assets, treating me like a child. That is not protection, Devlin. That is a prison. She is magnificent in her fury. The fire in her, the sheer indomitable strength of her will. It is the very thing that drew me to her. The very thing I'm now trying to crush. The paradox is a razor blade in my gut. I close the distance between us, my voice dropping to a low, intense command. You are playing a game you cannot win. The people Owen was involved with are not businessmen. They are animals. And you are walking into their territory, waving a red flag. I didn't lock you up. You had your freedom. You were able to go to your office, to go out if you want. It's your actions that landed you in your current situation. God, Devlin! What kind of freedom is being followed around by men in black? Freedom is knowing the truth. Tell me everything, she pleads, her voice cracking for the first time, revealing the vulnerability beneath the anger. Stop hiding behind your walls and your half-truths. Tell me what you are so afraid of me finding. The raw desperation in her eyes is a gut punch. She thinks this is about Owen, about the past. She has no idea this is about her, about the future, about the fact that my obsession has made her a target. I cannot give her the truth. The truth would break her, and it would expose the full, ugly extent of my own manipulations. You have no idea what you're getting into, I state, my voice firm and unwavering. For your own safety, this ends now.
Chapter 23. Cassidy. The silence after Devlin leaves is a weapon. His final words, "It ends now," hang in the air, an edict from a king to a subject. He thinks he has won. He thinks he has shut me down. The arrogance of it is breathtaking. Let him think it. A predator always underestimates a cornered animal who has learned to play dead. The next morning, I begin my performance. My first test comes when I try to order a new set of noise-canceling headphones online, a small, necessary tool for surviving in this silent fortress. I proceed to check out, enter my Amex Black Card details, and click Confirm. A red banner appears. Transaction declined. Ice trickles down my spine. That is impossible. I try a second card, a Visa Infinite. Transaction declined. I try my personal debit card. Account hold. Please contact your financial institution. My hands are shaking, but my movements are deliberate. I pick up the sleek, black Devlin-issued phone from the counter. I dial the number for my private banker. Instead of his familiar, soothing voice, a crisp, unfamiliar one answers. Martin Hale's office. The line is bugged, rerouted. Every digital path, every financial artery has been severed. I take a slow, calming breath and hang up. I do not throw the phone. I do not scream. I place it gently back on the counter. The war is not fought with fury. It is fought with cold, hard strategy. Mrs. Albright, I call, my voice a perfect imitation of calm. The household manager appears, her face impassive. Yes, Mrs. Shaw? I'd like to go to my office at St. James this afternoon, I say, my tone light. Please have my usual driver ready at 1. Of course, she says, but there is a flicker of hesitation in her eyes. However, Mr. Shaw has assigned a new personal driver for you, for your security. His name is Dimitri. The walls are closing in, brick by methodical brick. How thoughtful, I say, my smile feeling like a crack in a porcelain mask. At 1 o'clock, I go down to the garage. A new man stands by a black sedan that is not my usual town car. He is a mountain in a suit, with a shaved head and a face that looks like it was carved from granite. He gives me a short, curt nod. Dimitri? I ask. Yes, he says. His voice is a low Eastern European rumble. In the car, I try to engage him. Have you worked for my husband long, Dimitri? Yes. It must be an interesting job. It is a job. His replies are verbal brick walls. I am not in a car. I am in a mobile cage with a silent, state-sanctioned golem. That evening, I orchestrate an encounter. I know Devlin works in the main living area after dinner. A new habit since our encounter in the kitchen. I approach him, where he sits at the massive table, a stack of files beside him, his gaze fixed on a laptop screen. Devlin, I say, my voice soft. He looks up, his icy eyes assessing me. The air between us immediately thickens, charged with the memory of skin against skin, of screams and surrender. My body betrays me with a low, traitorous hum of awareness. I hate it. I hate him for making me feel it. I was thinking, I say, forcing a placid smile. I'd like to have a yoga instructor come to the penthouse, and I'd like to request some books on post-war Italian art. I am the perfect listless bird, asking for prettier toys for her cage. He watches me for a long, silent moment. His gaze so intense it feels like he is dissecting me layer by layer. I feel my resolve waver, the performance threatening to crack. Of course, he says finally, his voice a low growl. Have Mrs. Albright arrange it. He looks back at his screen, a clear dismissal. The conversation is over. He has accepted my performance. The victory feels like ash in my mouth. The next day, my plan goes into motion. My yoga instructor, a former Mossad agent Jaden knows from a particularly wild trip to Tel Aviv, arrives. During a series of excruciatingly painful stretches, she accidentally drops her water bottle, and the tiny encrypted flash drive, the size of my thumbnail, is now mine. The second phase is riskier. I need to get it out. I wait 2 days, maintaining my performance of the defeated wife. Then that evening, I approach Devlin again. I need some air, I say, my voice becoming a careful blend of boredom and restlessness. The yoga is helping, but I feel cooped up. I'd like to go for a run in the park in the morning. He looks up from his work, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Dimitri will accompany you. Of course, I say with a sigh of resigned acceptance. The next morning in Central Park, pretty chaotic, but totally a masterpiece. I run, Dimitri a silent, lumbering shadow a few feet behind me. At the busiest, most crowded point of the path near the carousel, I execute my plan. I feign a stumble, my ankle twisting, and I go down, crying out, directly into a throng of tourists. People gasp. Hands reach for me. Dimitri shoves his way through the crowd, his face a hard mask of cold fury. In the confusion, a man in an absurdly bright tracksuit helps me up. Jaden. Oh my God, are you all right? He asks, his voice loud, theatrical. I'm fine, I gasp, my hand gripping his for support. In that brief, perfect moment of contact, the travel mug I am holding is no longer in my hand. He has it. Inside its hollow, insulated base is the flash drive containing my insurance policy. The photo? My notes, my suspicions about the cartel. Jaden helps me to a bench just as Dimitri reaches us, his face thunderous. My knee is scraped, a small bloody price for my freedom. We need to go, Dimitri says, Looking around and staring at Jaden's retreating back, I wince and grabs his arm. Let's go. Back at the penthouse, I know it is only a matter of time before Devlin discovers what I have done. But my message is out. My army is mobilized. Now, I only need one more thing. The final piece of the puzzle. The truth that will either set me free or get me killed. And I know it is locked away in his private office. The one room in this fortress that is protected by his own biometric security. His thumbprint. His voice. That night, Devlin is in a foul mood. He paces the living area, a caged lion, barking orders into his phone about supply chains and hostile territories. I watch him, feigning a disinterest I do not feel. He finishes his call and turns, his gaze landing on me. The anger in his eyes softens, replaced by that same raw, possessive heat that undoes me every time. Your knee? He asks, his voice a low growl. It's just a scrape. I lie. He watches me for a moment longer, then gives a curt nod and turns to his office. I watch, my heart a slow, heavy drum. I watch him press his thumb to the scanner beside the door. I watch the light turn green, and I listen as he speaks the soft two-word verbal command that unlocks the final door. Eleonora's gate. My path is clear. My objective is in sight. I look at his retreating back, my face a mask of dutiful, wifely compliance, and I think, you've underestimated me. This is not over. Chapter 24. Cassidy. The plan is a shard of ice in the pit of my stomach, dangerous, necessary, and likely to cut me. But the photograph of Martin and Owen is a declaration of war. I cannot stay in this cage, playing the part of the compliant wife, not when the truth is so close. I need the final piece of the puzzle, and Jaden has it. My investigator, Mr. Jones, has sent his final report to our secure drop. Evading Dimitri, my silent, hulking shadow, requires a level of misdirection that feels like a scene from a spy thriller. My yoga instructor provides the first key, mentioning a private, women-only wellness club with a strict no-phones, no-security personnel policy in their spa area. For 2 weeks, I follow a new routine. Yoga at 9, a trip to the wellness club at 11. Dimitri, under strict orders from Devlin not to interfere with my pre-approved activities, is forced to wait outside, his frustration a thundercloud in the lobby. Today is the day. Inside the spa's steam room, I do not relax. I change into a simple black dress I had stashed in a locker and slip out a back service entrance, my heart a frantic wild bird against my ribs. I am free for now. Jaden is waiting 2 blocks away in a nondescript town car. You look like a spy, he says, his eyes wide as I slide into the back seat. A very chic, very terrified spy. Just drive, I say, my voice tight. He pulls into traffic, his usual dramatic flair replaced by a tense focus. Jones sent this, he says, handing me a slim encrypted tablet. He said it's everything. The final wire transfers. The proof. He glances at me in the rearview mirror, his expression serious. Cassie, whatever is in there, once you see it, you cannot unsee it. Are you sure? I nod, my throat too tight for words. Okay, he says. But after this, we go to the police. This is bigger than both of us. I power on the tablet. The file is a detailed, damning timeline. It shows the wire transfer for Eleonora Holdings, originating not just from a Shaw Industries subsidiary, but from a private discretionary fund controlled by a single signatory, Devlin Shaw. It details how the funds were moved weeks before my wedding. This was not a last-minute rescue. It was a premeditated acquisition. My breath catches. I scroll down. There are more photos from the airfield, and then a final audio file. I press play. The sound quality is poor, full of wind and the whine of a jet engine. but the voices are clear. Owen, is it done? Is she safe? Martin Hale, she is, and you have your new life. The accounts are funded. The passport is in the briefcase. Owen, he'll take care of her, right? You promised me, Martin. You promised me he'll be better for her than I ever was. Martin, he will protect her with his life. That has always been the mission. The tablet slips from my numb fingers, clattering to the floor of the car. That has always been the mission. It was all a lie, all of it. A carefully orchestrated, brutally executed plan. Cassie, Jaden asks, his voice tight with alarm. What is it? Take me back, I whisper, the words a raw, broken sound. I need to go back. The rage is a white-hot, blinding force, eclipsing the hurt, eclipsing the fear. I need to face him. I need to see the look in his eyes when I burn his perfectly constructed world to the ground. We are on the FDR drive, the city a blur of motion, when I feel it. A subtle, jarring bump from behind. What was that? Jaden asks, his eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Behind us, a black, featureless SUV is following too close, its tinted windows hiding the driver. It bumps us again, harder this time. A jolt of pure, cold terror shoots through me. Jaden, lose them, I say, commanding urgently. He curses, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, and swerves into the next lane, accelerating. The SUV mirrors the move, its engine a low, menacing growl. It is not a traffic incident. We are being hunted. We enter the battery tunnel, the world outside dissolving into a flickering stream of white lights against dark tiled walls. The SUV is still there, a relentless predator on our tail. Jaden pushes the car faster, weaving through the light traffic, but the SUV is a shadow we cannot shake. Then it happens. With a sudden, terrifying burst of speed, the SUV pulls alongside us. I see a dark, obscured face in the passenger seat turn to look at me, and then they swerve, hard. The world becomes a violent, screaming kaleidoscope of shattering glass and screeching metal. The town car slams into the tunnel wall, the impact, a brutal, bone-jarring explosion of force. My head hits the side window, and for a moment, the edges of my vision darken, tunneling into a pinprick of light. The car spins to a stop, the sound of the crash echoing in the sudden deafening silence. The air is thick with the smell of gasoline and burnt rubber. My ears are ringing. Beside me, Jaden is groaning, a trickle of blood running from his temple. My door is jammed. I am trapped. I hear the crunch of glass underfoot. 2 men are getting out of the SUV. They are not rushing. They move with a deliberate, menacing calm. One of them is holding a crowbar. They are silhouettes against the harsh tunnel lights, their faces obscured, but their intent is a palpable, terrifying wave of violence. One man yanks on Jaden's door, but it is crushed shut. The other comes to my side of the car, his face a dark, featureless mask. He raises the crowbar. My heart seizes in my chest. This is it. This is how it ends. And then a new sound cuts through the ringing in my ears. The high-pitched banshee scream of high-performance engines. 2 black sedans, Devlins, roar into the tunnel from the opposite direction, their headlights a blinding glare. They slam to a stop, boxing in the SUV. Before the 2 men can react, 4 figures in dark tactical gear emerge from the sedans, moving with a silent, deadly efficiency that is not human. There is no standoff. There is only a swift, brutal execution. One of my attackers lunges with the crowbar, but one of Devlin's men disarms him with a move so fast I can barely track it, ending with the sickening crack of bone. The other man pulls a gun, but he is on the ground, his arm bent at an impossible angle before he can even aim. It is over in less than 10 seconds. The door beside me is wrenched open, not by one of the attackers, but by Martin Hale. His face is an impassive mask, but his eyes are hard, cold chips of ice. "Mrs. Shaw," he says, his voice calm. "Are you injured?" He is unbuckling my seatbelt, his hands efficient, impersonal, as if he is extracting a valuable package from a damaged container. He helps me out of the car, my legs trembling so violently I can barely stand. And then I see him. Devlin gets out of the lead car. He moves with a controlled, lethal urgency that cuts through the chaos of the scene. His face is a mask of cold, black fury, so absolute it seems to suck all the light and air around him. His eyes, usually so icy and controlled, are blazing with a raw, untamed fire. He ignores his men, the groaning attackers, and Jaden, who is now being tended to by another of his team. His entire world has narrowed to me. He reaches me in 3 long strides. His hands are on me, checking my arms, my face. His touch a desperate, frantic search for injuries. He is not the cold, calculating strategist now. He is a man stripped bare, his control shattered, his terror a raw, open wound. His eyes meet mine, and the fury, the control, the entire ruthless facade of Devlin Shaw cracks. His voice, when he speaks my name, is not a command. It's raw and broken. "Cassidy."
Chapter 25. Devlin. The moment my foot hits the pavement of the tunnel, the world dissolves into a cacophony of hell. The air is thick and hot, a toxic cocktail of gasoline, burnt rubber, and the sharp metallic tang of fear. The strobing red and blue lights of my team's vehicle slash across the grimy tiles, illuminating a scene of brutal, twisted metal. It's all a dull, distant roar, a soundtrack to the only thing I can see. Her. Martin is helping her from the mangled wreckage of the town car, and the edges of my vision darken, tunneling until she is the only thing in focus. The sight of her is a physical blow that stops the air in my lungs. Her dress is torn, and 1,000 tiny shards of shattered safety glass are embedded in the fabric, glittering like cruel, malevolent diamonds in the flashing lights. Her face is pale with shock, her dark eyes wide and lost. Beside the wreck, one of my men is tending to Jaden Wells, and the stark, crimson smear of blood on his temple is a visceral confirmation of the violence that was just unleashed upon them. Upon her. "Sir, the area is secure," Martin says, his voice a calm, steady presence at my side that I cannot register. "2 hostiles are neutralized, awaiting transport. The friend has a minor head laceration." "Move!" I snarl, shoving past him without a second glance. He is irrelevant. My team is irrelevant. So are the 2 groaning cartel bastards subdued on the ground. They are already dead. They just do not know it yet. My entire universe has collapsed into the space of the 10 feet between myself and Cassidy. My internal monologue is not strategic. It is a frantic, primal, 3-word chant hammering against the inside of my skull. Alive. She is alive. Alive. I reach her. She flinches as I come into her line of sight, a small, wounded animal's response to a predator. The sound that tears from my throat is her name, a raw, broken thing. Cassidy. My hands, which have signed billion-dollar deals and have never once trembled, are not steady. I reach for her, my fingers clumsy, frantic. "Are you hurt?" My voice does not sound like my own. "Tell me where you are hurt. Tell me." "I'm fine," she whispers, her eyes darting to Jaden. "Jaden, is he—" "Look at me," I command, my voice rough. I cup her face, my thumb stroking her cheekbones, forcing her to look at me, only at me. "I do not care about him right now. I care about you. Did they touch you?" Her eyes widen at the raw possessiveness in my tone, the undisguised fury. She shakes her head, a tiny, jerky movement. "No. Your men were here. They arrived on time to save us." "I see a cut," I say, my thumb tracing a small, angry red line on her temple where she must have hit the window. "What else?" "Tell me what else." "Devlin, stop," she says, her hands coming up to press against my chest, a weak, trembling barrier. You're scaring me. Her words are a punch to the gut, more painful than any physical attack. You're scaring me. The strategist is gone. The ruthless billionaire is a ghost. There is only the terrified man, stripped bare, and the horrifying realization that I've become just another source of her fear. And then I pull her into my arms, crushing her against my chest. The embrace is not gentle. It is a desperate, possessive act of anchoring myself in a world that has just tilted off its axis. I bury my face in the curve of her neck, in the soft cloud of her hair, inhaling her scent, the subtle fragrance of her perfume mixed with the acrid stench of the crash. The feel of her, solid and real and breathing against me, is the only thing keeping me from shattering into a million pieces. All my plans, all my deceptions, all the cold, hard logic that has guided my every move. It all seems like the meaningless, arrogant games of a foolish boy in the face of this. In the face of almost losing her. The guilt is a physical, crushing weight, a hand of ice squeezing my heart. My obsession, my control, my need to correct the past. I did this. My actions put her here. I brought this violence to her door. Not again. A silent scream echoes in my soul. I will not fail to protect you. Not again. The thought is a silent vow, a prayer to ghosts I cannot appease. I feel her ghost still in my arms, her trembling subsiding as she absorbs the raw, unfiltered emotion pouring off me. She does not push me away. Her hands, which were pressed against my chest, slowly, hesitantly fist in the fabric of my suit jacket, holding on. I pull back just enough to see her face. My hands frame her cheeks, my gaze locked on her wide, shocked eyes. The fury, the control, the entire ruthless facade of Devlin Shaw cracks and falls away. My voice is raw and broken, a vow made not of strategy, but of pure, terrified emotion. They will never touch you again, I swear, the words torn from the deepest, most primal part of me. I swear it.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 26. Cassidy. The ride back to the penthouse is a blur of silent, strobing lights and the low, urgent murmur of Devlin speaking into his phone in a language I do not understand. I am wrapped in a blanket that smells of him, wool, clean air, and something cold and metallic, but I cannot stop trembling. The adrenaline from the tunnel has drained away, leaving a deep, bone-aching shock in its wake. The world feels muted, unreal, as if I am watching it from behind a thick wall of glass. Jaden is in a separate car, on his way to a private hospital Devlin owns. Martin assured me his injuries were minor, stitches and a mild concussion, but the image of the blood on his temple is a raw, repeating flash in my mind. The private elevator opens directly into the penthouse, and the sudden, oppressive silence is tangible after the chaos of the tunnel. Devlin leads me to the vast living area, his hand a firm, inescapable heat on the small of my back. "Sit," he says, commanding roughly. I sink onto the severe white leather of the sofa, my body feeling boneless, disconnected. He disappears for a moment and returns with a first aid kit and a glass of whiskey. He kneels before me, placing the items on the cold marble coffee table. The gesture is so unexpected, so shockingly domestic, it feels surreal. He ignores the whiskey. He opens the kit, his large hands, which I have seen crush a camera, and command a boardroom, moving with a surprising gentle precision. He soaks a cotton pad with antiseptic, and the sharp, clean scent cuts through the fog in my mind. "This may sting," he murmurs. His fingers, warm and calloused, cut my chin, tilting my face to the light. He is so close I can see the flecks of silver in his icy eyes, the faint pale scar on his chin. They are not the eyes of the ruthless strategist who trapped me in this marriage. They are the eyes of the terrified man from the tunnel, raw and dark, with an emotion so potent it makes my breath catch. He dabs the cotton pad against the small cut on my temple. The sting is sharp, but it is the gentleness of his touch that undoes me. A single hot tear escapes and tracks a path down my cheek. He catches it with his thumb, his touch impossibly soft. The fear I felt in the tunnel, the absolute bone-deep certainty of my own death comes crashing back. The carefully constructed walls of my poise, my anger, my strategic defiance, they all crumble into dust. The only thing that is real is the man kneeling before me, his touch a steady, solid anchor in a world that has just tried to kill me. "Devlin," I whisper, the name a broken, ragged sound. It is not a question. It is a plea. His eyes search mine, 1,000 unspoken questions passing between us. The raw emotion I see there, the fear, the guilt, the ferocious possessiveness, is a mirror to the storm churning inside me. I reach out, my hand trembling, and lay my palm flat against the hard plane of his chest. I can feel the frantic, heavy beat of his heart beneath my hand. It is a wild, unsteady rhythm that matches my own. His eyes close, a flicker of something that looks like pain. He places his hand over mine, his fingers engulfing my own. He does not need to speak. In that single, desperate touch, every rule is broken, every contract rendered meaningless. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Lying in his arms, in the heart of my jailer's fortress, I feel a sense of safety so profound, so absolute, it terrifies me. I know it is a lie. I know the tablet with its damning file, the proof of his ultimate betrayal, is waiting for me. I know this is not real. But for tonight, it is the one lie I desperately, desperately want to believe. Chapter 27, Cassidy. I awake to the unfamiliar sensation of sunlight on my face. The morning light streams through the vast glass wall of Devlin's bedroom, painting the dark, severe space in hues of soft gold. For the first time, the penthouse does not feel like a fortress, but a sanctuary. I am tangled in his arms, my head on his chest, the slow, steady beat of his heart, a solid, comforting rhythm beneath my ear. His arm is a heavy, possessive weight around me, his skin warm against mine. The scent of him, clean, masculine, and utterly unique, is a warm, intoxicating cloud. It feels real. It feels dangerously, terrifyingly real. I lie still, not wanting to wake him, not wanting to break the fragile peace of this moment. The tablet with its damning file, my meticulously gathered evidence of his betrayal, feels like a relic from another lifetime. A lifetime that ended in a tunnel of screeching metal and shattering glass. His eyes open. They are not the icy gray blue of the strategist, but a softer, warmer shade, clouded with sleep. He looks at me, and for a long, silent moment, the world outside this bed ceases to exist. There are no secrets, no contracts, no danger. There is only us. "Good morning," I whisper, the words feeling fragile in the quiet room. A low, gravelly sound rumbles in his chest. Morning. He does not release me. If anything, his arm tightens slightly, a possessive, instinctual gesture. We stay like that for a long time, simply breathing in the quiet intimacy. Eventually, the smell of coffee begins to drift in from the kitchen. I begin, but the words die on my lips. I do not want to move. "Stay," he commands. Later, we are in the kitchen. He is in a pair of simple black sweatpants and a gray t-shirt that stretches taut across his shoulders, and the sight of him so stripped of his corporate armor is a raw, disarming intimacy. He moves with a quiet efficiency, making tea, my tea, the silver needle from London, and pouring coffee into his tarnished mug. A bit later, the housekeeper brings in a tray from a small cafe in the village, laden with the specific eggs Benedict I love, the one with truffle hollandaise, a place I have not been to in years. "How did you know?" I ask, my voice quiet. He looks up from pouring my tea, his expression unreadable. I pay attention. We eat in a comfortable silence, a shocking departure from the oppressive, weighted silences that have defined our meals. The fragile hope I have been suppressing begins to take root in the scorched earth of my heart. After we finish, we migrate to the living area. He sits on one end of the sofa, a tablet in his hand, and I sit on the other, a book in mine. But the space between us is not a chasm anymore. It is a shared, quiet territory. I find myself testing the waters, the boundaries of this new, fragile peace. "The renewable energy project you mentioned," I say, my voice carefully neutral. "The one in sub-Saharan Africa. What's the projected ROI on a project like that? The infrastructure costs must be astronomical." He looks up from his tablet, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He does not dismiss the question. He does not condescend. He puts the tablet down. "They are," he says, his voice taking on the low, commanding tone of the CEO. But this time, it is directed with me, not at me. "But the long-term geopolitical stabilization is the real return. Access to sustainable power reduces dependency on foreign oil, which in turn reduces conflict." He studies me, his gaze sharp, assessing. "You see the problem not as an investment, but as a strategic flaw in the current model." "The current model is unsustainable," I counter, feeling a spark of my old self, the strategist, the businesswoman. "It's built on a finite resource and fosters instability. It's bad for business in the long run." A slow, genuine smile touches his lips. It is a rare, devastating thing that completely transforms his face, erasing years of hardness. "Precisely," he says. "Most people only see the quarterly report." He speaks to me for nearly an hour, not as a liability to be managed, but as an equal, a partner. He speaks of risk, of strategy, of legacy. And in his words, I see a man driven by more than just power. I see a man trying to build something that lasts. The hope in my chest unfurls, a tender, dangerous bloom. That evening, a comfortable silence settles between us. We are in his office, a room that was once his fortress and is now, somehow, a shared space. He is on a call, and I am browsing the shelves, my fingers trailing over the spines of leather-bound first editions. My eyes land on his desk. Amidst the neat, orderly stacks of files, a single small object lies face down. A photograph. Drawn by a curiosity I cannot name, I walk over and pick it up. It is black and white, the corners soft with time. A handsome, smiling young man with Devlin's eyes, but a joy I have never seen on Devlin's face, leans against a vintage convertible. His arm is slung around the shoulders of a beautiful, laughing woman, and the breath seizes in my throat. It is like looking at a ghost. My ghost. The woman is not me, but she could be. The same dark, expressive eyes, the same elegant curve of her jaw, the same graceful poise I have spent a lifetime perfecting. She could be my sister. She could be me. The resemblance is so absolute, so jarring. It feels like a violation. Cassidy. Devlin's voice, quiet and rough, startles me. I turn. He has ended his call. He is standing a few feet away, his gaze fixed on the photograph in my hand. The mask is gone. In its place is a man laid bare, his eyes filled with a profound, soul-deep sadness that is so raw, so naked. It feels like I'm intruding on a sacred wound. This was the same photograph before. I'm sure of it. He walks over, his movements slow, heavy. He gently takes the photograph from my fingers. His thumb strokes the smiling face of the woman, a gesture of infinite heartbreaking tenderness. "That is my brother Daniel," he says in a gravelly voice I have to strain to hear. "And his fiancée, Eleonora." He pauses, his gaze lost in the past. "They died a long time ago, a car crash." He finally lifts his eyes to mine, and the guilt, the self-loathing I see there is a gut punch that steals the air from my lungs. It was my fault. The confession hangs between us, a raw, bleeding thing. It is the key to the puzzle of him, the ghost I have sensed in the empty spaces of this penthouse. My heart aches for him, a sharp, painful pang of empathy that eclipses everything else. Later that night, I am alone in my room, but I cannot sleep. I stand in front of the full-length mirror, the photograph burned into my memory. I see my own reflection, but my mind overlays it with the image of the laughing woman, Eleonora. I trace the curve of my jaw. Is it the same as hers? I study my eyes. Do they hold the same light? A cold, sickening dread begins to creep up my spine, chilling the warmth of the day, poisoning the memory of his tenderness, his obsession with me, the way he watches me, the possessiveness in his gaze. Was it ever for me? When he touches me, whose face does he see? When he held me last night, was he seeking comfort from the memory of a car crash? Am I a substitute, a replacement, a ghost he is trying to possess to fix a past he cannot change? The thought is a violation far deeper than any contract or forced marriage. It erases me, my identity, my very self. Every moment of vulnerability, every flicker of what I thought was a genuine connection is now tainted, suspect. I am grappling with this new personal horror, my own reflection a stranger in the glass, when I think of the name again. Eleonora. A beautiful, tragic name from a ghost story. And then it hits me, a jolt of pure, ice-cold dread so absolute it stops my heart. Eleonora, the shell corporation that funded Owen's escape. Eleonora's gate, the verbal passcode to his fortress of an office. My blood runs cold. The room begins to spin. The fragile hope, the burgeoning tenderness, the lie of safety I have been clinging to for the past 24 hours. It all shatters into a million pieces. I realize, with a wave of sickening, horrifying certainty, that the key to his deepest personal trauma and the key to his entire business conspiracy are the exact same thing. He did not just see a woman he wanted to possess. He saw a ghost he needed to save. My face, my body, my life. It was all just a second chance for him to get it right. This is not just strategic. It is pathologically, terrifyingly personal.
Chapter 28. Devlin. Sleep is a luxury afforded to men without ghosts, and I have just invited mine to sit at my table. It is hours after my confession in the office, hours after I watched Cassidy retreat into her room, leaving me alone with the memories I have summoned. I am in the main living area, a glass of Macallan 25 sweating in my hand. I'm not drinking it. I'm staring into its amber depths, watching the distorted reflections of the city lights swim and twist. I have finally spoken about her. Eleonora. The word itself is a wound, and talking about her has torn the scar tissue away, leaving the nerve endings raw and exposed. The calculated, controlled world I have built for myself feels fragile, thin as ice, over a black, churning sea of memory. The quiet hiss of a door sliding open down the hall breaks the silence. I do not look up. I know it is her. I can feel the shift in the air, the subtle change in the atmospheric pressure of the room that her presence always creates. I expect a confrontation, an argument, a new line of questioning. I do not expect the scent of toasted bread. I look up. She's standing at the entrance to the kitchen, a vision of softness in gray silk pajamas, her hair a beautiful cloud of dark curls around her shoulders. She does not look at me. She moves with a quiet, deliberate purpose. Opening the refrigerator, taking out cheese, a carton of milk. The simple domestic act is so utterly alien in this sterile, silent space that I find myself watching, mesmerized. My gaze is drawn to the marble island, and the memory of what happened there is not just a thought, but a visceral, full-body recollection. The breath seizes in my lungs, her legs wrapped around my waist, her back pressed against the cold stone, her screams echoing in this very room. My body reacts instantly, a low, primal tightening in my gut, a surge of heat that is both a memory and a fresh, raw craving. My jaw muscles clench. I look away, back into my glass, but the image is burned into my mind. She emerges from the kitchen a few minutes later, holding a small tray. On it is a simple, perfectly made grilled cheese sandwich and a tall glass of milk. She walks toward me, her bare feet silent on the stone floor. She's not angry or accusatory. Her expression is a careful, unreadable mask of soft concern. She stops in front of my chair. Drinking on an empty stomach won't help whatever is haunting you, she says gently. I am not hungry, I say roughly, almost dismissive. She's not deterred. She places the tray on the low table beside me, the scent of melted butter and warm bread a stark, wholesome contrast to the sterile air. You haven't eaten since yesterday. I'm thrown off balance by this unexpected domesticity, this seeming act of pure, uncomplicated care. The strategist in me searches for the angle, the motive. There is none I can find. I misinterpret this as empathy. I see her presence not as an intrusion, but as her seeking to understand the pain I so foolishly exposed. A surge of profound, protective tenderness washes through me, so potent it almost feels like physical pain. She sits on the sofa opposite me, not too close, but not far either. She tucks her feet beneath her, her presence a quiet, unnerving comfort in the echoing silence of my life. "You look so happy in that picture," she says, her voice carefully neutral, her gaze on the dark, empty fireplace. "Your brother." The name lingers in the air between us. Daniel. She turns her head to look at me, her dark eyes soft with a curiosity that feels dangerously sincere. Was she good for him? The question is a key, sliding into a lock I thought was rusted shut. She's not asking about the business, or the danger, or the contract. She is asking about them, about the ghost. And I am completely, utterly disarmed by what I perceive as her compassion. The words come, torn from a place I have kept buried for 25 years. She was not just good for him, I say in a gravelly voice I barely recognize. She was the only person who could make him still. I stare into my glass, but I am not seeing the whiskey. I am seeing a memory, sharp and vivid. A summer afternoon at our family's estate. Daniel, 26 and vibrating with a reckless, brilliant energy, is about to walk away from the family business to fund some wild, high-risk venture with a group of shady investors. Our father was furious. I was preparing for war. He was going to throw everything away, I hear myself say, the words a confession. He was in the library, shouting, breaking things. A storm of pure, arrogant, beautiful self-destruction. I paused, the memory a knot of pain in my chest. And she walked in. Eleonora. She did not raise her voice, she did not argue. She just walked up to him in the middle of all the chaos and placed her hand on his chest. I look at Cassidy, at the rapt, focused attention on her face. She just said his name. Daniel. And he stopped. The storm just stopped. I looked down at my own hands, at the faint, pale scar on my wrist. He was a storm, I say, my voice raw with an unshed grief I did not know I still possessed. And she was his anchor. The only person who could ever make him still. And I let her down. The admission is monumental, a complete lowering of my shields. I've shared the core of my failure, the source of my lifelong penance, born from the foolish, dangerous belief that this woman, my wife, is finally seeing me. The sharp, discreet buzz of my secure phone on the table beside me is a violent intrusion, a gunshot in the sacred silence. The world I had forgotten rushes back in, cold and brutal. I pick up the phone. Yes, Martin. His voice is crisp, efficient, a voice from another lifetime. Sir, the asset is in position. We have a window of opportunity, but it is closing. You need to be here. The final move against the cartel. The culmination of weeks of planning. The act that will make the world safe for the future I have in the last few hours, foolishly allowed myself to imagine. I'm on my way, I say, and cut the connection. The intimate, vulnerable moment is shattered. The strategist is back in command. I stand up, the shift in my demeanor abrupt, jarring. Cassidy watches me, her expression unreadable. I have to go, I say, my voice once again flat, controlled. Business. She nods, her own mask of poised neutrality sliding back into place. I walk to the door, my shoes echoing on the stone floor. But I cannot leave like this. I cannot leave her in the wreckage of my confession and our intimacy. I turn back. She's still on the sofa, a small, still figure in the vast, empty room. I cross the space between us and stop before her. I reach down, my hand cupping her jaw, my thumb stroking the soft, warm skin. I lean in and kiss her. It is not the desperate claiming of the tunnel. It is not the violent possession of the kitchen. It is something else entirely. Something shockingly, terrifyingly sincere. A promise. I pull back and look into her dark, unreadable eyes, seeing only the woman I believe is finally, truly starting to trust me. Wait for me, I say, the words a vow, a promise laced with a tragic, devastating irony I am too blind to see.
Chapter 29. Cassidy. The heavy oak door of the penthouse clicks shut behind him, the sound a final definitive seal. His kiss, so shockingly sincere, is still a burning imprint on my lips. His words, a raw, vulnerable promise, echo in the sudden, cavernous silence. Wait for me. For a single fragile moment, I allow myself to believe him. I cling to the image of the wounded man, the one who shared his grief, the one whose heart beat a frantic, terrified rhythm against mine in the tunnel. Hope, a dangerous, delicate bloom, unfurls in my chest, and then the ghost whispers her name. Eleonora. I'm reminded again that this isn't just any name. It is a key, a virus, a single perfect piece of code that unlocks everything, recontextualizing every touch, every word, every glance. This is the master key to his entire business conspiracy. My blood runs cold. The room begins to spin. The man who just kissed me with such sincerity, the man whose vulnerability I pitied, is a liar of such profound and pathological depth that I cannot even comprehend it. And in that cold, spinning reality, a deeper, more painful truth surfaces, and the sound that escapes my lips is a raw, wounded thing. It is the sound of the fragile, burgeoning hope from the last 24 hours dying a violent, silent death. Because the lie is not just that he manipulated me. The lie is that it worked. No, the strategist in my mind screams, you were playing a part, gathering intelligence. But my heart, the stupid, traitorous muscle in my chest, screams back that I am a liar. It aches with a sudden, devastating loss. A loss for the man who made me tea this morning. A loss for the future. For a few foolish hours, allowed myself to imagine in this gilded cage. I was falling for him, for the wounded man, for the brilliant strategist, for the terrifying protector. And none of it was real. This is not just a strategic deception. It is a psychological masterpiece of manipulation, and he used the best parts of me, my empathy, my compassion, as the keys to his victory. The ache in my chest solidifies, hardening into something cold, sharp, and purposeful. Rage. The need to know, to see the full scope of the lie, is a physical, clawing thing in my gut. He handed me the key to his server. Now I just need to get through the door. I walk to the living area, my movements stiff, robotic. On the low table beside his chair sits the whiskey glass from last night, untouched by the cleaning staff at my specific quiet request, his last act before his confession. My heart hammers against my ribs, a frantic, desperate rhythm. I go to my bathroom and retrieve my makeup compact and a roll of clear tape from my travel bag. This is insane. This is something from a movie. It will not work. It has to. I tried it before. Back in the living room, my hands are shaking, but my purpose is a cold, hard line of certainty. I gently dust the side of the glass with translucent powder. The whorls and ridges of a perfect, clear thumbprint emerge against the crystal. My breath catches. I press the sticky side of the tape firmly against the print and lift. It comes away clean, a ghostly, perfect image of his identity. My key. I walk to his office door. The tape held carefully between my fingers. The biometric scanner glows a soft, dormant green. My pulse is a roaring in my ears. I hold the tape over the scanner, my own thumb pressing it flat against the glass. The scanner whirs, the light flashes yellow, then green. Access granted. The breath leaves my lungs in a sharp hiss. I lean forward, my lips close to the microphone beside the pad. Eleonora's Gate, I whisper, the name of venomous irony on my tongue. The heavy door clicks open with a near-silent hiss. I am in. I am in the lion's den. The scent of him, leather, that subtle, clean cologne, surrounds me, a ghostly presence. I walk to his desk and sit in his chair, the leather cool against my skin. His computer is a sleek, black monolith, asleep but not off. I touch the mouse, and the screen comes to life. It is not password protected. The arrogance of it, the absolute certainty in his own physical security, is breathtaking. My fingers fly across the keyboard. I do not need to search for his server. I am already on his primary machine. I find the network drive, the cold, organized labyrinth of his power. And then I see it. A single, cryptically named folder that makes my blood run cold. Project CC for Cassidy. My name. I click it open. The truth is not a single document. It is a universe of my own life, cataloged and analyzed by him. It is a years-long surveillance file. It begins with a grainy photograph dated 2 years ago. Me, laughing with Jaden at an outdoor cafe. Owen's arm slung casually around my shoulders. The timestamp is from the week I first met Devlin at a family function. The attached note is a single chilling sentence in his clinical, detached voice. Subject identified. Uncanny resemblance to E. Commence passive monitoring. I scroll, my stomach churning. There are hundreds of photos. Me at board meetings. My expression stressed. Me jogging in the park. Me leaving a movie theater. My face sad. He has been a silent, unseen ghost in my life for years. Then I find the financial analyses. A deep dive investigation into Owen's mounting debts, his increasingly desperate investments, his connections to a known money laundering front for the Reynosa cartel. Cartel, the bastard. I continue searching the files. They are meticulous, updated weekly, proving that Devlin has been tracking Owen's inevitable self-destruction, as he called it, for years. He was not reacting to a crisis. He was waiting for one. My fingers tremble as I click on the master file. The title is a gut punch that steals the air from my lungs. The Eleonora Protocol. It is not a business plan. It is a series of contingency plans for me. Plan A, anonymous financial bailout for OS to mitigate immediate threat to CSJ. It is marked in red. Insufficient. Risk to asset remains high. Plan B, orchestrate controlled exposure of O.S. quote. S, criminal activities. Extract CSJ from the fallout. It is also marked in red. Insufficient. Asset remains emotionally vulnerable and a target for retaliation. Then Plan C, the final enacted protocol. I read the cold clinical words that have defined the last months of my life. Facilitate O.S. quote. S, disappearance. To neutralize immediate threat. Contain corporate and legal fallout via a binding, non-negotiable marital contract. Absorb both CSJ and the St. James entity under the full protective and financial umbrella of Shaw Industries. Secure the asset, secure the asset. I am not a person. I am not a wife. I am not even a ghost. I am an asset to be secured. I knew this all along. I'm an asset, but almost forgot. I shouldn't have. My vision blurs, the words on the screen swimming in a haze of unshed tears. This was never a rescue. This was never a whirlwind romance. It was a protocol. A cold, calculated, meticulously planned acquisition of a woman who reminded him of a ghost. I think I have seen the worst of it. I am wrong. There is one last file in the folder, a multi-page PDF. The title is The Final, Devastating Twist of the Knife. Risk and Vulnerability. Assessment, C. St. James. I open it. It is a psychological profile of me, written in Devlin's cold, analytical voice. It is the most intimate, violating thing I have ever seen. He has dissected me, my very soul, and laid me bare on a spreadsheet. I read his words, his clinical assessment of my character. Subject's primary emotional vulnerability, deep-seated loyalty to her mother, Naomi St. James. This connection, while a potential liability, can be leveraged to ensure compliance in high-stakes, emotionally charged scenarios. Subject's ingrained sense of duty to her family's legacy presents a predictable pattern of self-sacrifice when the St. James brand is threatened. Subject's core compassion, particularly for perceived weakness in others, COS, is a significant security risk. However, this same trait can be changed to foster a bond of dependence on a designated protector figure. The low hum of the penthouse server fades to a dull roar. The screen blurs. He did not just see me as a ghost he needed to save. He saw my heart, my loyalty, my love for my family, the very best parts of me, and cataloged them as weaknesses. Weaknesses to be leveraged, weaknesses to be exploited. And in that moment, the woman who loved him, the woman who was saved by him, the woman who found comfort in his arms, dies. And the woman who will burn his entire world to the ground is born. Chapter 30. Cassidy. I do not wait in the shadows. I do not hide. I wait for him in the heart of his power, in his chair behind his desk. The war is over, and I am here to survey the spoils. On the massive 8K monitor that serves as his desktop, a single document is open. My psychological profile, my weaknesses, my vulnerabilities, my very soul, dissected and cataloged in his cold clinical prose, glowing like a toxic manuscript in the dim light of the office. Hours pass. I do not move. The rage in my chest has cooled, hardened into a diamond of pure, unshakable purpose. The woman who wept, the woman who hoped, the woman who found comfort in his arms. She is a ghost now. I am what is left. I hear the quiet hiss of the elevator, the soft, confident footsteps approaching. The office door slides open. He stops dead. The single word, a physical barrier. Cassidy, the quiet satisfaction he walked in with, evaporates from his features, replaced by a stark, absolute stillness. He takes in the scene, me, in his chair, the damning file displayed on his screen. His security protocols, the most advanced in the world, gave him no alert. I bypass them all. I am in his fortress, at the heart of his command center. His eyes meet mine, and for a moment, I see something other than shock, a flicker of dark, unwilling respect. Then it is gone, replaced by the cold, hard mask of control. But it is too late. I have seen the crack. I do not scream. I do not cry. When I speak, my voice is quiet, calm, and utterly devoid of the emotion he so expertly cataloged. I quote his own words, back to him, the clinical, violating text from the screen. Subject's primary emotional vulnerability, deep-seated loyalty to her mother. I recite, my voice a dead, flat thing. This connection, while a potential liability, can be leveraged to ensure compliance in high-stakes, emotionally charged scenarios. He does not speak. He is, for the first time since I have known him, rendered utterly, completely speechless. I continue, my gaze never leaving his. Subject's core compassion is a significant security risk. However, this same trait can be repurposed to develop a bond of dependence on a designated protector figure. I finally allow a small, bitter smile to touch my lips. Was that me last night, Devlin? Repurposing my compassion? Fostering my dependence? He takes a step forward, his hands raised in a gesture of placation that is so alien on him it is almost comical. Cassidy, you do not understand. Oh, I think I do, I say, my voice still quiet, still controlled. I understand perfectly. This was never a rescue. It was a protocol. The Eleonora Protocol. A contingency plan to secure the asset. The name, her name, hangs suspended in the air between us. A toxic, radioactive thing. It was to protect you, he says in a raw, desperate rasp. The strategist is gone, replaced by a man scrambling in the ruins of his own making. Everything I did was to keep you safe. The rage that has been a cold, hard stone in my chest finally ignites, a white-hot, cleansing fire. Safe? I am on my feet now, my hands flat on his desk, leaning into the confrontation. Or was it to keep your own conscience clean? Was this about saving me, Devlin? Or was it about saving the ghost of her? Did you love her, Devlin? That is not true, he says, his voice tight, the muscle in his jaw a hard, frantic knot. I did not love Eleonora. You didn't have to love her, I cry, my voice finally cracking. The pain a raw, ragged edge. You just had to see her in me. Am I a substitute, Devlin? A second chance to fix your greatest failure? When you touch me, whose face do you see? When you held me, were you holding me? Or were you holding the memory of a woman you let die? I see you, he says brokenly. Cassidy, I see you. No, I whisper, shaking my head, the single word, a final devastating judgment. You see a ghost, an asset, a series of exploitable emotional vulnerabilities. I straighten up, the fire in my chest cooling once more, leaving behind a frozen, desolate certainty. And I refuse to be haunted. I walk around the desk toward the door. He moves to block my path, his hand reaching for my arm. "You cannot leave," he says, his voice desperate. "It is not safe. The cartel—" "Your problems are not my own," I say, my voice cold. "Not anymore." I look down at my left hand. The heavy platinum band feels like a brand, not of ownership, but of a hope so profoundly betrayed it has curdled into poison. The weight of it is the weight of his lies, of his manipulations, of the ghost named Eleonora he placed between us. My thumb pushes against the cool, unforgiving metal, trying to slide it from my finger. And for a single treacherous heartbeat, I hesitate. The image of his face in the tunnel, stripped of all artifice, raw with a terror that was not a lie, flashes in my mind. The memory of waking up in his arms, the slow, steady beat of his heart, a solid, comforting rhythm beneath my ear, the absolute, undeniable feeling of safety I felt tangled in his sheets, the broken sound of his voice as he spoke his brother's name, the sincerity of the kiss he gave me before he left, a promise of a future I, for a few foolish, desperate hours, allowed myself to believe in. Was all of it a lie? Or is he just a broken man, a prisoner of his own ghosts, so terrified of repeating the past that he would burn down the present to stop it? A flicker of the pity I felt for him just last night, a dangerous, stupid ember of compassion, glows in the darkness. But then his own words, cold and clinical from the glowing screen, echo in my mind. Leverage to ensure compliance. Exploitable emotional vulnerabilities. The ember of pity dies, extinguished by the cold, hard truth of his premeditation. He did not just feel those things. He used them. He saw my compassion, my loyalty, my heart, and he cataloged them as tools. The pain of that realization is a clean, sharp blade, slicing through the last vestiges of doubt. The ring slides over my knuckle. The skin beneath is pale, indented, a ghostly imprint of a promise that was never real. My finger feels impossibly light and unbearably cold. Each step toward his desk is a final, definitive severing. I do not look at him, but I can feel his gaze on me, a desperate, silent plea. I place the ring on the polished obsidian surface, directly beside his keyboard. The small, sharp click in the silent, cavernous room is the sound of a lock breaking, the sound of a cage door swinging open. My voice is not the quiet whisper of a victim. It is the steady, toneless voice of a woman who has survived the wreckage. The contract is broken. I do not care about the fallout. We are over. I turn and walk past him. This time, he does not try to stop me. His stillness is an admission of guilt, a silent acknowledgement of his own catastrophic defeat. His entire world has collapsed, and he knows, finally, that he is the one who lit the match. I do not look back. I walk out of his office, out of his life, my footsteps a steady, even rhythm of newfound freedom. The last thing I vow to the man I leave standing in the ruins is, "You do not own me." Chapter 31. Cassidy. The click of the private elevator doors sliding shut behind me is the sound of a guillotine falling. The contract is broken. I am free, and I have never been in more danger in my entire life. I do not look back. I walk through the cold, silent marble lobby, past the security guards whose faces are masks of confusion. I'm a ghost leaving a fortress, and I can feel the invisible crosshairs of Devlin's world on my back. I step out onto the street, and the city air, thick with exhaust and the scent of rain, is the sweetest, most terrifying breath I have ever taken. I am a woman with no phone, no credit cards, and no plan, wearing a dress that costs more than most cars. A target. My first move is a taxi. My second is a lie. Take me to the corner of Madison and 79th. I tell the driver. naming a location 3 blocks from my true destination. I pay him with the emergency cash I have tucked into a hidden pocket of my clutch, a habit my grandmother taught me. I get out, melt into the evening crowds, and walk. Each step on the cracked, unforgiving pavement is a declaration of independence. The pain is a living thing inside me, a hot, restless coil in my gut. But for the first time in my life, it is a pain that is entirely my own. I arrive at Jaden's apartment, a jewel box of color and life that is the polar opposite of Devlin's sterile fortress. I press the buzzer, my hands trembling. The door swings open. Jaden is in a silk robe, a wine glass in hand. He takes one look at my face, at the raw, shattered look in my eyes, and the playful smile dissolves. "Cassie?" he breathes, his voice tight with alarm. "Oh my God, what did he do to you?" I step inside, and the warmth of his apartment, the scent of scented candles, and home finally breaks the icy dam of my control. A single ragged sob tears from my throat. He gathers me in his arms, holding me as I shake, not with tears, but with the silent, violent aftershocks of my escape. "He lied," I whisper into the silk of his robe. "All of it, Jaden. It was all a lie." He holds me for a long time. He does not press. He does not pry. He just holds me together. When the tremors finally subside, he leads me to the sofa and wraps me in a cashmere blanket. He expects me to collapse. He expects me to shatter. He does not know the woman who was born in the ashes of Devlin's office. I look up at him, my eyes clear, the pain now a cold, hard diamond of purpose. "Get your laptop," I say, my voice steady, "and open a secure line. We're going to war." Jaden stares at me, then a slow, dangerous smile spreads across his face. He sees it, the shift, the steel. "Now you're talking my language," he says. For the next 2 hours, his apartment is a war room. I pace the length of his living room, a general planning her counteroffensive, while Jaden sits at his laptop, my loyal, brilliant second in command. "The narrative is everything," I begin, my voice sharp, strategic. "We cannot let him or my mother control it. We have to strike first." "What's the play?" Jaden asks, his fingers flying across the keyboard. "A controlled burn," I say. "We sacrifice Owen to save the company and to create a smokescreen. The embezzlement story, we leak it. Clean, factual, to a reputable business journal. It makes Owen a tragic, flawed figure. Not just a common thief. It positions St. James Beauty as the victim of his deception." "And the cartel?" Jaden asks, his voice low. "That's the real fire. We leak it anonymously to a federal reporter I know, someone who specializes in organized crime," I say. "We give them just enough to start their own investigation, to put the official spotlight on them. It makes them a target for someone bigger than Devlin Shaw." "And you?" he asks, his eyes full of a fierce protective loyalty. "What's our story for you?" "I am the woman who was betrayed," I say, the words tasting like ash. "But I am not the woman who was broken. We give the human interest angle, the jilted bride rising from the ashes story to someone pliable, someone we can control." I stop pacing and look at him. "Felix Moreau." Jaden recoils. "You want to feed the snake?" "You feed a snake to make it go where you want," I reply, my voice pure ice. He thinks he has leverage over me. We are about to show him what real leverage looks like. The final battle is the one I have been avoiding my entire life. I summon my mother to the St. James Beauty offices the next morning. My office. I have her escorted up by security. She walks in, her face a mask of cold fury. "What is the meaning of this, Cassidy?" "Sit down, Mother," I say, my voice quiet. I do not get up from behind my desk. I am on my turf now, on my throne. I slide a single file across the desk. It contains the redacted proof of Owen's embezzlement. This is the situation, I say. And this, I slide another paper across, a pre-written press release, is our solution. The story we will be telling the board and the world. She reads, her face paling, her eyes flicking up to me with a new, dawning horror. She is not horrified by the crime. She is horrified that she is no longer in control. You cannot do this without me, she says in a low hiss. I can, I reply, my voice steady, final. And I will. You will support my narrative. You will vote with me on the board, or I will leak the full, unredacted version of events, including your own negligence in the matter. Your choice. She stares at me, and in her eyes, I see the death of the dutiful daughter she created and the birth of the predator she never anticipated. She gives a jerky nod. The war is won. That afternoon, I signed the lease on a new apartment, a small, beautiful space in a building without a doorman, a place that is entirely my own. It is the first decision I have made about my own life, for my own life, since I was a child. The feeling of turning my own key in the lock is a quiet, profound victory. I am unpacking a box of books when my phone, a new, untraceable one from Jaden, buzzes. It is an email forwarded from my lawyer. It is from a prestigious white shoe law firm I recognize as one of Devlin's. On behalf of our client, the email reads, "We are pleased to inform you that a blind trust has been established in your name. The initial endowment is for $100 million. The number is obscene. A golden cage, larger and more luxurious than the last. A final, arrogant act of ownership. My fingers tremble, but not with indecision. It is a tremor of pure, unadulterated rage. I type a one-word reply to the lawyer, my thumb pressing hard against the screen. Rejected. Then I block the sender. And at last, I breathe.
Chapter 32. Devlin. The penthouse is a tomb. It's been a while since she left, and I don't even think of how past time flies. This place has become a vast, silent, sterile space that echoes with the ghost of her. Her scent lingers in the library. Her favorite teacup sits, washed and empty, on a shelf in the kitchen. Every surface is as symbolizes my failure. I watch her from a distance. It is a new kind of surveillance, not the cold, clinical monitoring of an asset, but the desperate, painful vigil of an exile. I see her on the financial news, a vision of cool, controlled power as she discusses St. James Beauty's new marketing initiative. I see her in the society pages, a radiant, untouchable queen at a charity luncheon. She is not the woman I broke. She is the woman who was forged in the fire I started. And she is magnificent. She has dismantled my carefully constructed world with a series of precise, surgical strikes. Her counter-narrative has been a masterpiece of public relations, painting Owen as a tragic, flawed figure and her family's company as the resilient victim. She has neutered her mother, seizing control of her own legacy. She moves with a confidence and an agency that is breathtaking, and she has done it all without me. Martin enters my office, his face an impassive mask. "Sir, the transfer for the blind trust was rejected. Again." I look at him, but my gaze is distant. "The transfer?" "The $100 million endowment for Mrs. Shaw," Martin clarifies, his voice carefully neutral. Her lawyer replied with a single word. I already know the word. I can feel it in the hollow space in my chest. "Tell me." "Rejected," Martin says. The word is a clean, precise cut. It does not tear, it severs. It is a declaration that she does not need my money. She does not want my penance. She wants nothing from me. And in that single word, I understand the true, catastrophic scope of my loss. After Martin leaves, I sit in the silence for a long time. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, I open my secure server. I navigate to the folder, to the source of my own sickness. Project C. I opened the vulnerability assessment, the clinical detached profile I wrote of her. Subject's core compassion is a significant security risk. It can be repurposed to foster a bond of dependence. The clinical detached cruelty of my own words is a physical poison in my throat. I saw the best, most beautiful parts of her, her loyalty, her heart, and I cataloged them as liabilities to be leveraged. I did not just want to control her. I wanted to colonize her very soul. My hand is shaking. I dragged the entire folder, Project C, the Eleonora Protocol, 2 years of my own sickness, to the digital trash bin and execute the command to permanently erase it. The act provides no relief. It's like burning a map after the city has already been reduced to ash. I leave the penthouse. I drive for hours, the city a blur of indifferent lights. I find myself at a small private cemetery in the quiet hills north of the city. The air here is cold and clean. I walk to a simple black granite headstone. The names are carved in clean, severe lines. Daniel Shaw, Eleonora Vance. I trace the letters of my brother's name, the cold stone leaching the warmth from my fingertips. I failed you, I whisper to the silent stone, the confession a ragged, unfamiliar sound in the quiet air. I tried to control you, to cage the storm that was in you. I did the same to her, and it cost her everything. I look at her name, Eleonora. A woman of grace and fire, a woman I saw as a sister, a ghost I have been chasing for 25 years. And now, I say, my voice breaking, a raw, jagged thing. I have done it again. I see Cassidy's face, her eyes blazing with a hurt so profound it has burned away all the tears. I see the look of absolute betrayal as she quoted my own cold, calculating words back to me. I tried to build a fortress around her, Daniel, the same way I tried to build one around you, to protect her from the world, from the weakness of others. I called it protection, but it was only control, a way to manage my own fear, my own guilt. I was so obsessed with preventing the past that I willingly destroyed the future, I whisper. And in the cold, clear air of this cemetery, surrounded by the ghosts of my failures, a final, devastating truth solidifies. Control is not love. My obsession was not about saving a ghost. It was about my own selfish need for absolution. And in my quest for redemption, I shattered the one real, beautiful thing that had ever entered my life. I love her truly, deeply and sincerely. A new resolve, cold and hard as the granite beneath my hand, settles in my soul. I cannot fix what I have broken. I cannot undo the pain I have caused. But I can finish the mission. I can eliminate the threat. I take out my phone and dial Martin. The Reynosa cartel, I say, voice quiet but stripped of all doubt. It is the voice of a man finding his true purpose in the ruins. I am no longer interested in containing them. I want them dismantled. I want their leadership erased. I want their entire network burned to the ground. Sir, Martin says, a note of caution in his voice. A direct war. This is not a war, I interrupt, my gaze on the 2 names carved in stone. It is a cleansing. I brought this danger to her door. I've been trying to control them now. I need to rid of them. I will remove it, permanently. I pause. Make her safe. Truly safe, even if it means she's only safe from a distance where I can never touch her again. I end the call. The path forward is clear. It is not a path back to her, not yet. It is a path of fire and blood, a path of penance. I walk back to my car, leaving the ghosts behind me. Back in the silent penthouse, I go to my office. I open the safe and look at the simple platinum ring she left on my desk. It glints in the dim light, a symbol of everything I have lost. I pick it up. Its weight is a familiar, painful thing. My obsession destroyed my only chance at love. Now, my penance will be to make the world safe for the woman I love, even if she never knows it. It is not about winning her back. It is about becoming a man worthy of her.
Chapter 33. Cassidy. Months pass, not in a blur, but in a series of sharp, deliberate, hard-won days. I have built a new life from the ashes of the old one, not on the foundation of my family's legacy, but on the bedrock of my own strength. My apartment is small, but it is mine. My company, a boutique PR firm specializing in crisis management for women in power, is thriving. I am a success story, a narrative I have crafted with the same ruthless precision Devlin once used on me. I am free, I am powerful, I am in control. But at night, in the quiet, unguarded hours before sleep, the ghosts come. The silence of my apartment is different from the oppressive silence of the penthouse. It is empty, and in the emptiness, he is there. The memory of his hands in my hair, the low, gravelly timbre of his voice, the shocking, devastating sincerity in his eyes when he kissed me goodbye. The man I was falling for, the man who was never real. The hurt is a dull, constant ache in my chest. I do not allow it to surface in the daylight. I bury it under board meetings and strategy sessions and the relentless forward momentum of my new life. Love is a vulnerability, an illusion crafted from lies and deception. I have learned that lesson in a crucible of pain, and I will not forget it. Tonight, there is no time for ghosts. Tonight is my masterpiece, the inaugural Phoenix Ball, a high-profile art auction to benefit survivors of domestic abuse, a cause that feels deeply, painfully personal. I organized it from the ground up, my name, my brand, my power attached to every detail. It is my declaration to the world and to myself that I have risen from the ashes. I walk through the grand ballroom of the Pierre Hotel an hour before the doors open. A general surveying her battlefield. Jaden is at my side, a vision in a shimmering, emerald green tuxedo jacket, a tablet in his hand. The lighting on the Monet is still too harsh, I say, pointing toward the far wall. It needs to be softer, more diffuse. And the security team on the east entrance looks sloppy. Have them tighten up. Consider it done, Jaden says, tapping away on his screen. He turns toward me, his eyes shining with a fierce, proud loyalty. Everything is magnificent, Cassie. You built this? All of it? From nothing? It's just logistics, Jaden, I say, but a thrill of pride, sharp and pure, runs through me. He lowers his voice. Heard anything from Lord Voldemort? The nickname shakes me to my core, a reminder of the one variable I still cannot control. I never want to hear his real name ever again. We don't talk about him, I say, my voice pure ice. I have rejected his money, blocked his lawyers. He has, to his credit, respected my silence. He has made no move to contact me. He has become a ghost that's haunting me every day. A new waiter, one I do not recognize from the catering company's main team, approaches with a tray of champagne flutes. He is tall, with a stillness that seems out of place amidst the low-level chaos of event prep. His eyes, when they meet mine for a fraction of a second, are flat, empty. Champagne, Mrs. Shaw? He asks, his voice smooth, accented. It's Miss St. James, I correct, my voice cold. I take a glass. Thank you. He nods and moves on, melting back into the staff. Well, he was creepy, Jaden mutters, watching the waiter go. Looked at you like you were on a menu. I dismiss it with a wave of my hand. He's just a waiter, but a small, cold knot of unease tightens in my stomach. I take a sip of the champagne, the bubbles a sharp, celebratory sting on my tongue. An hour later, the ballroom is a glittering, thriving sea of New York's elite. The energy is electric, a testament to the power of a well-crafted narrative. I move through the crowd, a queen in my own right, accepting compliments, closing last-minute donations, my smile bright, my composure flawless. I am in my element. I am in control. Jaden finds me by the silent auction tables, his face flushed with excitement. "We just broke $1 million on the pre-bids alone," he says as a triumphant whisper. "You did it, Cassie." He straightens the strap of my gown, his eyes shining. "Look at you," he says, voice soft, full of a fierce, genuine love. Radiant, powerful, finally free. A genuine, unforced smile touches my lips. The warmth of the champagne, the success of the evening, the presence of my best friend. It all coalesces into a single perfect moment of pure, unadulterated triumph. "I am, aren't I?" I say, the words a quiet, profound affirmation. And in that exact moment, a sudden, inexplicable cold seeps into my bones. A frigid tide that has very little to do with the air conditioning. The fine hairs on my arms lift, a primal warning system firing in the dark. The cheerful, buzzing sound of the gala fades to a distant roar. The feeling is unmistakable. The chilling, absolute certainty of being watched. Not by the admiring crowd, not by the press, by a predator. I slowly scan the room, my smile frozen on my face. And then I see him, across the crowded ballroom, near the entrance to the kitchens, leaning against a marble pillar, the waiter, the one with the empty eyes. He is not serving drinks. He is not working. He is just watching me, as if he's waiting for something. What's going on? Chapter 34. Cassidy. The smile freezes on my face. The warmth from Jaden's praise, from the champagne, vanishes as if it never existed. In its place, a sudden, inexplicable cold seeps deep into my bones, a frigid tide that has little to do with the air conditioning. The fine hairs on my arms lift, a primal warning system firing in the dark. "Cassie, what is it?" Jaden asks, his voice tight with a sudden concern. He sees it, the shift in my expression. "Don't look," I murmur urgently, my gaze fixed across the glittering room. The waiter, by the pillar, the one with the empty eyes. My PR-trained mind, the one that analyzes every room for threats and opportunities, kicks into overdrive. His posture is wrong, too relaxed, too still for a server in the middle of a high-pressure event. His shoes are wrong. Expensive, Italian leather, not the standard issue black non-slips of the catering staff. His movements are too economical, too purposeful. He's not working the room. He is studying its exits, its security, its vulnerabilities. My heart begins to hammer against my ribs, a frantic, wild drum against my ribs. I watch as he moves to the main bar. He speaks to the bartender, his smile polite, charming. The bartender nods and turns to make a complex cocktail. With his back mostly turned to the room, the assassin prepares a single flute of champagne, his body shielding his actions. His movements are too quick, too discreet. I do not see him doing something questionable. But I know in my gut, with a sickening absolute certainty, that something is wrong with that drink. It's him. The threat Devlin was so terrified of is here, in my ballroom, at my event. I just know it. The world slows down, the laughter and music of the gala stretching into a distorted, surreal drone. I am frozen, a war raging inside me. Scream and cause a mass panic, risking being wrong and destroying my own event, or stay silent and accept what is coming. He picks up the single glass of champagne and begins to walk toward me. His path is a direct, unswerving line through the glittering, oblivious crowd. People part for him without a thought. The room is a cacophony of life and celebration, but for me, there is only the sound of my own blood roaring in my ears and the soft, deliberate footsteps of the man coming to kill me. He reaches me. His smile is polite, his eyes absolutely dead. "A gift from an admirer," he says. Time stops. My hand begins to rise, a slow, inevitable movement, a puppet on a string. My fingers are trembling, reaching for the delicate, deadly stem of the flute. Oh God, should I scream, create a commotion? But I have no proof. My hand continues to move to receive the drink, and my smile starts to shake, and then a blur of motion. A hand, large, scarred, and moving with impossible speed, snatches the glass from the tray. Devlin is here. He appears as if from thin air, a chaotic, violent intrusion into the perfect, glittering scene. His suit is rumpled, his chest heaving as if he has run a marathon. His wild, blazing eyes, stripped of all their icy control, are locked only on me. Devlin, I breathe, the name a broken, disbelieving sound. He ignores the stunned assassin. He ignores the gasps from the people around us. To you, Cassidy, he rasps brokenly before he brings the glass to his lips and downs the entire flute of poisoned champagne himself. He drops the empty glass. It shatters on the marble floor, the sound a gunshot in the suddenly silent ballroom. He looks at me, a universe of pain and regret and something that looks terrifyingly like love in his eyes. And then he collapses at my feet. Screams erupt. A wave of pure, shrieking panic rips through the crowd. I drop to my knees beside him, my hands hovering over his convulsing body, my mind a blank wall of white noise. Devlin! His men are there then, a swarm of dark suits and grim faces, materializing from the crowd. Martin Hale is at their head. They surround the assassin, but the man shows no fear. He pulls a small remote detonator from his jacket, a single red light blinking like a malevolent eye. No one moves, the assassin hisses, his eyes wild, triumphant. Or we all die. The threat hangs in the air, but all I can process is Devlin on the floor, hurting, injured. I'm not going. The assassin's words are cut off in a blink of an eye. In that instant, a small, perfect red dot, the size of a ladybug, appears on the center of the assassin's forehead. There is no loud report, only a soft, sharp fit, a sound like a champagne cork leaving a bottle, that echoes from a hidden position in the musician's gallery above. The assassin's eyes widen in a final, profound surprise. He crumples to the ground, his fingers spasming an inch from the button on the detonator. Dead. The room is a vortex of screaming and chaos, but I see none of it. I am on the floor, my hands on Devlin, turning him over. His eyes are open, but they are unfocused, his breath coming in shallow, ragged gasps. A fine sheen of sweat covers his face. Devlin, I sob, my voice a raw, broken plea. Stay with me. His eyes find mine, and for a moment, there is a flicker of focus, of recognition. His lips move, forming a single, silent word I cannot hear. And then his eyes roll back in his head, and he is still, his life hanging by a single fraying thread in the heart of the chaos he created to save me. Devlin, no! Chapter 35. Cassidy. The world is a series of disconnected, overexposed snapshots. Martin Hale's grim face, illuminated by the flashing red and blue lights of the ambulance. The sterile white walls of a corridor rushing past. The frantic squeak of gurney wheels on polished linoleum. The sharp, antiseptic smell of the hospital that scrapes the back of my throat. A scent I will associate with terror for the rest of my life. Devlin's men, a silent, efficient army of ghosts in dark suits, have cordoned off an entire wing of Mount Sinai. They move with a quiet, lethal purpose, their presence turning a public hospital into a private, high-security fortress. Martin is their grim-faced general, his voice a low, steady stream of commands into a secure communication line. He leads me to a private waiting room, a small, sterile box of beige walls and uncomfortable chairs. We will keep you updated, he says, his voice flat, his eyes giving away nothing. Then he is gone, leaving me alone in the suffocating silence. I sink into a chair, the adrenaline from the gala finally draining away, leaving a deep, bone-aching shock in its wake. The weight of what just happened crashes down on me, a physical, crushing force. He drank poison for me. The words are a silent, repeating mantra in my mind, a truth so absolute it feels like it should have its own gravitational pull. He did not hesitate. He did not weigh the odds. He saw the threat and he became the shield. He chose to die, to save a woman who had walked away from him, a woman who had been actively trying to dismantle his world. Why? A television in the corner of the room, muted until now, flickers to life, activated by one of Martin's men in the hall. A breaking news report. The anchor's face is grave. We are getting reports of a major coordinated series of raids this morning, targeting key assets of the Reynosa cartel here in New York and in Mexico City, she says. Federal sources are calling this the most significant blow against the organization in a decade. The screen cuts to footage of federal agents in tactical gear, storming a warehouse, a shipping facility. It is a full-scale military operation. This comes on the heels of a suspected terrorist incident tonight at the Phoenix Ball, the anchor continues, and my breath catches in my throat. My event. What sources are calling a last desperate act of retaliation by the crippled organization? A photo flashes on the screen. It is a picture of Devlin, taken at a business conference years ago. He looks cold, powerful, and very much alive. Billionaire Devlin Shaw, who our sources confirm has been instrumental in providing the intelligence that led to this morning's raids, was the apparent target of an assassination attempt. In a heroic act, Mr. Shaw reportedly saved the life of the event's chair, his estranged wife Cassidy St. James, by intercepting a poisoned drink. The world begins to tilt on its axis. All this time he was waging a war and probably protecting me from the dark. It's a war he has apparently won, but at what cost? His life. The idea of it plunges a knife in my chest. It's like a gaping wound, and the pain refuses to go away. And in a related story, the anchor says, her voice bright with the thrill of a new lead, Owen Shaw, the missing groom at the center of the St. James Shaw Society scandal, has reportedly been in federal protective custody for months and will be the key witness in the government's case against the Reynosa cartel. The sudden knock interrupts my focus, and I turn to the door. The door opens and a doctor in pale blue scrubs walks in. He has the tired, kind eyes of a man who delivers bad news for a living. Miss St. James? He asks, his voice gentle. I'm Dr. Harris. Is he? I cannot finish the sentence. The doctor's expression is grave. We've identified the substance, a highly concentrated, fast-acting neurotoxin, likely tetrodotoxin. He looks at me, his kind eyes full of a quiet pity. Ingesting that amount, his action was not a gamble, Miss St. James. It was a certainty. We are doing everything we can. We have him on dialysis, trying to filter his blood. But the damage to his nervous system is extensive. You need to prepare yourself. The clinical, detached words are a death sentence. The near-silent hum of the hospital ventilation system fades to a dull, distant roar. The beige walls of the waiting room seem to recede, the light dimming. He knew. He drank a glass of poison, and he knew it would kill him. He did it anyway. For me. In that moment, everything else burns away. The anger I have been nursing, the pride that kept me standing, the sharp, glittering shards of his betrayal. It all turns to dust, insignificant in the face of this one, terrifying, undeniable truth. It rises up from the hollow space in my chest, a raw, ragged, living thing I can no longer deny. I love him, and I forgive him. What happened in our past doesn't really matter anymore. What matters is the now. I want him alive and kicking. It's a truth so profound it shatters me and remakes me in the same breath. I love the ruthless strategist. I forgive the wounded man haunted by his past. I love the terrifying protector who would drink death to keep me alive. Suddenly, a nurse runs, interrupting my train of thoughts and the doctor. Her expression is soft and compassionate. "He's awake," she says. "He is very weak, but he is asking for you, Mrs. Shaw." I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage now, is it?
No. You introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl. Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less, I Love You. New releases every Thursday, now with longer episodes. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com for up to 85% off. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 36. Devlin. I wake in sections. First, the sound. The soft, rhythmic beeping of a heart monitor. A steady, indifferent metronome counting down the seconds of a life I no longer control. Next, the smell. The sharp, sterile scent of antiseptic that scours the inside of my nostrils. A clean fragrance of decay. Then, the pain. It is a landscape of fire and ice. 1,000 tiny blades embedded in my muscles. A cold, heavy weight in the center of my chest. Every breath is a negotiation. I force my eyes open. The world is a blur of white walls and muted gray equipment. I'm a machine tethered to other machines. The strategist is gone. The titan of industry is a ghost. There is only this. A man, dismantled and broken, laid bare on a narrow, uncomfortable bed. And her. She's sitting in a chair beside the bed, her head bowed, her dark curls a chaotic cloud around her shoulders. She's holding my hand. Her grip is tight, her knuckles white. She's not poised. She's not performing. She's a woman keeping a desperate, silent vigil. The sight of her is a pain sharper than any poison, a pain that is laced with a profound, unfamiliar warmth. I try to speak her name, but my throat is raw, and only a rough, choked sound emerges. It is enough. Her head snaps up. Her eyes are raw, red-rimmed, but there are no tears on her face. She looks at me, and the fear in her eyes, a deep, soul-shattering fear that is entirely for me, is the most devastating and beautiful thing I have ever seen. A doctor and a nurse are there then, a blur of efficient movement. They speak in low, clinical tones, their words, toxin levels, neurological response, stabilization, a language from another world. I do not listen. I do not care. My entire focus is on the woman who is still holding my hand. When they leave, the silence returns, thick and charged. "Devlin," she whispers, her voice a raw, broken thing. "Cassidy," I manage, my own voice a hoarse, ragged rasp that does not sound like my own. "Don't," she says, her hand tightening on mine as I try to shift against the scratchy hospital sheets. "Just don't." I study the dark circles under her eyes, at the fierce, protective loyalty in her gaze, and I know, with a certainty that cuts through the fog of pain and medication, that there are no more lies left to tell. The fortress has fallen. "You should not be here," I rasp, the words a bitter irony, the protector's default setting. "You asked for me," she replies, her voice quiet. "When you woke up before." Just for a moment, she leans closer, her dark, searching eyes holding mine. "Why, Devlin?" The question is a soft, devastating blow. "Why would you do that? Why would you drink it?" I try to form the simple, logical answer. To keep you safe. But the words feel like a lie, an insufficient summary of the cataclysm that ripped through me in that ballroom. She seems to read the conflict in my eyes. Her expression softens, and her next words reveal an understanding so profound it shatters the last of my defenses. "This was not just about protecting me," she says, her voice a near whisper. "This was penance, wasn't it? Penance." She sees it. She sees the guilt that has been the engine of my entire life. She does not see the monster or the strategist. She sees the sinner. And in that moment, the dam I've spent 25 years building finally breaks. "Yes," I breathe, the word a ragged, painful admission. "For everything." The confession I gave her in the office was a summary, a headline. Now she deserves the truth. "The car crash. It was not an accident," I say, the words scraping my raw throat. "My brother, he was like Owen. Charming, brilliant, and reckless. He made a deal with the Reynosa cartel. I tried to control him, to force him to see the danger, but he would not listen." I look at her, needing her to understand the parallel, the ghost story that has been playing out with her as the lead. "Eleonora, she was his anchor. She begged me to trust him, and I saw her belief as a liability, a weakness. I pushed. I issued ultimatums. And in doing so, I made him more reckless. He took a risk he should not have taken, trying to prove me wrong. And they killed them both." I close my eyes, the image as vivid as if it were yesterday. My control, my need to manage every outcome. It is what killed them. That is my fault. I open my eyes. She is crying now, silent tears tracking paths down her beautiful face. "When I first saw you," I continue, the next confession the hardest of all, "it was like seeing a ghost, an obsession, A chance to replay the past, to correct my greatest failure. I saw you as a ghost I had to save. Her hand flinches in mine, a small, wounded movement. But I was wrong, I say, my voice breaking, the last of my defenses crumbling into dust. I started watching a ghost, Cassidy, but I fell for the woman. With your fire, your intelligence, your heart, I fell in love with you. I look at our joined hands, and in my fear of losing you the same way I lost them, I use the same monstrous control, the protocol, the files. I saw the best parts of you and I twisted them into vulnerabilities to be leveraged. I hurt you in a way that was more cruel, more personal than any cartel ever could. The full, devastating weight of it settles on me. Losing you, watching you walk out of that office knowing what I had done to you, that was a pain worse than any poison. A life without you was already a death sentence. So when I saw that glass, I did not just see a way to protect you. I look at her, my vision blurring. I saw a way to ask for your forgiveness. The only way I had left. A final absolute act of penance for the man I was, in the desperate hope you might see the man I want to be. She is crying openly now, her shoulders shaking with silent, racking sobs. Her hand is a small, warm anchor in the cold, sterile landscape of my imminent death. I look at her, at the beautiful, brilliant, wounded woman I have loved and betrayed in equal measure. And I give her the final, unvarnished truth. I know I do not deserve it, I whisper, the words of final, ragged breath. But I love you, Cassidy.
Chapter 37. Cassidy. I have not given him an answer. His confession, his raw, bleeding admission of love, hangs in the air. A fragile, terrifying thing. For 3 days, I have existed in the quiet, sterile space of his recovery. I sit by his bedside, the steady, rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor. A constant reminder of the life he almost lost for me. I hold his hand while he sleeps. I read to him from books on art history, but I do not speak of what comes next. I cannot. The woman who was so certain in his office, the one who was ready to burn his world to the ground, is now lost in a landscape of doubt and a love she is terrified to name. On the 4th day, Martin Hale enters the room, his face an impassive mask. Devlin is sleeping. The drugs they are using to flush the last of the poison from his system, leaving him in a deep, healing rest. Cassidy, Martin murmurs. The U.S. Attorney's Office has been in contact. The case against the Reynosa leadership is solid, but they want to ensure an airtight conviction. The news said Owen was already testifying, I say, my voice whispering hoarsely from days of disuse. He gave a preliminary deposition, which we leveraged to secure the initial raids. Martin clarifies, his gaze direct. But for the main trial, they need him on the stand, in open court. It is a different level of risk. He has reservations. He is afraid of what is left of the cartel, even from behind bars. He believes seeing you might fortify his resolve. The thought of seeing Owen, of facing the man whose weakness and deception started this entire catastrophic chain of events, is a nauseating prospect. But Martin is right. This is not just about us anymore. This is about ending it, for good. Arrange it, I say. The meeting takes place in a secure, soundproof conference room in the hospital, a sterile, featureless box that feels like a confessional. When Owen is escorted in by 2 federal marshals, my breath catches. He looks smaller than I remember. The charming, confident veneer has been stripped away, leaving a man who looks haunted, his eyes full of a deep, weary regret. He does not meet my gaze at first. Cassie, he begins, his voice rough. Don't, I say, my voice firm but quiet. I will not let this be about us. Do not apologize to me, Owen. I am not the person you need to ask for forgiveness. His head snaps up, his eyes finally meeting mine. He sees not the woman he abandoned, but someone he no longer recognizes. He saved my life, you know, Owen says, his voice incredulous. When they found me in Cayman, I thought I was a dead man. I owed them everything, but his people, they got to me first. He saved us both. He finally looks at me, a glimmer of the old Owen, the charming boy in his eyes. He loves you, Cassie, in a way I never could. In a way that is terrifying and absolute. Don't throw that away because of what I did. This is not about you, I say, my voice softening slightly. This is about ending it. Will you testify? He gives a single decisive nod. Yes. When I return to Devlin's room, another specter from my past is waiting for me. My mother stands by the window, a vision of cold Chanel-clad fury. I had to make an appointment to see my own daughter. In a hospital, she begins, her voice a low venomous hiss, while she plays nursemaid to the man who has ruined her life. He saved my life, Mother, I say, my voice weary. I do not have the strength for this battle today. He made you a target, she snaps, turning to face me. Look at him. He is weak. A man who gets poisoned is not a powerful man. He is a foolish one. I have spoken to the board. We can use this. We can push him out. Reclaim what is ours, what is yours. Leave him, Cassidy. Come home. She is offering me the old cage, the familiar prison of her expectations. And in that moment, something inside me, the last fragile thread of filial duty, finally snaps. No, I say, my voice quiet, but infused with a strength she has never heard from me before. What did you say? She whispers, her eyes wide with a stunned disbelief. I said no. I walk toward her, my steps steady even. You see a weak, foolish man. I see a man who was willing to die for me. You see an opportunity to seize power. I see a reason to stay. You talk about what is mine, but you have no idea what that is anymore. I stop in front of her, no longer the daughter, but her equal. My life is not a commodity to be traded, Mother, and my heart is not a hostile takeover. You see him as a shark, but I have learned to swim with him. My life is my own now. I hold her gaze, and in her eyes, I see that she has no more moves to make. She has no more power over me. And I love him, I say, the words a final, quiet declaration of my own independence. She recoils as if I have struck her. Without another word, she turns and walks out of the room, out of my life. Her defeat a silent, satisfying echo in the quiet room. I turn back to the bed. Devlin is awake. He has heard everything. His eyes are wide, hopeful, and terrified. I walk to his bedside. The silence is thick with unspoken things. The future is a terrifying unknown country, but for the first time, it is a country I get to choose. I take his hand, the one with the IV, being careful of the needle. His fingers, weak but determined, curl around my own. I look into his eyes, and I give him a small, watery smile. So, I say, my voice full of a fragile, terrifying hope. What happens next?
Chapter 38. Devlin. Recovery is a lesson in powerlessness. For weeks, my body has been a traitor, a landscape of pain and weakness I've been forced to navigate with a patience I did not know I possessed. But with each passing day, as the last of the poison is flushed from my system, a new, unfamiliar clarity takes its place. The cold, hard logic of the strategist has been burned away, leaving something more fundamental, more real. Today, the final piece of the old world falls into place. I am in my office, not as a king on his throne, but as a man with a final, necessary task. Martin Hale stands before me, his expression as impassive as ever, but a new, quiet respect in his eyes. "It is done," Martin says. "Owen Shaw's testimony was entered into federal record this morning. The last of the Reynosa assets were seized an hour ago. The threat is neutralized permanently." I nod, a sense of grim finality settling over me. I've cleansed the board. I've made the world safe. But the victory is hollow, an echo in the vast, empty space of my life. "And Mr. Jones?" I ask. "His legal troubles have been resolved," Martin says, "with a significant and anonymous donation to his daughter's college fund." "Good," I say. "That is all, Martin." He hesitates at the door. "And Cassidy?" he asks, the use of her first name a rare, deliberate act. "That," I say, sounding a bit uncertain, "is a war I must wage on my own." An hour later, I stand before the emergency board meeting of Shaw Industries. The room is a silent sea of wary, calculating faces. They expect the shark, the predator who returned from the dead. I will not give them what they expect. I do not sit. I stand at the head of the table, my hands resting on the cool, polished wood. My voice is steady, but it is not the voice they know. It is quieter, stripped of its usual arrogant authority. "This company has always been a reflection of a singular vision," I begin. "My vision. It has been successful. It has been ruthless. And it has been a monarchy. That era is over." A murmur of confusion ripples through the room. "A singular vision is a vulnerability," I continue. "It has no checks, no balances. It becomes a fortress, but also a prison. Shaw Industries will no longer be a monarchy. It will become a partnership." I look at each board member, my gaze direct, unblinking. I am creating a new executive position. Co-chair of the board. This position will have full equal authority, full veto power over any and all corporate actions, including my own. Stunned silence. I have just announced my intention to voluntarily give up absolute power. To these men, it is an act of insanity. "And who will fill this position?" One of the older board members, a man named Sterling, asks, his voice laced with suspicion. "The only person I trust to see the threats I cannot," I say. "The only person whose strategic vision is the equal of my own." I am nominating Cassidy St. James. The room erupts, not in outrage, but in a shocked, chaotic buzz of whispers. I let them talk, their confusion a testament to the profound, fundamental shift they are witnessing. I am no longer the king. I am a man seeking his queen. That evening, I'm standing outside the door of her new, independent apartment, a simple, elegant brownstone in a quiet, tree-lined street, a world far away from the cold, sterile fortress of my penthouse. My heart, an organ I'm still learning to recognize, is a frantic, wild drum against my ribs. My hand, the one that has signed billion-dollar deals without a tremor, is not steady as I press the buzzer. She opens the door. She's in a simple, soft-looking sweater and jeans, her hair a cloud of dark, beautiful curls. She is not the asset. She is not the ghost. She is just Cassidy, and she is the most beautiful thing I have ever seen. Her eyes widen in surprise, a flicker of 1,000 emotions, fear, anger, hope, pain, crossing her features. "Devlin," she breathes. "May I come in?" I ask, the words a plea, not a command. She hesitates, and in that small, infinite space of silence, my entire future hangs in the balance. Then she gives a short, jerky nod and steps aside. Her apartment is small, warm, and filled with life. Books are stacked on every surface. The air smells of sandalwood and roses. It is her. A world she has built for herself, without me. I am an invader here, a trespasser. I stand in the center of her living room, a man stripped of his power, his fortress, his control. "The cartel is gone," I say, my voice a low, rough thing. "Owen's testimony has dismantled their entire operation. The threat is over. You are safe." She just watches me, her arms crossed over her chest, a silent, defiant guard at the gate of her own heart. I also held a board meeting today, I continue, my throat tight. I created a new position, co-chair with full veto power. I nominated you. It is not a gift, Cassidy. It is your rightful place, as my partner, if you will have me. I reach into the pocket of my coat. The small velvet box feels impossibly heavy. I open it. Inside is not a massive, arrogant diamond. It is a simple, elegant ring, a band of intertwined platinum and rose gold with a single flawless deep blue sapphire, the color of loyalty and truth. I hold it out to her, an offering, a prayer. This is not a contract, Cassidy, I say, my voice raw, broken, the final, unvarnished truth of my soul laid bare before her. It is not a protocol. It is a promise to love you, to be honest with you, and to be your partner in all things, for all of my days, if you will have me. She does not speak. She just looks from the ring in the box to my face, her dark, beautiful eyes searching mine, a silent, desperate interrogation. She is looking for the strategist, for the manipulator, for the man who saw her as an asset. She is searching for, and I pray she is finally finding, the truth I have been too much of a coward to admit to myself until now. The truth she has been fighting for all along. Chapter 39. Devlin. The ring glitters in the small velvet box, a single deep blue sapphire nestled between intertwined bands of platinum and rose gold. It is not a declaration of ownership. It is not a contingency plan. It is a question. It is a prayer. I stand before her in the warm, cluttered space of her own apartment, a world she has built without me. I am stripped of my power, my fortress, my control. I am just a man, my heart a raw, exposed nerve, waiting for the verdict. Hope is a foreign, terrifying country, and I am an immigrant seeking asylum. Her dark, intelligent eyes search mine, and I know she is looking for the strategist, for the manipulator, for the man who saw her as an asset. I let her look. I have no more lies to hide behind. Her fingers of their own accord find the familiar, worn gold of her grandmother's locket, her anchor. "The board seat," she says, her voice quiet, steady. "I accept." A wave of relief so profound it is almost a physical pain washes through me. I feel my shoulders, which I did not realize were knotted with a tension so absolute it was a part of my anatomy, begin to relax. "But not as your co-chair," she continues, and the relief vanishes, replaced by a cold, sharp dread. "I will not be your equal, Devlin. We will not be partners." She takes a step closer, closing the space between us, and places her hand on my chest, directly over the frantic, unsteady beat of my heart. Her touch is a brand of heat that sears through the fine wool of my suit. "We will be a unit, an entity. There is no yours and mine, there is only ours. And I will not be your co-chair. I will be your wife." Her name, when it escapes my lips, is not a word. It is a raw, broken sound of reverence. "Cassidy." I pull her into my arms, my mouth crashing down on hers in a kiss that is not about possession or desperation, but about a deep, soul-shattering relief. It is the kiss of a man who has been drowning in a cold, dark sea for 25 years and has finally, impossibly, found his way home. 2 weeks later, I stand under a canopy of white roses, the scent of blooming jasmine thick in the air. This small, secluded garden is a world far removed from the cold, sterile rooms that have defined my life. It is warm. It is alive. And then I see her. She walks toward me down the short, petal-strewn aisle, and the breath seizes in my lungs. She is in a simple, elegant ivory dress that skims her curves, her rich, dark skin glowing, her hair a crown of soft curls adorned with a single white gardenia. She is not a ghost. She is not an asset. She is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, and she is walking toward me. We meet under the canopy. I take her hands in mine. They are steady, sure. My voice, when I speak my vows, is a low, rough thing, raw with an emotion I no longer try to hide. I have lived my life by a code of control, I begin. I saw the world as a series of threats to be neutralized, of variables to be managed. I was wrong. I look at her, and the world outside this garden ceases to exist. You are not a variable, Cassidy. You are the anchor. You are the one who makes the storm still. I started watching a memory, but I fell head over heels in love with a woman. My vow is not to protect you. It is to be your partner. My vow is not to control you. It is to trust you. My vow is to spend the rest of my days earning the incredible, impossible gift of your love. I love you, Cassidy, with everything I am and everything I hope to be. Tears are streaming down her face, but she is smiling. A radiant, beautiful expression of pure, unadulterated joy. She squeezes my hands. I saw a monster, she whispers, her voice thick with emotion. A ruthless, calculating man who trapped me in a cage. But then I saw the man, the one haunted by a past he could not fix, the one who was willing to drink poison to atone for his sins. She looks into my eyes, and her words are the absolution I have been seeking my entire life. I did not fall in love with the monster, Devlin. I fell for the man. I choose you. Not the contract, not the protocol. You. My vow is to be your safe harbor, your partner, your wife. I love you. My hand is shaking as I slide the sapphire ring onto her finger. It is not heavy. It is a perfect, comfortable fit. A promise. And I kiss my wife. That night, in our bed in the penthouse, a space that is no longer a fortress but a home, she lies beside me, a vision of dark skin and ivory silk lingerie. The scent of her, a sweet, heady perfume of arousal, fills the air, and I am undone. Wife, I growl, my voice a low, possessive rumble against her skin. I lean over her, my body a furnace of heat, my weight a delicious, grounding pressure. You are so beautiful it hurts to look at you. Husband, she breathes, her hands fisting in my hair, pulling my mouth down to hers. I've been waiting for you. The kiss is deep, wet, and utterly consuming. A joyous, mutual surrender. My hands are everywhere, stroking, caressing, learning the map of her body with a reverence that makes me tremble. I live a hot, wet path down her throat, to the valley of her cleavage, my tongue a masterful instrument of pleasure.
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
In the aftermath, I pull her against my chest, our bodies slick with sweat, my head tucked under her chin. I'm still buried deep inside her, a warm, possessive anchor. I love you, I whisper, my voice a low, rough thing, full of a love so profound it makes my heart ache. I love you, she whispers back, her voice full of a quiet, unshakable certainty. Her hand finds mine, and her fingers trace the faint, pale scar on my wrist. It is not a symbol of my past anymore. It is not the mark of a failure. It is a part of the man she loves, a part of the man she chose.
Epilogue. Cassidy. 2 years later, the air on the rooftop garden tastes of freedom. It is a space I designed myself, a wild, beautiful oasis of climbing jasmine and lush greenery high above the noise of the city. It is the heart of our new home, a brownstone we gut renovated together, a world away from the cold, sterile perfection of the penthouse. The distant symphony of city traffic is a comforting murmur, not an oppressive silence. I lean against the railing, the setting sun warm on my face, and close out the call. My voice is calm, confident, and utterly uncompromising. The terms are non-negotiable, Mr. Carter, I say, a cool smile in my voice. The women in my accelerator program get full equity and a majority board seat. That is the only deal on the table. I pause, letting him sweat. I trust you will make the smart decision. I end the call without waiting for his reply and slip the phone into my pocket. The quiet satisfaction of the victory is a warm, pleasant hum under my skin. I'm no longer just a member of the board at Shaw Industries. I am the CEO of the Phoenix Initiative, a subsidiary I launched myself, a venture capital fund dedicated to empowering and investing in women-led businesses. I have built my own empire, brick by brick, deal by deal, right alongside his. The glass door to the roof slides open with a soft hiss, and he is there. Devlin, my husband. He is dressed in a simple, soft-looking linen shirt and dark trousers that do nothing to hide the coiled strength in his frame. The hard, severe lines of his face have softened over the past 2 years, relaxed by a peace I never thought I would see in him. He is holding 2 glasses of wine, and the love in his eyes when he looks at me still, after all this time, takes my breath away. "Another dragon slain?" he asks, his voice a low, familiar rumble that is my favorite sound in the world. He hands me a glass, his fingers brushing mine in a touch that is both familiar and still electric. "Just a minor skirmish with a particularly stubborn patriarch," I reply, taking a sip of the crisp, cool Sauvignon Blanc. "Nothing a queen can't handle." He smiles, a real, genuine smile that reaches the depths of his now warm, clear, gray-blue eyes. "My queen," he says, his voice full of a quiet, profound pride. He comes to stand beside me at the railing, his arm wrapping around my waist, pulling me against his side. We stand in a comfortable, familiar silence, watching as the sun begins to set, painting the sky in fiery strokes of orange and pink. We have built a life here, in the quiet moments between the battles, a life of shared breakfasts, of heated arguments over board strategy that often end in tangled sheets, of late-night conversations that last until dawn, a life of love. He takes my left hand in his thumb stroking the back of my fingers. The new ring, the one he gave me in this very apartment, glints in the fading light. Its deep blue sapphire, a perfect, constant promise. Beside it, I still wear the simple, severe platinum band from our first, bloodless wedding in that sterile boardroom. Devlin looks down at our joined hands, at the 2 rings sitting side by side on my finger. "I am still surprised you kept that one," he murmurs. "Are you?" I ask, leaning my head against his shoulder. I feel the rumble of his chest as he chuckles. "This one," I say, touching the sapphire, "is our future, our promise, the one we chose. It's the vow we made in that garden, with Jaden sobbing in the front row." "He was very dramatic," Devlin murmurs against my hair. "He was perfect," I counter with a smile. I look down at the simple platinum band. "And this one is a reminder of the war we survived, of the woman I was, and the man you were. It reminds me that our love was not a fairy tale found, but a fortress we built together, stone by painful stone. It was earned." He turns, his free hand cupping my face, his thumb stroking my cheek. His gaze is full of a love so profound, so absolute, it still makes my heart ache. "And is it a love you would choose again?" he asks, his voice a raw, vulnerable whisper, still, after all this time, seeking reassurance. "Every day, Devlin," I reply, my voice thick with an emotion I no longer hide. In every lifetime. He kisses me then, a slow, deep, familiar kiss that is not about possession or passion, but about a deep, quiet, unbreakable partnership. We are not captives of our world anymore. We are its masters. And our future is a vast, beautiful, uncharted territory we will conquer together.